Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The moment that comment appeared, every viewer's attention snapped to the screen. All eyes locked onto the scene, ears straining to catch the faintest sound. Holy sh*T, I hear it too. Who is it? Who's coming? Blind guessed Qingli. Lying on the ground, Yu Hao also heard the approaching footsteps. His body stiffened, and he narrowed his eyes, turning toward the source of the sound. When he finally saw the person's face, he froze, then frowned deeply as he muttered. Qingli. Wasn't she supposed to be with Senshiu? Why was she here alone? In the darkness, the woman strolled toward him, arms crossed lazily over her chest. Her usual relaxed demeanor remained unchanged, even the casual smile on her lips was the same as always. Seeing Yu Hao staring at her, she let out a soft, playful laugh. Oh, still not dead. Yu Hao's lips twitched. Huh, what was that tone? Surprised? Did she really think he'd die so easily? He had survived multiple instances, how could he possibly go down that fast? Just as he was about to sneer back, the woman spoke again. Well, that's good. Because if you had just died like that, I'd be really upset. She suddenly pulled out her phone, tilting the screen so he could see it. The display showed a countdown timer, ticking away, drip, 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 like the sound of a death clock. Standing above him, Yuli gazed down at him with cold amusement, speaking at a slow, deliberate pace. Yu Hao, do you know how much you can do in 60 seconds? Looks short, doesn't it? But actually, it's more than enough time. Though she wasn't looking at the screen, her sense of time was frighteningly precise. She gave her phone a light shake, smiling as she continued. It took me 20 seconds to walk over here. Another 10 seconds to talk. Yu Hao's pupils dilated in fear, because at that moment, a knife appeared in her hand. The small blade spun effortlessly between her slender fingers, gleaming under the dim light. The ease with which she handled it, the casual flicks of her wrist. It wasn't just skilled, it was habitual. Seeing the fear on his face, the woman smiled again, a soft, almost gentle smile. Then, crouching beside him, she pressed the blade to his chest. You know, I really hate it when people try to use me. Of course, I don't mind using other people. You could always try to kill me too. Just like how I'm about to kill you now. Schlick. The knife plunged into his flesh. A wet, sickening sound filled the air. Blood gushed from the wound, spilling onto the cold floor. Yu Hao's body convulsed violently. His lips quivered as blood bubbled up from his throat, choking off any screams before they could escape. No way. His hands trembled, but he couldn't fight back. A delayed, horrifying realization finally hit him. He was actually going to die. No, but he had already survived past midnight. He wasn't supposed to die. Did you think you wouldn't die? The woman's voice was gentle, her lips curling into a smile. But her fox-like eyes remained cold and lifeless. Her grip on the knife tightened, pushing the blade deeper slowly, agonizingly. It wasn't a clean kill. It was a slow, torturous execution. The pain was excruciating. Yu Hao squeezed his eyes shut, sweat dripping from his forehead. His teeth clenched so hard it felt like they might shatter. His limbs twitched uncontrollably, every nerve screaming in agony. Like his tendons were being severed, one by one. He could hear it. The wet tear of flesh. The sharp snap of nerves breaking apart. The sound echoed inside his skull, a high-pitched ringing of pure, unbearable agony. No, his eyes glazed over. His body went limp. His vision blurred at the edges, fading into blackness. Yet, her voice remained crystal clear. Low, mocking, like a devil whispering in his ear. Did you really think you were safe just because it passed midnight? She glanced at the screen, chuckling softly. Then, she leaned in, her lips nearly brushing his ear as she whispered, in a voice only the two of them could hear. Oh, and by the way, that protective talisman you took? It's fake. It never protected you from anything. The final revelation crashed over him like a tidal wave. His fingers twitched violently, his body spasming in a desperate, final struggle. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. He had been played. From the very beginning. 10 seconds left. His chest seized. His breath hitched. And as the countdown on the phone screen reached 0, his body stiffened. His vision snapped into darkness. Yu Hao was dead. At that exact moment, the phone screen ticked over to 12:01 a.m. Yu Hao hadn't broken the midnight death rule. He still died. But he wasn't killed by a ghost. He died at the hands of the NPC he had always looked down on. The livestream chat exploded. Wow, the irony. Yu Hao always thought he was better than NPCs and new players, and yet he died at an NPC's hands. Holy sh*T, did you see how smoothly Qingli killed him? She was actually smiling the whole time. That was terrifying. Is she a psychopath? You think someone who bullied her classmates and let ghosts run wild for personal gain is normal? She's clearly insane. Did anyone catch what she whispered to him at the end? It looked like whatever she said made him freak out. No, I couldn't hear it. The system seemed to mute it on purpose. Maybe it was too inappropriate. LMAO, inappropriate? Dude, this is the film set system. If that was an issue, half this place would be banned. I am starting to worry about the other players. This woman holds grudges badly. Wasn't she planning to kill Zhangxi and Holiang to cover up her secret? This is terrifying. Zhangxi, stay safe. Don't worry, Zhangxi has already figured her out. But what if Qingli knows that he knows? She's not stupid. Yes? Full confrontation? Let the chaos begin? Ha ha ha. Yuli stood up, watching the man's lifeless body grow cold. She pulled a handkerchief from her pocket, casually wiping away the blood on her fingers. Then, without a second glance, she tossed it onto Yu Hao's corpse. The delicate fabric fluttered through the air, before landing perfectly over the knife embedded in his chest. Wu Bianming stood behind her, watching as she smiled while killing Yu Hao. A flicker of complicated emotion flashed through his eyes. This Qingli, she was even more ruthless than before. If she could become a ghost under his control, maybe just maybe she could even replace Bo Jingmo. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. Thanks for the knife, Teacher Wu. You can pull it out yourself later. I'm not dealing with the cleanup, it's a bit too messy for me. Hope you understand. Wu Bianming silently glanced at Yu Hao's corpse on the ground. Then, without a word, he cast a look toward the group of ghost students who were still standing there, completely stunned. The realization snapped them out of their daze. One of the ghosts stepped forward, crouching beside Yu Hao's lifeless body, and in the very next second, the dead man stood back up. His eyes rolled back, showing only the whites. A knife was still embedded in his back, blood soaking his entire body. Without a single sound, his stiff limbs began moving in a single direction. Yet, his feet never lifted off the ground. Instead, his body glided forward, leaving behind a dragging trail across the floor. So that's how those marks outside had been made. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, there really was a certain zombie-like quality to what Holiang had described earlier. Faced with such an eerie sight, Yuli merely glanced at it once before shifting her gaze away. Her face showed no change in expression, as if she had seen it all before. Wu Bianming, who had initially planned to make a mocking remark, found himself forcing his lips shut instead. Damn it! Was this brat not afraid of anything? Yuli had no idea what was going through Wu Bianming's mind. She simply lifted her chin slightly and asked in a calm tone, "What do you need these corpses for?" She had always known that Wu Bianming was the one taking the bodies, but the plot never revealed why, and the system never provided her with the information. She had waited for a long time, but even the protagonists hadn't found any clues. So she figured, why not just ask the ghost himself? Wu Bianming's body stiffened at her question. For a brief moment, excitement and anticipation flashed in his eyes before he quickly suppressed them. Then, he sneered, his gaze turning cold as he looked at Yuli. "Isn't your goal to kill Bo Jingmo? You'll find out what these corpses are for soon enough." The bodies were connected to killing Bo Jingmo? Yuli tilted her head slightly, the motion causing her dark hair to sweep against her neck. A strange glint flickered in her ink-black eyes. Wu Bianming clearly didn't want to continue this topic, and Yuli didn't press further. She merely nodded casually, then suddenly remembered something. A certain man still standing dumbly in the hallway. She stopped in her tracks. "Sen Xiu, did you touch him?" The moment that name was mentioned, a flicker of disdain flashed in Wu Bianming's eyes. He curled his lips into a mocking smirk and replied, "No, I only kill one person at midnight. Besides, someone as dumb as Sen Xiu. Even if Wu Bianming had his corpse, he wouldn't want it." But compared to Sen Xiu, Wu Bianming's gaze drifted to the woman in front of him, lingering for a beat too long. A dark, possessive glint flickered in his eyes. What he really wanted was her body, even her soul. He had overheard her earlier conversation with Sen Xiu and the others. He knew she had a protective amulet. Now that it was gone, the only question left was, did she have anything else? If not, maybe he should just kill her right now and use her for himself. Just as that thought formed, Yuli suddenly spoke up. "Are you thinking about killing me? How did you?" "No." Wu Bianming caught himself just in time, quickly forcing a smile. "Of course not. Come on, we're still partners, aren't we?" The woman's face remained hidden in the shadows, but her fox-like eyes shimmered under the dim light, like they could see straight through him. "Oh." Her voice was calm, her tone drawling and unhurried, but it carried an undeniable sharpness. The air around her pressed down like an invisible weight, making Wu Bianming's skin crawl. F***ck. Why did it feel like he was the one being hunted? With an awkward chuckle, he hastily changed the topic. "So, you're going to find Sen Xiu now?" But to Wu Bianming's surprise, Yuli snorted lightly at his words. She said, "No need. Now that Yu Hao is dead, Sen Xiu will know my identity soon enough. In fact, he might already be on a call with Zhangxi." As if on cue, the buzzing of a vibrating phone echoed through the hallway. Yu Hao's phone screen flashed. Holiang's name was displayed prominently. Yuli barely spared it a glance. Then, without hesitation, she lifted her foot and stomped down. Crack. The screen shattered completely. The buzzing stopped. The world fell into absolute silence. Wu Bianming winced slightly at the sound. He had just been about to leave when Yuli suddenly called after him. "Where are you going?" He paused, then instinctively responded, "What does that have to do with you? Aren't we partners?" Yuli's voice was light and teasing, her lips curving into a smile. "Zhangxi already knows who I am. I can't exactly walk back there so casually, can I?" Wu Bianming frowned. "What do you mean? You're coming with me? Bo Jingmo is still with me, aren't you afraid he'll figure out our partnership?" But the woman simply glanced around the area before casually raising her chin. Bo Jingmo isn't here, though. Wu Bianming let out a scoff. Of course he's not. I sent him to scare your teammates, otherwise, if they heard any noise and came running, they'd have caught you killing someone. He still naively believed that Bo Jingmo was the same as before, that he still helped him hunt down intruders, creating the perfect opportunity for him to kill. But in reality, Bo Jingmo had long since switched sides and was now a key ally of the protagonist team. Upon hearing his words, Yu Li suddenly laughed aloud. She crossed her arms over her chest, then raised a single finger and wagged it at him. No, Teacher Wu. Have you been so busy killing people that your brain stopped working? She propped her chin in her hand, looking deeply troubled. Otherwise, why are you being so stupid right now? Wu Bianming. You. Little. B*tch. Did she just call him stupid? Him? A teacher? No student had ever dared question his intelligence before. Rage instantly exploded inside him. His ghostly face flushed red, black mist fuming from his head like steam from a kettle. F*ck the rules. F*ck his OCD. F*ck the midnight killing ritual. F*ck the protective amulets. He was going to kill this little brat right now, but just as he was about to lose it completely, Yu Li lifted her eyes and looked at him. A simple, light glance. Yet it was filled with bone-chilling, silent menace. Wu Bianming. F*ck. He couldn't beat her. The oppressive aura radiating from her body instantly crushed his fury. Forcing himself to calm down, he gritted his teeth and let out a cold laugh. Qingli, what are you getting at? Leaning lazily against the wall, Yu Li's expression returned to its usual playful calm, as if she hadn't just completely humiliated him. Wu Bianming, tell me, why do you think they found out who I am? She sighed, shaking her head in mock disappointment. Zhang Shi told me she found a student roster in the office. And the office belongs to you. That's how you keep records? Seriously. Wu Bianming immediately snapped back. Impossible. The office was locked. His voice cut off abruptly. A sudden realization struck him like a lightning bolt. An hour ago, Bo Jingmo had been in the office. He had broken the lock, and he was the one who had let the protagonist team find the student list. Why? Why would he do that? Because helping Zhang Shi was his revenge on me. Yu Li's voice was light and casual, like she was simply stating an obvious fact. She tilted her head and flashed him a dazzling smile. Your star student just betrayed you, Teacher Wu. Meanwhile, Sen Xiu, who was still happily basking in his rebirth after death, suddenly got a call from Zhang Shi. He paused for a second, then hit the answer button. Before he could say anything, the other person's voice came through first. Sen Xiu? Is that you? Who else could it be? Sen Xiu was completely confused. Yeah, it's me. What's up? Hearing his familiar voice, Zhang Shi let out a sigh of relief, but her expression quickly turned grim. If Sen Xiu was still alive, what about Yu Hao? Is he with you? And Qingli, is she there too? It was only then that Sen Xiu realized the situation. He looked around at the empty space around him, his expression slowly turning blank as he replied into the phone, they're not here. I don't know where they went. Thinking back to what had happened just minutes ago, he got angry all over again. As he climbed up from the ground, he cursed harshly. Zhang Shi, let me tell you Yu Hao, that D*mn dog, seriously. Qingli had a protective amulet, you know that? It could keep ghosts away. That amulet only had one use left to save a life. I was just about to get grabbed by a ghost, and Qingli was gonna use it to save me, but Yu Hao snatched it and ran. He said it all in one breath, then couldn't help but glance down at his empty wrist, muttering, but good thing that was just a hallucination. Qingli probably went to chase after Yu Hao, since he stole her stuff. Honestly, Qingli is seriously so kind-hearted. In that kind of situation, she only had one life-saving chance left and she gave it to me. I was so touched I almost cried. Do you think maybe she likes me a little too? I mean, who would just give something like that away unless they cared, right? Zhang Shi and Ho Liang, who knew Qingli's real identity. Bo Jingmo, who'd been pretending not to care but was listening the whole time. Leaning against the wall, Bo Jingmo lazily lifted his eyelids, his deep dark pupils glinting faintly red. A cold laugh escaped the corner of his lips. What was that guy's name again? Sen Xiu? Perfect. Zhang Shi had been about to speak when she suddenly heard that chilling laugh and froze in fear, thinking Bo Jingmo might be slipping back into his old state. But when she turned to look, the man still had that same cold, aloof look, just with noticeably lower pressure in the air around him. Who ticked off this big boss? Zhang Shi quietly turned her head back and listened as Sen Xiu kept rambling on about how great Qingli was. She finally cut him off. Sen Xiu, do you realize it's past midnight now? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, then Sen Xiu's nervous voice came through. So what you're saying is, Qingli's dead. Because Yu Hao took her protective amulet, right? That mother for F? Yu Hao, you better pray I don't find you. You got my goddess killed. His tone shifted from disbelief to full-on rage. Zhang Shi. She really wanted to hang up. This old player's roleplay game was way too committed. Or maybe that Qingli NPC had some kind of magic. How did she get Sen Xiu to trust her this much? Then again, it did kind of make sense. Back then, hadn't she believed every word that woman said too? Qingli's friendly behavior was too convincing. Every time she looked at you with those bright, smiling eyes, you just couldn't doubt her. That feeling, someone else had been like that before too, right? A flash of a blonde woman with blue eyes crossed her mind. The audience watching couldn't help but roast Senxiu. No way, is Senxiu brainwashed by Qingli or what? Die-hard fan confirmed in Senxiu's mind, Qingli gave up her life to save him. It's easy to catch feelings like that? Makes sense though. Senxiu only has support-type skills. Surviving is already hard enough. Too bad that NPC wasn't trying to save him at all. Everyone else is a villain, and our little Xiu's budding crush is doomed. Ha 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 ha, Zhangxi's face probably screams I'm done with this. Zhangxi, can't carry him. Let's just end the world. Zhangxi closed her eyes and gave up. Senxiu, Qingli is working with the ghosts. As expected, silence fell on the other end of the line. After who knows how long, he finally stammered out, and no way, right? You guys must have gotten it wrong. Too bad for him. Zhangxi's voice was firm and clear, no mistake. She's with them? She glanced at the time, hesitated, then added, also, Yu Hao might already be dead. Senxiu didn't speak for a long while. When he finally did, his voice carried some hard-to-describe emotion. So what are you guys planning to do now? Zhangxi looked behind her at Hu Ling and was just about to answer when she felt a tap on her shoulder, then someone suddenly covered her mouth. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked over at Ho Liang, who simply ended the call for her and motioned toward the fourth floor of the opposite teaching building. She followed his gaze and instantly froze. Her whole body stiffened as she dumbly stared at the opposite building, heart pounding like crazy. There was someone moving down the hallway on the fourth floor of the teaching building across from them. No, that wasn't walking. It was sliding. Under the moonlight streaming into the dark hallway, the figure glided forward with a strange, parallel motion. He stood unnaturally straight, stiff, and lifeless like a walking corpse. From a distance, he looked like a ghost drifting through the corridor. Zhangxi's body trembled as a name slipped from her lips. Yu Hao. That was Yu Hao. Was he not dead? Or was he dead already? Then why was he still moving? Looking closer, something seemed to be sticking out of Yu Hao's back. Zhangxi squinted, trying to get a better look, but it was too dark. She could only make out the vague shape of something protruding. A knife? Next to her, Hu Ling stared at the scene, her eyes full of unease. She rubbed her hands together in front of her and spoke softly, he's already dead. Everyone except Bo Jingmo turned to look at her. Ho Liang asked in a low voice, dead? Then why is he still moving? Hu Ling's gaze flickered and avoided theirs. She lowered her head and said in a quiet tone, because there's a ghost inside his body. Every time someone was killed, Wu Bianming always made them move the corpse to a certain classroom. It was personally guarded by Wu Bianming. None of them had ever gone in, and he wouldn't let them. And she had moved bodies there too. Hu Ling quietly lowered her head, standing in front of Zhangxi. She couldn't help but feel like a wicked, heartless ghost. She could never go back to the carefree, cheerful version of herself she used to be. After hearing Hu Ling's explanation, Zhangxi noticed her movements. Her gaze paused slightly before she gently placed her hand over that pale one. Her voice was soft. Hu Ling, none of what you're doing now is your choice. Wu Bianming is the one forcing you. He's the real monster here. As for the killings, she hadn't even finished the sentence when Hu Ling suddenly looked up and shook her head frantically. Her tone panicked. No, Zixi, I've never killed anyone. Wu Bianming only made them scare people. Hardly anyone ever came here, and even then, it was only one person a day. So the task of killing never fell to ghost students like them. Zhangxi instinctively turned to look at Bo Jingmo. So this time, Bo Jingmo didn't? Hu Ling saw her reaction and leaned in close to whisper, Bo Jingmo has killed someone. But Zixi, I'm telling you, he's a good ghost. Even though he killed, it's because he took on the killings himself, otherwise Wu Bianming would have made us do it. So Bo Jingmo's always been trying to help us, sacrificing his own ghostly virtue just to give the other students a shot at reincarnation. That was real selflessness. Zhangxi, if it were any other ghost, she might have actually believed that explanation. But she just couldn't. Her bias against Bo Jingmo in this instance was too deeply ingrained. Without giving anything away, Zhangxi smoothly changed the subject. She lowered her head and sent a quick message to Senxiu, giving him a rough update on the situation. Then she looked back up and asked Hu Ling, can you take us to that classroom? She had a feeling that might be where the photos were hidden. Maybe even where Qingli was. At the thought, Zhangxi glanced over at the man standing silently in the darkness. He'd said he wanted to help them, but since their first meeting, he hadn't offered a single useful clue. Was it because he didn't know? Or because he didn't want to say? Bo Jingmo, did he really want to kill Qingli? They followed Hu Ling into a remote teaching building on the first floor. This was one of the old school buildings that had already been abandoned before the school shut down for good. The classrooms they passed were filled with the oldest type of wooden desks, scarred and dented, still etched with student scribbles and doodles from years ago. Broken desk legs were scattered across the floor, cobwebs covered everything, and unidentifiable plastic trash bags lay in heaps. After turning a few corners, they found their path blocked by several large desks. The wooden desks had been placed right in the middle of the hallway, clearly meant to keep people from going any further. And Yu Hao's corpse lay sprawled on the floor, his back soaked in blood, lifeless. Zhangxi finally got a good look at what was stuck in his back. It was indeed a knife. Who stabbed him? Just as she was thinking that, she suddenly heard Hu Ling talking to someone nearby. This guy, did Mr. Wu tell you to bring him here? She turned and saw, in the corner, a student-like male ghost standing there without them even noticing. He glanced their way with clear suspicion in his eyes. Who are you? Hu Ling quickly explained. Qi Huang, this is my old classmate Zhang Shi. They're here to help us get rid of Wu Bianming. Qi Huang questioned suspiciously. Really? Just you guys? It's true, I swear. Look, Bo Jingmo is with us too. He's helping us. Hu Ling quickly pointed to Bo Jingmo, who was at the back of the group. When Qi Huang saw Bo Jingmo's face, his expression flickered with surprise, and he gradually started to believe it. If Bo Jingmo was here, then following the strongest made total sense. The doubt faded from his eyes, and he nodded before answering Hu Ling's earlier question. Yeah, Wu Bianming told me to move him here. Watching his attitude shift so fast in real time, both Zhang Shi and Ho Liang felt their expressions twitch. They hated this power-worshipping world. I am dying LMAO. The second he heard Bo Jingmo's name, Qi Huang was sold. Can't he blame him? Stranger's strength is a mystery, but Bo Jingmo? He knows. Strongest ghost student, zero doubts. Our main team's got the brains, Bo Jingmo's got the brawn. That combo used to be legendary. Too bad Bo Jingmo's mind was always a mess. Eventually, he became the team's biggest threat. You can't say that for sure. He never killed Zhang Shi and the others. Doesn't that mean he had some awareness left? Players lose points for killing players. Maybe Bo Jingmo remembered that, so he held back. Haha, nah, I think Bo Jingmo just let them go on purpose. He never cared about points. Dude goes on rampages all the time. You think he'd care about losing a few points over players? Maybe he cares now? He did come to help the main group, after all. I've always wanted to know what's going on between him and Qingli. They've never been in the same scene. Can't wait. Same? What if Bo Jingmo loses his mind the moment he sees Qingli and just goes straight for the kill? Wu Bianming's right there though. He probably won't go full psycho yet. Maybe just tear off the masks, no more pretending. He, big scene coming soon. Hu Ling nodded after hearing Qi Huang's words, then turned to Zhang Shi and said, after Wu Bianming kills someone, he makes us leave the bodies here. Then he takes them away himself. Before Zhang Shi could respond, Qi Huang suddenly cut in. This time's different. He wasn't the one who killed this person. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. Even Bo Jingmo looked over, his expression unreadable and dark. Zhang Shi's fingers clenched, something catching in her throat as she forced herself to speak. Then, who did? She already had a guess. Aside from Wu Bianming, the only one left who would do it was Qingli. When that name came from Qi Huang's mouth, everyone's expressions shifted in complicated ways. Only Bo Jingmo, standing at the back, had the faintest curve at the corner of his lips. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he actually looked a little pleased. Just as Qi Huang finished speaking, footsteps and voices echoed from downstairs. Qingli, I'm telling you right now, you better prove you're actually useful. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rough. A familiar woman's soft laugh followed. Mr. Wu, too much anger is bad for your liver. Even if you're a ghost, you should still take care of your health. Wu Bianming, shut up. The moment that voice came through, Hu Ling's face changed drastically. Crap. Mr. Wu is coming? Why's he here so early today? Zhang Shi switched off her flashlight and scanned the area, her voice low and steady. We need to hide first. Let's see where he puts the body. Just then, the male ghost who'd stayed silent suddenly spoke up. It's no use. Your presence will give you away. Everyone turned toward the voice and saw Bo Jingmo leaning against the railing, his posture relaxed, casually twirling a leaf he'd picked up somewhere. His school uniform looked oddly noble and tailored on him. Dark ink-colored hair fell over his brow, his nose was straight, jawline sharp. His cool, aloof features gave him a naturally refined look. But those narrow eyes remained cold and indifferent. He slipped the leaf into his pocket, lifted his gaze, and said expressionlessly, I'll hide you. This was Wu Bianming's 365th regret about bringing Qingli to his secret base. This DMN girl hadn't stopped pissing him off the entire way here. He only had himself to blame. He could have just walked in silence, but no, he had to go and provoke her, knowing full well she'd have something sharp to say. And every time, it just made him angrier. Wu Bianming stormed up the stairs with a dark expression, already planning in his head how he was going to kill her once this was over. Suddenly, the footsteps that had been following him stopped. He frowned and turned back only to find Qingli staring off into the distance. But when he followed her gaze, there was nothing there. Just an ordinary hallway. What are you looking at? Yuli pulled her gaze back, raised an eyebrow, and said, just looking around. Is that not allowed? Why are you asking? Wu Bianming gritted his teeth. No. Stop wasting my time. Yuli shot him a glance and replied lightly, oh. Then, as if she hadn't heard him, she strolled right toward that hallway. Just to waste time. Wu Bianming. First Bo Jingmo, now Qingli. Back when they were his students, how the H*LL had he put up with them? Ignoring Wu Bianming's murderous glare, Yuli tucked a wind-blown strand of hair behind her ear, lips curved faintly, and bent down to pick up a leaf. Let's go. Wu Bianming saw the thing in her hand and let out a sarcastic snort. You're picking up leaves now? What are you, a trash collector? Yuli brushed her fingertips over the leaf's surface, smiling as she held it up to examine its shape. Her voice was uncharacteristically gentle. It's special, isn't it? It's even heart-shaped. This was something her little boyfriend had picked out and left for her. He was already starting to pay attention to things around him, must have gotten bored. So cute. She really wanted to pat his head. She sighed inwardly at the thought, carefully smoothing out the leaf before gently placing it into her pocket. Wu Bianming caught her movements and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Getting all worked up over a leaf? That leaf? That's the one Bo Jingmo was holding earlier. I remember too. I even wondered why Bo Jingmo was playing with a leaf at the time, and it was such a unique shape. I took an extra look. And now Qingli has it? Who else feels this? Is this like a cursed couple moment? I am sorry, I have to ship this twisted enemies to lovers CP for just 1 second, just 1 second. Sob. Count me in too. I wanna ship it now. Wait, didn't Bo Jingmo take that leaf with him? I swear he pocketed it. How did it end up back in the hallway? He's hiding upstairs with Zhangxi right now, so there's no way he left it there on purpose for Qingli, right? And she touched the leaf? Bo Jingmo had been touching it earlier too. Do you know what this means? I'm done, guys. You win. This is so cursed. I know I shouldn't ship it, but I have to. Wu Bianming moved the desks blocking the hallway, then shifted into a solid form and picked up the body on the ground. He turned to Yuli and said, "Keep up." Yuli gave the upper floor a meaningful glance, then stood up and replied blandly, "I'm coming. You go ahead." Gotta say, Wu Bianming was really good at hiding things. This rundown, crumbling teaching building, he'd blocked off several areas and even set up fake walls, making it look like there was no way forward in some places. Yuli watched him hustle around, lugging things left and right, and lazily played with the leaf in her hand. "So you have to do all this every time you kill someone? No wonder it's just one person a day. If you tried killing more, you probably couldn't haul them all." Wu Bianming, shut up. *T. This damn girl actually guessed right. Zhang Shi and Ho Liang, who had been secretly following behind, X. From the sound of that convo, Qing Li's collaboration with this ghost didn't seem all that friendly. After going back and forth a few more times, they finally arrived at the classroom where the photos were hidden. The windows of this classroom were completely covered with newspaper from the inside. There was no way to see what was inside from outside, and the door had been sealed completely, reinforced with multiple layers of heavy chains. Clearly, Wu Bianming was terrified someone might find this place. As he unlocked the door, a wave of rot and death hit them all at once. Putrid corpse stench fermented in a sealed space, thick enough to knock someone out cold. Its attack power? Easily the strongest in the room. Yu Li's expression shifted slightly. She held her breath and silently stepped back to a spot with cleaner air, offering a moment of silent mourning for Zhang Shi and the others. They were seriously going in there for the photos? No joke, the smell alone could kill. Honestly, Wu Bianming didn't need to lock this place up, or even kill people at midnight every day. Just open this room and let people take a whiff, instant death. Wu Bianming turned and saw Yuli lingering outside, refusing to go in. He sneered mockingly. "What? Chickening out now?" Yuli paused, then glanced at him. "You want me to go in?" "Yeah, I do. If you've got the guts, go ahead," Wu Bianming replied with a forced grin. He couldn't smell what was inside, but he knew that stink was no joke. "All right then. Since you're inviting me, I'll go in." Wu Bianming? Then he watched as the woman pulled a mask from her pocket, put it on, and actually stepped into the classroom. Wu Bianming's face immediately twisted into a complicated mess. It. He forgot this girl wasn't normal. She was straight up insane. Yuli didn't know what Wu Bianming was thinking. She walked in with her phone, flashlight beam cutting through the pitch-black room. In an instant, a dozen pale, horrific faces flashed before her eyes. Some of them stared straight ahead with unblinking, death-filled eyes. Others had no eyeballs at all, just two gaping black holes, blood around them dried and darkened. Everywhere she looked were mangled bodies, severed arms, broken legs, a grotesque horror show. And among those corpses was an old acquaintance, K. Yulong. He was sitting on one of the desks, eyes wide open in death. One side of his face had caved in, likely from falling down the stairs earlier. The asymmetry made him look especially horrifying. Yuli calmly swept her gaze across his face, then down to the desk. Every corpse had a rectangular photo laid out on the desk. Some were large, some small, and they all looked aged. Each person in the photos wore a school uniform clearly taken when they were still students. These were photos of the ghost students before they died. It was like Wu Bianming had matched each corpse with a photo one by one. He placed Yu Hao's body in an empty spot and infused it with some ghostly energy to keep it from rotting. Only then did he finally glance at what Yuli was doing. When he saw her examining the photos, his brow furrowed and his voice turned cold. "Don't touch those." Qingli lifted her eyes at his words. Most of her face was hidden by the mask, but her gaze was cold and distant, her tone unreadable. "Wu Bianming, is this what you meant by the way to kill Bo Jingmo?" Wu Bianming paused for a second. Then his voice turned low and threatening. "You figured it out." Of course she had. This girl knew her stuff, there was no way she wouldn't catch on. Yuli glanced at the teacher's podium. There was a similar photo placement set up there, but it was empty. Clearly, Wu Bianming had hidden something. He'd hidden his own photo. When Wu Bianming saw her looking over, he sneered. "Don't bother. Like I'd leave my photo out in the open." He slowly walked up to the podium and spread his arms, looking down at the room with a crazed glint in his eyes. "All of this is my power. Once I finish absorbing it all, I'll be the strongest. By then, Bo Jingmo wouldn't be a problem. Even if Bo Jingmo and Qingli attacked together, he wouldn't be scared." He opened his eyes and looked toward the last empty spot, eyes narrowing. Now, all he needed was one more corpse. Yuli wandered through the corpse-filled room, voice lazy. You didn't prepare a spot for Bo Jingmo's photo. At that, Wu Bianming's smug mood soured instantly. He scowled. Don't need him. What he meant was he couldn't get Bo Jingmo's photo. He'd calculated the number of bodies he needed, but Bo Jingmo had thrown off his count. No big deal, though. He'd already found a substitute from another class. But then surprised the substitute had a meddlesome friend. Wu Bianming had a bad feeling that friend was going to be a pain. He needed to lock down that final corpse ASAP. His eyes involuntarily landed on the woman walking slowly through the room. His fingers twitched slightly, a dark thought taking shape. Speaking of which, wasn't there a perfect candidate right here? In this space, his power was stronger than usual, and that protective amulet on Qingli was cracked. Even if she had tricks, she might not be able to beat him now. He thought for a moment, then a malicious smile curled on his lips, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to act, a loud crash rang out from outside, sounded like someone kicked over the desks blocking the hallway. Wu Bianming's expression froze. He glared toward the window, voice sharp as a blade. Who's there? Thud thud thud. The classroom door suddenly burst open, and two figures rushed in, familiar faces, Ho Liang and Zhang Shi. They bolted forward, maybe hoping to catch Wu Bianming off guard. But just as they reached the door, both of them stopped in their tracks. A moment of silence. Then they both grabbed the door frame and started gagging. Ugh. Totally overwhelmed by the stench. Yuli called it. Wu Bianming, great, more lunatics. Bo Jingmo, idiots. After retching, the two lifted their heads and weakly turned to the person behind them. Bo Jingmo, can you block our sense of smell? We seriously can't handle this. Yuli had been enjoying the show when suddenly, a familiar energy covered her nose. That aura brushed across her cheek, gentle, affectionate, and oddly soothing. In that instant, the horrible smell was sealed away from her completely. The moment the male and female leads made their request, her little boyfriend thought of her first. Yuli blinked in surprise, then her eyes curved into a smile, and beneath her mask, the corners of her lips lifted slightly. She softly murmured 4 words. You did great. Good boy. Deserves a reward. According to Zhang Shi and Ho Liang's plan, they had originally intended to charge straight into the classroom. Ho Liang would be in charge of restraining Qingli, while Zhang Shi would grab the photos. As for Hu Ling and Qi Huang, they were to stay hidden and wait. But the moment they brought up this plan, Bo Jingmo shut it down. His face was expressionless, yet his presence carried a coldness that couldn't be ignored. Grabbing the photos is too dangerous. It'll attract Wu Bianming's attention. Ho Liang should take the photos. Zhang Shi, you handle Qingli. His reasoning was solid. Zhang Shi and Qingli were around the same height. Two women restraining each other wouldn't be too risky. But going for the photos? Way more dangerous. Injury was highly likely. Ho Liang agreed, and the two of them moved in perfect sync, rushing straight toward the classroom. But the moment they reached the doorway, they were immediately overwhelmed by the unbearable stench. Their eyes watered, and they started gagging uncontrollably. In the end, Bo Jingmo, face dark as ever, had to throw them each a smell-blocking aura. That little delay was enough for Wu Bianming to notice them. He narrowed his eyes at the two humans and the ghost standing at the door, voice laced with menace. Bo Jingmo, what's this? You're helping outsiders go against your teacher. Bo Jingmo didn't say a word, just stared coldly at him. Meanwhile, Ho Liang and Zhang Shi had already taken the opportunity to rush inside and begin their assigned tasks. Seeing this, Wu Bianming's rage erupted. His voice thundered with fury, courting death. He raised his hand, palm filled with thick ghostly energy, and flung it toward Ho Liang and Zhang Shi, but halfway there, it was scattered by another wave of black mist. He turned his head, and sure enough, it was Bo Jingmo who had interfered. The man hadn't said a word, but his actions made Wu Bianming even more furious. Gnashing his teeth, Wu Bianming roared, Bo Jingmo, what do you even gain from helping them? They're just humans? Helping your teacher is the right choice. In the very next second, Bo Jingmo vanished from his spot and reappeared right in front of Wu Bianming, expression still cold as ice, and drove a sharp kick into Wu Bianming's stomach. Wu Bianming hadn't expected him to strike so suddenly. He couldn't dodge in time and was kicked off the podium, crashing into the wall, his glasses flying off and clattering to the floor. Clack. The glasses hit the ground with a crisp sound. A few seconds of silence followed. Bo Jingmo's move had instantly escalated the tension in the air. Wu Bianming kept his head down, twisting his neck from side to side. Bones cracked audibly as his joints contorted unnaturally, jutting out in grotesque angles. He let out a sharp tch, then slowly stood and spoke. Bo Jingmo, I actually always liked you. But midway through his sentence, his tone flipped from gentle to icy and sinister. Problem is, you were always too disobedient. And that's the kind of student I hate the most. He suddenly looked up, gray-white hair whipping in the air as if caught in a storm. His pupils had turned pitch black, and his face, now pale and aged, radiated a murderous aura. A suffocating wave of black mist erupted from him, spreading across the classroom like a living entity. In an instant, the entire school was swallowed in a foreboding, dangerous atmosphere. Holy sh*T, he's gone full dark mode. So gross and creepy. Is this the power of a final boss? Can Bo Jingmo handle this? Wait, wasn't Bo Jingmo's photo still in Wu Bianming's hands? Oh crap, you're right. That's bad. I still kinda trust Bo Jingmo's strength though. When's he ever lost? True, but this time his weakness is in someone else's hands. Just like last world, remember Philia? She exploited his weakness too. Huh? Wasn't that just Bo Jingmo faking a tragic romance to get out? That's what I always thought. No way. His first death was Philia killing him. The second one he chose for himself. Been a while since Bo Jingmo's had a real fight. Weirdly excited for this one. Over on Zhang Xi's side, it was surprisingly easy to restrain Qingli mostly because she didn't resist at all. She let Zhang Xi tie her up without a word. Zhang Xi had expected her to try something, but Qingli was being suspiciously cooperative. Holding onto Yu Li's arm, Zhang Xi's gaze shifted as she took in the scene between Wu Bianming and Bo Jingmo. Her eyes widened. What's happening over there? Yu Li glanced over at Ho Liang, who was quickly gathering the photos. Her gaze flickered. Then she suddenly laughed and opened her mouth to explain voluntarily. He's using the students' souls to fuel his own power. Yu Li had figured out Wu Bianming's plan the moment she saw the classroom setup. The photos contained the students' full power. Wu Bianming was using their corpses as vessels, transferring that energy into himself through the pictures. No wonder he said he could beat Bo Jingmo. With that kind of energy boost, it wasn't surprising he'd get overconfident. Yu Li muttered under her breath, truly ruthless. Zhang Xi didn't quite understand all the implications, but she could tell things weren't looking good. Her face darkened as she urgently whispered, then what happens to the students? Yu Li glanced over, lips curling into a playful yet schadenfreude-filled smile. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. What happens? Of course they'll be annihilated. Gone completely. This was essentially trading the students' afterlife years for his own strength. There was no such thing as a good outcome. Yu Li's words completely shattered the last sliver of hope Zhang Xi had left. Her face turned pale in an instant. She shook her head, eyes dazed. No, this can't happen. This was all Wu Bianming's fault. Why should Hu Ling and the others pay the price? Looking at Yu Li's relaxed, carefree face, Zhang Xi grabbed her hand in panic. Qingli, you must know how to stop this, right? You know about this stuff, don't you? Meanwhile, Bo Jingmo and Wu Bianming were locked in a brutal fight, neither gaining the upper hand. Maybe because Wu Bianming's ritual hadn't finished yet, Bo Jingmo was starting to pull ahead. Boom! With a final, thunderous slam, Bo Jingmo lifted Wu Bianming with one hand like taking out the trash and hurled him straight out of the classroom. Wu Bianming crashed into a desk, the wood splintering into useless fragments. He landed in the wreckage, the dense ghost aura that once surrounded him now reduced to a faint wisp. His injuries made him look even more grotesque, and he didn't even have the strength to stand. He gritted his teeth and forced himself up, fists clenched, eyes blazing with bitter hatred as he stared at Bo Jingmo in the doorway, his back molars nearly cracking from the pressure. D***mn it. How could he still lose? Bo Jingmo, that lunatic. Bathed in moonlight, the boy in a school uniform stood tall, his presence elegant like a cedar tree from afar. But in reality, the aura around him was anything but gentle. Fringed bangs partially obscured his face, and in those pitch-black eyes now burned a bright, blood-red glow, rage and violence radiating off him like a wild beast on the hunt. He tilted his head slightly, silently staring down at Wu Bianming outside the classroom. The curve of his lips was cruel, and his pale fingertips trembled with excitement. The rush of killing had stirred something deep within him. His task was done. Even if he killed this man now, Lily wouldn't blame him. Thinking that, the smile on Bo Jingmo's lips deepened. Excitement surged through him, and the red haze of madness took over his mind completely. Only one thought remained. Kill this male ghost. Kill him. Black mist wrapped around Wu Bianming's neck, tightening little by little. Like a python strangling its prey, calm, slow, and lethally precise. Yu Li raised her brows at the sight, saying nothing. A flicker of indulgent amusement lingered in her eyes. Looks like he was about to lose control. Just then, Zhang Xi's frantic plea rang in her ear, finally pulling her attention back. Seeing the girl's panicked, lost expression, Yu Li's eyes softened a little. She lowered her gaze with a gentle smile, her tone sincere as she said, "Sure. Untie me, and I'll tell you how to save the students. Sound good?" As soon as she said that, the chat comments exploded. It's bait? Bait? Don't fall for this evil woman's trap. Don't untie her? She's definitely up to something? But what if she really does know how to stop it? Now that Wu Bianming's life is tied to the students, if he dies, don't the students die too? Bo Jingmo clearly lost it again. I can see it. He hasn't killed in too long. Now that he started, he can't stop. Feels like déjà vu from the newbie dungeon. He killed the original boss and made himself the new one. Honestly, for Qingli, I think there's no way out. No matter who wins, her ending won't be good. Same here. If Bo Jingmo wins, she'll be killed by him. If Wu Bianming wins, that D***mn teacher won't let her go either. Has she used up her protective charms? Tough situation. She kinda has that I'm screwed anyway so screw everything vibe. No wonder she's not scared of dying. She's already given up. She's probably thinking, before I die, I'm taking everyone down with me. That woman's truly vicious. Nods firmly. Got it. She wants to destroy the world with her. Nice. That's real crazy. Gotta admit, Yu Li's suggestion made Zhang Xi hesitate. She instinctively glanced toward Bo Jingmo by the door. Right now, Bo Jingmo had the upper hand, and Ho Liang had finished collecting the photos. if she could handle Qingli within a controllable range. Before she could finish thinking, a lazy voice from the woman drifted over. If you wait any longer, once Bo Jingmo kills Wu Bianming, it'll be too late, you know. Zhang Xi's hand froze. She looked up, resolve forming in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she began to untie the rope while speaking. Qingli, if you don't she didn't get to finish. The moment the rope came undone, her wrist was suddenly grabbed. The next second, she was yanked forward violently. A tearing sound echoed by her ear. She froze, then her eyes flew wide open. A muffled groan of pain escaped her throat, her gaze trembled, full of shock and betrayal. Qingli, she actually. With a clack, the flashlight in her hand hit the ground. Under its dim light, she saw the woman somehow had the knife again. The very knife that had killed Yu Hao was now mercilessly buried in Zhang Xi's stomach. The culprit? The woman before her who looked so gentle. Blood poured out instantly, soaking her black coat, darkening the fabric. Ho Liang's furious, despairing scream came from not far away. Zhang Xi, Qingli, what the h*ll did you do? Zhang Xi's face went pale in an instant. Her body curled up and collapsed, but she still looked up stubbornly, eyes locked onto the woman's masked face. She endured the searing pain and forced out a few words. Why? Hearing that, the woman crouched down, her eyes curved in their usual gentle smile. Her voice was still soft, slow, and graceful. Darling, that was the first thing I taught you. Never. Trust. What? A villain says. With that, she gripped the knife handle and yanked it out with a smile. Warm blood splattered, staining her pale fingertips. It was a second wave of pain. Zhang Xi trembled and screamed instantly. Her face lost all color, lips turned pale, sweat rolled down her cheeks. She bit her lip hard, weak and pitiful. But before she could cover the wound, her chin was lifted again. The next moment, the cold blade pressed against her neck. Yu Li's soft laugh echoed by her ear. Ho Liang, take one more step and your little girlfriend dies. Ho Liang stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging at his temple, rage surging in his chest. He stared at Yu Li like he wanted to kill her. D*mn Qingli? He knew she was rotten to the core. He roared, Qingli, come at me instead. Let Zhang Xi go. Come at you. The woman let out a low chuckle, like she'd heard a joke. Her gaze shifted to the doorway, locking eyes with a certain insane male ghost. The moment Ho Liang called out Qingli's name, Bo Jingmo's hand stopped. The black mist holding Wu Bianming's throat suspended him in midair. Bo Jingmo turned to look over. As their eyes met, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. His eyes were still blood red, but when he locked eyes with her, his expression froze. His brows furrowed slightly, lips pressed tight. No one noticed his fingertips twitch. At the same time, the sticky blood on Yu Li's hand began to move. It gathered and flowed down, dripping from her fingers, until her hand looked pale and clean again. All of this happened in the dim classroom. With the tense situation, no one noticed this strange phenomenon. Yu Li glanced at her own hand and couldn't help but smile. She was the first to break the silence, hiding her grin and speaking with mocking disdain. Bo Jingmo, weren't you trying to protect them? She tilted her head and pressed the blade deeper into Zhang Xi's neck. Fresh blood immediately seeped out. You let Wu Bianming go, and I'll let her go. How about that? Seeing this, Ho Liang's eyes reddened. He instinctively took a step forward. She. Yu Li's gaze sharpened, voice suddenly cold and firm. Ho Liang? I said not another step. At the same time, she pressed harder. More blood oozed out. Zhang Xi winced, her brow scrunching tightly as she groaned in pain. I'll back off? Just don't use the knife. Ho Liang's pupils shrank as he quickly stepped back. But then he heard Yu Li again. Also, throw me the photos you just collected. His face froze in shock. He reflexively wanted to refuse. What? No. But seeing Zhang Xi growing weaker, he gritted his teeth and snapped, fine. Just let Shi go. Yu Li didn't respond right away. Instead, she slowly turned to Bo Jingmo, and you, Bo Jingmo. Within the black mist, the madness in the man's eyes gradually faded. The killing intent in his gaze was pushed deep down. He stood there, silent, staring at the woman. A few seconds passed before his hoarse voice finally broke the tension. Fine. I agree. He wasn't agreeing to Qingli, he was obeying his girlfriend. This was Lily's warning to him. He wasn't allowed to kill Wu Bianming. The black mist withdrew from Wu Bianming's throat. He fell to the ground, then scrambled up in a panic, still wincing from the pain, but his eyes were filled with venom as he clenched something tightly in his hand. Bo Jingmo, you're dead. Meanwhile, Yu Li had gotten the photos of the students. Zhang Xi watched her pick them up, her brows furrowing deeply. Her forehead was drenched in cold sweat, but she still let out a cold laugh and forced herself to speak. Qingli, teaming up with Wu Bianming is pointless. Even if you kill us, he won't spare you either. Unexpectedly, Yu Li just raised an eyebrow and laughed. I know. So what? Either way, don't think any of you are getting out of this unscathed. A trace of confusion flickered across Zhang Xi's face. Before she could make sense of what Qingli meant, she was suddenly shoved aside. Right after, someone caught her steadily. Above her head came Ho Liang's anxious voice. Shi, are you okay? Zhang Xi clutched her stomach and gave a small shake of her head to show she was fine. She looked up at the woman walking away and gritted her teeth. Ho Liang, don't worry about me, go catch Qingli. It's not safe for her to have the photos. Ho Liang hesitated for just a second, then quickly replied, got it. With that, He ran toward Yuli, but the woman casually glanced his way, her tone playful. Wu Bianming, your student's about to steal your photos. The next second, a burst of black mist shot in from outside, lightning fast. No one had time to react. It had been aiming straight for Ho Liang's heart, but thankfully Bo Jingmo acted in time to intercept it. The black mist veered off course, but it still pierced through Ho Liang's thigh. Pain hit instantly. Ho Liang screamed and dropped to his knees, blood gushing from his leg as he clutched the wound, grimacing. Yuli held the photos in one hand, the other tucked lazily in her pocket. She looked at the injured Ho Liang and raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. You two lovebirds really like getting hurt together, huh? With that, she strolled unhurriedly toward the window, leaned against the frame, and looked at Bo Jingmo and Wu Bianming. Both ghosts turned their eyes to her. Wu Bianming had already gotten to his feet. His face was grim as he said, Qingli, give the photos back. They were only safe in his hands. But Yuli just blinked at him and said, give them back. With everyone watching, she raised her index finger and wagged it side to side, slowly drawing out her reply. No way. Wu Bianming. Qingli, UF hashtag at hashtag UN and? Wu Bianming was absolutely fuming right now, practically ready to explode. With Bo Jingmo standing between him and Qingli, he couldn't lash out like he did with Ho Liang. All he could do was watch helplessly as the smug expression bloomed across her face. Yuli waved the photos in her hand and looked at Bo Jingmo with a bright smile. Long time no see, classmate. Oh wait, last time you were at my place, we even had a little moment. Had a moment. Sorry, I took that the wrong way. Get out of here, brain full of gutter thoughts. This is a serious horror film set. Why didn't they show the fight scene between them? I wanna see. Probably wasn't much to see. Bo Jingmo tried to attack, but Qing Li's protective amulet saved her. Plus, she has his photo, so he couldn't do anything. I remember that night Zhang Shi found out Qing Li's true identity. Maybe that plot point was more important than the fight, so they skipped showing it. Fair enough. No wonder Bo Jingmo didn't attack her again. He lost last time, and now he's stuck between Wu Bianming in front and Qing Li behind. He's screwed. This love-hate triangle is so twisted. Bo Jingmo wants to kill Qing Li wants to kill Bo Jingmo, and Wu Bianming wants to kill both. Facing the former classmate who used to bully him, Bo Jingmo didn't show much emotion. He gave her a cold glance and spoke calmly. Qing Li, do you really think Wu Bianming is cooperating with you? In the end, he'll kill you too. Qing Li scoffed at that. Bo Jingmo, and you wouldn't kill me. The look she gave him was full of contempt and disgust. I'd rather die by Wu Bianming's hands than yours. Bo Jingmo's fists clenched, his gaze clouded with unreadable emotion. Even knowing Lily was just acting, he still hated being looked at like that by her. Suppressing the unease and agitation in his heart, he stuck to the plan they agreed on and said, I won't kill you. That stunned everyone present. Bo Jingmo's eyes landed on the photos in Qing Li's hand. He lowered his gaze and spoke slowly, as long as you let the other students go, I won't kill you. You've got my photo, too. I can't touch you. You have nothing to worry about. Qing Li's face instantly twisted into a mocking smile. She shook the photos in her hand. Bo Jingmo, I didn't expect you to be so noble. Are a bunch of useless students really worth it? But Bo Jingmo said, yes. He looked down at his palm. His eyes were calm, tinged with a hint of self-mockery, his voice low and hoarse. Qing Li, I've killed too many people. There's no going back for me. But they haven't. They still have a chance to reincarnate. He glanced at Zhang Shi and Ho Liang. As for what you've done, I can let it go. They can agree not to expose you. Just let these innocent students go. Holy SHT, is Bo Jingmo for real? He's giving up his revenge for the students' chance at reincarnation? My god. So from the start, the reason he didn't kill Qing Li wasn't because he hated her less, it was because he really wanted to save the students. And the stuff he told Zhang Shi before was a lie to make it more convincing? So they'd believe him. DMN. I misjudged you, Bo Jingmo. You really do have a noble side. I thought you were gonna go full vengeance mode. Dude just leveled up emotionally. I'm not used to this. Is this his twin or something? Look at how badly he wants to kill Wu Bianming compared to Qing Li. He barely laid a hand on her. Clearly, he hates Wu Bianming more. The details are all there. I am actually crying. Just let it go, Qing Li. He's suffered enough. Died young, forced to kill by Wu Bianming even after death, and now he's giving up his revenge. He doesn't even hate you anymore. Why do you still hate him? Bo Jingmo was always the quiet one, couldn't connect with classmates, just a lonely ghost carrying his pain silently. Now he's giving up everything to save others. This is heartbreaking. Yeah, this is actually so sad. Barely any screen time lately, completely used and powerless. All his weaknesses in the villain's hands, and he can't do a thing. I didn't feel it at first, but, reading your analysis, I'm sobbing now. He hasn't been killing much lately. Maybe he's regaining his self-awareness. Hard to say. Maybe that's just how this character was from the start. Maybe this ghost had a self-sacrificing personality, and Bo Jingmo inherited it. Whatever it is, this time Bo Jingmo really is pitiful. Gave up his revenge and handed the win to the villain. The system watched the sudden wave of sympathy in the comments and clicked its tongue quietly. Big Sis really knew how to control an audience. This was the plan Yuli had made with Bo Jingmo. She told him to offer Qing Li a truce to save the innocent students. In a horror film, sacrifice was usually the protagonist's job. Yuli had no problem assigning that role to her little boyfriend. So what if he didn't get much screen time earlier? It's the ending that counts. Whoever leaves the deepest impression at the end is who the audience remembers. Once he offered peace, Bo Jingmo's character arc would be complete, and they'd get a happy ending, something the audience would love. Even Bo Jingmo himself had been convinced by her promise of a satisfying resolution. That's the only reason he agreed to the plan. Unfortunately, Yuli never wanted a happily ever after. From the beginning of time, only tragedies left lasting impressions. So she lied to her little boyfriend. The woman standing by the window fell silent for a moment. Then she suddenly let out a soft chuckle, tilted her head, and spoke word by word. Nice offer. But, your photo's not with me. The moment she said that, the previously calm man froze. Confusion surged into his eyes, like a chunk had been ripped out of his heart. Panic and emptiness spread through him. His breath caught in his throat. Like he had a bad feeling, his hand clenched, and he whipped his head toward Wu Bianming. The middle-aged male ghost outside the door was already smiling wickedly at him. He raised his hand holding a very familiar photo. Wu Bianming narrowed his eyes. His lips curled into a smug, sinister grin as he spoke with a mocking tone. Bo Jingmo, your photo is with me. It was like a bomb had gone off in his head. Boom. Bo Jingmo's mind went completely blank. For the first time, his face showed a dazed expression. His blood-red eyes lost focus as he muttered to himself. Why? Lily lied to him. She didn't want a happy ending with him. Why? Was it because she didn't want to stay by his side? Did he mess up? Did the plan go off track? Was Lily angry and didn't want to be with him anymore? Bo Jingmo seemed trapped in a spiral of self-doubt, his mind a chaotic mess. Suddenly, the woman's voice sounded in his ear. Bo Jingmo, I have to say, your suggestion was pretty good. I didn't expect that. He turned his head in a daze and saw the woman smiling with her eyes slightly curved, her tone soft and enticing. I can do what you asked first, but even if you win, you're still not allowed to kill me. How about it? Wu Bianming's expression changed drastically. A sense of dread welled up inside him, and he shouted in fury, Qingli, what are you trying to do? Mr. Wu, Yuli drawled lazily. I'm kind of regretting cooperating with you. As she spoke, she pulled a lighter from her pocket. With a click, a dull flame sprang up from the nozzle. She glanced over, eyes reflecting the flickering firelight so breathtaking under the night sky it was almost unreal. The corners of her eyes lifted slightly with a playful smile. Her red lips curled as she slowly said, because you are just too weak. As the words fell, she raised her hand and lit the photos on fire. No. Wu Bianming howled in despair. He tried to rush forward to stop her only to be blocked halfway by Bo Jingmo. The woman turned her head at the noise and gave them a lazy glance. The flames flickered in her pupils, and the gentleness in her gaze was gone, replaced with something nearly cruel and resolute. Then she let out a soft laugh. Wu Bianming, you want power. As she spoke, she opened the window. Under Wu Bianming's furious, disbelieving gaze, she flung the burning photos out with a flourish. Keep dreaming. Whoosh. In an instant, the photos scattered through the air. Sparks danced like fiery butterflies in the night, soaring far away with fleeting hope. The ashes gradually vanished into the air, leaving no trace behind. At the same time, the figures throughout the school began to fade away. His photos. They were just gone. Wu Bianming's pupils first shrank in shock, then twisted into pure, raging hatred. Black mist surged from his body, his voice turned sharp and grating, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth, soaked in fury and venom. Qingli, I'm going to kill you. Wu Bianming was in a full-blown frenzy now. His twisted features dissolved into black mist, and his limbs began to disintegrate into the same dark fog. The overwhelming killing intent radiating from him was enough to make anyone shudder. He glared at Bo Jingmo, who stood in his way, clutching the photo with a terrifying, shadowed expression. His voice was ice-cold. Bo Jingmo, you can't beat me. I'll kill you first, then I'll go kill Qingli. A stream of black mist released from his hand and instantly, it began devouring the photo, just like Yuli had burned hers moments before. Bo Jingmo let out a muffled grunt, staggering as he grabbed the nearby desk for support. Agonizing pain wrapped around his entire body like a vice. It felt as if countless needles were stabbing into his skin. The heart that should have long stopped beating now throbbed with unbearable spasms, like it would explode at any second. His brows drew together tightly as he bent over, curling up in pain. He looked like he was being consumed by unbearable torment. Wu Bianming grinned with satisfaction at the sight. Bo Jingmo, I told you. But the very next second, his smile froze. The man who had just been hanging his head low suddenly opened his eyes, and at that moment, a boom of black mist exploded from his body. He lifted his head, a frenzy brewing in his eyes, as if his soul had been overtaken by some unamiable force. A red haze spread across his vision, laced with a disturbing madness. His aura turned deadly. Black mist whipped wildly behind him like the tendrils of a demon. Was this Bo Jingmo? He looked like him, and yet, didn't. Wu Bianming's face darkened, full of unease. He instinctively took a step back. But when those blood-red eyes landed on him, his body suddenly froze, unable to move, as if bound by something unseen. The man glanced at Wu Bianming with a lazy flick of his crimson gaze, then chuckled lowly. Now I can kill you. He had been given permission. Wu Bianming hadn't even figured out what was happening when the thick black mist wrapped around him. This fog was far more brutal and dangerous than his own. Scowling, he tried to counter it with his power, but the moment he extended a bit of black mist, his expression stiffened with disbelief. Bo Jingmo's black mist was devouring his. In disbelief, Wu Bianming summoned more, launching a full assault on the barrier. But it was all absorbed instantly. The black mist even began slithering up his energy trails, greedily and mercilessly feeding on his strength. What kind of monster was this? Horror filled his eyes as he stared in shock. This was cannibalizing your own kind? But how? He had destroyed Bo Jingmo's photo, how could he still be this powerful? Zhang Xi and Ho Liang, clutching their wounds, watched in stunned silence. They even forgot their pain. Bo Jingmo, what was happening to him? It was like he'd lost all reason. His eyes were blood red, like a demon crawling from the depths of hell, burning with an unquenchable thirst for blood. Not even in previous dungeons had they seen Bo Jingmo like this. While they were still stunned, a familiar laugh suddenly rang out beside them. Pretty spectacular, huh? They turned. The woman who had been standing by the window was now somehow beside them. Zhang Xi and Ho Liang instantly tensed, but Yuli just stood there with arms crossed, watching the ghostly brawl at the classroom door with amusement. She glanced at their guarded faces, then let out a laugh. Zhang Xi, I'm actually kinda jealous of you guys. Jealous? Zhang Xi was stunned. Yuli propped her chin in her palm and smiled with curved eyes. To be loved, to have someone by your side, that's pretty great, isn't it? She looked out the window, the smile in her eyes slowly fading. And then she spoke softly, honestly, I'm a bit jealous of Hu Ling too. To have such a good friend come save her, even after death. But she had killed so many, and in the end, she was still alone. What was the point? Her voice was so soft, Zhang Xi didn't quite catch it. But before she could ask, the sound of Bo Jingmo and Wu Bianming's battle pulled her attention back. Thick black mist coiled tighter and tighter around Wu Bianming's figure, overwhelming him with a force that could not be resisted. It consumed the black aura from his body relentlessly, darkening into an ink-like density. Red light flashed in Bo Jingmo's eyes as a cruel smile tugged at his lips. He lowered his lashes and slowly curled his fingers, tightening the mist. Ah! Wu Bianming screamed, his pupils trembling as he let out a gut-wrenching howl that echoed through the pitch-black corridor. His limbs thrashed, but he was tightly bound, no escape. The black mist continued to pierce through his body, devouring his soul and ghostly aura. Pain bent his body into a shuddering arc. No, Bo Jingmo, stop. Wu Bianming stretched his neck, his face twisted in agony as he roared hoarsely, that woman. She won't let you go? Work with me and I'll help you kill her. But when he saw the madness in Bo Jingmo's eyes, he froze, and then burst out laughing. In the midst of pain, he laughed wildly, the sound laced with insanity and vengeance. Ha 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 ha, Bo Jingmo, you're using up your afterlife years. You're just like me, so what if you kill me? You'll still die. His head tilted back in crazed laughter as his body began to disintegrate, starting at the feet and spreading upward, piece by piece. In his final moment, Wu Bianming's voice rang with unfiltered spite and glee. Bo Jingmo, I'll be waiting for you in hell. With a boom, his body exploded into countless specks of black smoke. His voice faded with the night wind, vanishing into the air. The instant Wu Bianming disappeared, Bo Jingmo's body could no longer hold out. He collapsed to his knees with a thud. The black mist faded. His head drooped weakly, and loose strands of hair fell over his eyes. The exposed lower half of his face was deathly pale, almost translucent. A fragile yet dangerous air clung to the young man's frame. Ho Liang cried out, Bo Jingmo. But then his pupils shrank as he saw a graceful figure approaching Bo Jingmo. Footsteps echoed softly. Then a warm palm gently settled on Bo Jingmo's head, firm yet subtly possessive. Still, Bo Jingmo didn't move. Yuli looked down at the boy's frail, unresisting figure and slowly curved her eyes into a smile. She spoke gently. Bo Jingmo. Her pale fingertips slid downward. She lazily lifted his chin, her gaze falling on his delicate, aloof features, and let out a soft laugh. You're going to die, too. That means I win. A shadowed emotion lingered in Bo Jingmo's eyes. He lowered them, his voice hoarse, carrying a strange, unreadable feeling. Qingli, if I die, will you let them go? If this was the ending Lily wanted, then he would give it to her. But to everyone's surprise, Qingli opened her mouth and said, word by word, with mocking clarity, no. Meeting Bo Jingmo's stunned gaze, she crouched down, holding that all too familiar small knife in her pale hand. And then, something no one could have expected happened. She placed the knife in Bo Jingmo's hand, then turned the blade toward herself. The blade flashed coldly under the night sky, but her palm remained warm and soft. She tilted her head slightly, eyes curving into a smile. Bo Jingmo, I can't get out either. Did you hear it? The sirens outside just started. As soon as she said that, Zhang Xi and Ho Liang finally heard the sound of police sirens wailing in the distance. Their expressions shifted. Who called the cops? Who the H*LL reports a crime in a horror film? Yuli turned her head toward them, eyes filled with delighted joy. She let out a laugh. I told you I wasn't going to let you off easy. Zhang Xi, you can take responsibility for my death. She ignored their shocked expressions and slowly turned her eyes back to Bo Jingmo. Bo Jingmo, do you know? All these years, I've never forgotten killing you. It's been torture. Every day I've had to live in fear that you'd come back for revenge. Her tone was troubled, like a soft, spoiled complaint. But then, her expression suddenly changed. She smiled sweetly again and said lightly, so, since we're both going to die, I don't want you to go without a burden. Aren't you supposed to be the kind one? She gripped his wrist and gently guided his hand, pressing the blade to her own chest. Facing death, her voice carried a never-before-seen anticipation and excitement. Then I want you to kill me yourself, Bo Jingmo. Even in hell, I want you to remember me, just like I can never forget you. Hate me, resent me, it doesn't matter. You'll never be rid of me. Not in life. Not in death. But forever. A word that lasts longer than life itself. Bo Jingmo stared blankly at the knife in his hand, then looked up into Yu Li's soft, smiling eyes. He was silent for a few seconds. Then a low, unreadable chuckle escaped from his throat, his eyes flickering darkly. Lily, you're doing this to me again. Okay, he whispered. And with that, he drove the blade into her chest, mercilessly. It all happened in an instant. Qingli had used this knife to stab every person present. But in the end, the blade pierced her own heart. Yu Li let out a muffled sound, eyes closed, her body instinctively falling forward only to be caught steadily by the man in front of her. He let go of the knife and wrapped his arms around her waist. His chin rested on her shoulder, his lowered lashes hiding the emotion in his eyes. In a low, hoarse voice filled with tangled, indescribable feeling, he said, Qingli, I will never forget you. With the last of her strength, Yu Li lifted a hand and touched his face. It was both Qingli's taunt and mockery, and Yu Li's praise and comfort to her little boyfriend. She tilted her head and smiled faintly, whispering softly into Bo Jingmo's ear. Double the reward. I'll give it to you next time. And with that, her hand slowly dropped to the ground. Her eyes closed for the last time, and her heartbeat stopped completely in that moment. A leaf slipped from her pocket, drifting gently to the floor. No one knew when blood had stained the soft green leaf. Bright red liquid slowly spread along the veins, until it covered the entire surface. The tender heart-shaped leaf now looked like a real, beating heart. Leaves eventually wither, but blood doesn't. Its crimson stain would remain forever, like a love too fierce to fade, resilient through every world and every space. Life signs of NPC detected as gone. Retrieving host's soul now. They were dead. Bo Jingmo and Qingli both dead. Zhang Shi and Ho Liang stared blankly at the scene in front of them, frozen, until a group of uniformed people burst into the classroom. That's when they finally snapped back to reality. Sen Xiu followed behind the group, and when he saw the classroom's state, his face changed and he instinctively began backing away. Holy sh*T, this scene. Zhang Shi's eyes darkened the moment she saw him. She clenched her teeth and suddenly shouted, Sen Xiu, you're the one who called the police. The leads just got caught, game over. But to her surprise, Sen Xiu blinked in confusion. His tone was puzzled. What? Zhang Shi, wasn't it you who messaged me to call the cops? Zhang Shi, when did I? Mid-sentence, her expression changed dramatically. She quickly reached for her phone only to realize it was gone. The phone she had put in her pocket was missing. When she was being held hostage, that woman had. Zhang Shi's eyes went blank for a moment, a chilling sense of being manipulated washing over her. Then what about Hu Ling? What about the other students? Did she complete the mission, or not? Just as her mind spiraled, a familiar system voice echoed in all the players' heads. Congratulations, players. The decade-long secret of Holy Wings High School has finally been revealed. You were a psychotic teacher with a strong desire for control. You wanted to dominate everything, forcing every student to obey. Any disobedient ones suffered physical punishment. But in the end, you were still just an ordinary teacher. Your abuse was exposed, and you were fired from the school without a doubt. You lost your job, your last lifeline. In despair, you chose to hang yourself. After death, you became a vengeful ghost. But your obsession with control didn't fade, in fact, it intensified. You decided to recreate a classroom of obedient students. And so, you set your sights on your former class. Coincidentally, there was a spoiled rich girl who used to bully a poor but talented student. That student's family was in deep debt, orphaned, emotionally broken. Under your manipulation, the student finally jumped to their death. Everyone believed the rich girl was to blame. Panicked, she tried to bury the incident at all costs. You saw your opportunity and began your slaughter. Someone will always help hide it. You thought gleefully. So you started picking targets. Later, you even discovered a supernatural way to gain power. But you never expected that the same rich girl who helped you would become your biggest obstacle. Selfish, vengeful, and unbearably lonely, her hatred tormented her for countless nights. She was no longer normal. From the moment Bo Jingmo returned for revenge, she knew she couldn't run anymore. Bo Jingmo deliberately exposed the truth on the forums. Everything from that year came to light. But she wasn't willing to go down quietly. She wanted everyone to remember her. With her own life, she tore off the mask hiding the truth at Holy Wings High. She was the origin of the disaster and the final curtain of redemption. Congratulations to all surviving players for completing the main quest, save the students, uncover the truth. The ding-dong of the system notification snapped everyone from their thoughts. While Zhang Shi was still stunned, Ho Liang's voice rang out beside her, excited. Zhang Shi, we did it? We're alive. The injuries they suffered on set, if not fatal, would disappear once they returned to the real world. Now that the film had ended, the pain vanished like a receding tide. Zhang Shi dazedly clutched her abdomen, as if she could still feel the blade's pain buried in her flesh. She suddenly murmured, "No, Ho Liang, we didn't succeed." Ho Liang looked confused. "What do you mean? We did succeed, Shi." But Zhang Shi just shook her head. No, Ho Liang. The main quest completed. That doesn't mean we won. She lifted her head, eyes glimmering, emotions in turmoil. We were the protagonists, weren't we? But in the final story resolution, we weren't even mentioned. Everything that was supposed to be our job was done by that NPC. If Bo Jingmo's mission was to eliminate the ghost, then theirs was to save the students. But in the end, it was Qingli the NPC who saved them. They had merely benefited from her actions, and the system credited them with success. But in reality, the audience would never recognize them. They didn't even do as much as Bo Jingmo. Meanwhile, the viewers in the chat received the same story summary. The film has ended. Thank you for watching. Please rate the characters you loved or hated. No, another CP ended in tragedy. So Qingli did all of this just to give herself a presence? No wonder she called herself the girlfriend, just wanted everyone's attention. Pitiful people always have their flaws, but man, their final scene was stunning. That shot was gorgeous. T. Agreed. Especially the leaf falling at the end, what a perfect touch. Maybe it symbolized a real connection between Bo Jingmo and Qingli. G*T. Can they both come back? I want flashbacks, give me the past. T. No one gonna mention how amazing Bo Jingmo was at the end? He gave up revenge, used up his ghost lifespan to kill Wu Bianming. Legendary. Barely any screen time, but took out the final boss. Wasn't it Qingli though? She saved the students and burned the photos. That's what weakened Wu Bianming. They worked together, okay. Now I wanna ship them again. The main team was so tragic this round. Covered in wounds, but the one who saved everyone was a love-hate NPC. Everyone, go rate the NPCs. That's the new feature, right? Rate away. The rating system appeared next. Unsurprisingly, Bo Jingmo ranked first, followed by Zhangxi and Ho Liang, then Senxiu at the bottom. As for Yu Hao, his name turned gray. That was the mark of a dead player. Without enough points to revive, his soul would be recycled by the system. A cheeky note appeared under his name. La la la, wonderful, welcome to the club. It looked annoyingly smug. Yu Li stood in the void, eyes fixed on Bo Jingmo's score rising by 0.5 points, but her expression showed no relief. The rate of increase would slow from here, and others were climbing too. If she wanted to stay on top, she'd have to place first in every single round. She tapped her chin and scrolled to the top of the board. But no matter what, she couldn't reach it. What's going on? She asked the system beside her. The system replied, that's the protagonist leaderboard. They can't view high-level players, big sis, so we can't see it. Hiding her name and rank was a sensible precaution. Being too noticeable would only make her a target, so Yuli didn't press further. But just then, the system next to her suddenly puffed up in anger and asked, Big sis, why did you have to die at the end? Dying hurts? You could have just gotten arrested by the cops instead. Yuli froze for a second, then a helpless smile tugged at her lips. That was Bo Jingmo's task. The very first night the man came to her, Yuli had already guessed his mission was to kill her. Bo Jingmo hated Qingli, so the first thing he'd do after showing up would naturally be to seek revenge. But her little boyfriend would never actually kill her, which meant his mission wouldn't be completed and his score would be incomplete. So Qingli had to die. She couldn't be allowed to survive the instance. Sensing the concern in the system's voice, Yu Li's eyes curved into a smile. It's okay. It didn't hurt. When her little boyfriend killed her at the end, he'd been so skilled it was over before she even felt pain. She asked the system to put away the projection screen and was about to leave, when the little glowing orb hesitantly asked, Big sis, that ghost catching thing you did in the instance, was that real or fake? God knows how shocked the system had been when it saw that scene. It was just as stunned as the audience. Yu Li's gaze paused, her brow lifting slightly. Was this system even professional? It hadn't even done proper research before binding to someone? Then again, for a system that went around stealing other systems' rules, she probably shouldn't have expected much. With a sigh, Yu Li replied, it was real. She shrugged, her tone casual and lazy, like it was the most ordinary ability in the world. I've always been able to see ghosts. And catching them? I just grab them with my hands. They're light as feathers, really it's easy. System? Sigma, degree, Wa. On the other side, Senxiu, having just been through another instance, opened his eyes in a daze. He held his head, recalled how he acted in the scenario, and couldn't help but suck in a breath, utterly despairing. It's over. He had completely embarrassed himself in front of the audience. Thinking of how pitifully he begged the NPC, Senxiu had only one thought in his heart. Good thing there's no playback FK, if those people saw it, they'd die laughing. Maybe because he thought about it, the phone next to him suddenly rang. Senxiu hesitated for a few seconds before picking up. A man's rough voice came through immediately. Senxiu, you got a different scenario than us last night, how'd it go? Still alive? He spoke with a blank face, what do you think? Ha 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 ha, just kidding. The man teased, sounds like last night's scenario was easy. You got through it alone, huh? Ghosts were weak. Not many. No, the complete opposite. They were both strong and many. Senxiu closed his eyes again. No, I wasn't alone. Ran into 3 solid newcomers. As for Yu Hao, Senxiu didn't want to mention him at all. The guy on the other end was clearly surprised. Yo, that impressive. Senxiu snorted coldly. Impressive newcomers? If you asked him, that NPC was even more impressive. He sat up, thinking about Qingli in the storyline, and couldn't help but ask, "Old Qi, have you ever done the Holy Wings High School scenario?" Qi Mai was stunned. Holy Wings High School? Never been. Hold on, I'll check for you. Sen Xiu changed clothes while waiting for a reply. A few minutes later, Qi Mai's shocked voice came through. *T, Old Xiu, the film set you were on yesterday was a B-rank, but I couldn't find the storyline yet. That it wasn't found was within Sen Xiu's expectations, but he frowned anyway. B-rank? But there were 3 newcomers in it. He'd already been in several film sets, so getting placed into a B-rank wasn't surprising, but how did the newbies end up there too? Weren't they usually assigned to D-rank and worked their way up? No, wait. He remembered one of the newcomers, and his eyes narrowed slightly. That Bo Jingmo was very strong. Sen Xiu hadn't encountered him in the scenario. The man always showed up with Zhang Xi's group, while Sen Xiu had already disappeared from the camera's view by then. Most importantly, Sen Xiu had never met a player whose in-scenario identity was a ghost. If he could solo kill Wu Bianming, then that guy's strength was far from newbie level. I don't know either. What were the names of the newbies you met? I'll go ask around, Qi Mai said casually. Sen Xiu replied, no need. If I run into them again, I'll deal with it then. He threw on his coat and opened the door. The butler was already waiting outside. Young master. Sen Xiu hummed in acknowledgement, then said into the phone, a VIP's coming to the bar today. I'll stop by to check it out. Wanna come? We can grab a drink together. Qi Mai sounded thrilled. Oh snap. President Sen's buying? I'm in. TCH Sen Xiu lazily hung up the phone. The butler beside him spoke in a low voice. Young master, the car is ready. Sen Xiu responded, then suddenly turned back as if he remembered something. Right, aren't we hiring new waitstaff at the bar today? Yes, young master. Good. Pass the word, I'll swing by later. Tell them not to mind me, I'm just taking a look. At the same time, Yuli also woke up at school. She pulled out her phone, paused when she saw it was already past 8, then remembered there were no classes today. She glanced around. Her roommates must have all gone out, she was the only one in the dorm. Yuli yawned and sat up, quickly hopped out of bed to wash up and change clothes, then slung on her bag and got ready to head out. Sis, where are you going? The system perched on her shoulder asked curiously. Looking for a part-time job. Yuli casually tugged down her cap. One hand in her pocket, the other scrolling on her phone, her eyes landed on the bar job listing she bookmarked yesterday. Let's try this one first. The system took a look and was instantly shocked. Whoa, that looks tough. It even had clear requirements for height, weight, looks, and overall vibe. Yuli chuckled. Gotta try first, no guts, no glory. She put away her phone and called a ride to the bar. When she saw the balance deduction message, she suddenly remembered she still had to pay for the ride back. She'd totally forgotten Bo Jingmo always used to pick her up and drop her off. So when she paid, her face showed that quiet kind of death. It had been a while since she last worried about money. She suddenly kind of missed those days when her little boyfriend handed over his paycheck every day. The bar's security saw her plain outfit, typical clean college student attire, and reached out his hand, tone polite and gentle. Sorry, classmate, you need formal wear to enter. Yuli pulled out the job listing. I'm here to interview for the part-time waitstaff position. The security guard froze for a moment, subconsciously glancing at her face. Unlike the other glam girls who showed up in full makeup, this girl was 100% barefaced. Her skin glowed naturally, features were refined and sharp, with gentle lines like ink brush strokes. She blinked, long lashes curling up, and those fox-like eyes curved as she smiled, instantly likable. Her lips were full and rosy, the upward curve of her mouth soft and sweet. She was the kind of pure beauty you couldn't forget after one look. Even the guard, who'd seen his fair share of gorgeous women, was momentarily dazed. Most girls who came to apply would wear at least some makeup, usually to boost their presence and confidence. A pure bare face like this was rare. And that natural base. The guard silently clicked his tongue. She was a stunner. He stepped aside and pointed down a hallway. Just go straight. There's a waiting room. Open the door and wait inside. Everyone in there is here for the same interview. Thank you, big brother. Yuli smiled at him, then pulled her hat lower and walked inside. The guard waved. No problem. Good luck. Cute girl with good vibes, who knows, maybe they'd be co-workers one day. Another security guard leaned in quietly, whispering, I think she's out of luck. Didn't they send out a notice? Young master's coming by for inspection today. The manager probably won't let her through, she already failed the dress code. True. The first guard widened his eyes, a little regretful. D***mn shame, she picked the worst day. He was about to say more when a sleek black sedan suddenly pulled up at the entrance. Its body was smooth and sharply cut, radiating a cold gleam. Luxury and wealth written all over it. Clearly, whoever was inside wasn't just some ordinary person. The 2 security guards immediately went silent, standing by the entrance to welcome the distinguished guest. The driver respectfully opened the door, and a man stepped out of the car. He was tall and straight, wearing a simple shirt, as if he'd been called over last minute, but every move he made carried an air of elegance and nobility. Dark hair fell slightly over his forehead, just covering his cool, aloof features. His expression was indifferent as he looked up, his pitch black eyes devoid of emotion. But this wasn't formal attire either. Then The two guards looked at each other, unsure whether to stop him, when suddenly someone walked out briskly from inside, smiling and reaching out a hand. "Ah, Bo Xiao, you're finally here. It's really hard to get a meeting with you." They recognized this person. He was one of the bar's VIP guests, young master from the Li family. If he was a friend of young Master Li, then there was no way they could block him. They silently swallowed whatever they were about to say and stood off to the side like mute statues. Bo Jingmo glanced down at his watch, his deep voice cold and merciless. "I'm giving you 30 minutes. If you're introducing someone useless to me, don't bother calling me next time. Come on, how could I waste your precious time?" Li Suyang grinned, baring his teeth. "You know the Sen family, right? That Sen Xiu of theirs, he's a few years older than us. I just met him the other day. He's been wanting to meet you for a while now, but you're impossible to get a hold of. So he came to me, and he's already waiting inside." At those words, Bo Jingmo suddenly paused mid-step, eyes narrowing slightly, his tone unreadable. "His name is Sen Xiu." The second time entering the instance, he was completely toyed with by an NPC with independent awareness, no less. Waking up from the scenario, Bo Jingmo opened his eyes calmly, a faint trace of red still lingering in their depths. The man slowly sat up, eyes half-lidded, expression dazed and lost. A few seconds later, he hesitantly raised his hand and touched the side of his face bit by bit there. It still seemed to hold the soft touch of a woman's palm. Everything felt like it had just happened moments ago. That gentle, teasing tone of hers, like a lover's whispered pillow talk, full of indescribable ambiguity and tenderness. "Double the reward. I'll give it to you next time." But all of that was like an ephemeral dream. Once awake, the memory only lasted a second before becoming blurry. He couldn't even remember the woman's face clearly anymore. It was like a reflection in fog, faint and hazy in outline. Every time he tried to recall it, it felt like something was veiled in a thin, invisible mist, impossible to grasp. Sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, spilling golden light across the floor, dazzling as it reflected back in flashes. The man on the bed remained silent, a shadow of unreadable emotion clouding his eyes. He lowered his gaze. The red in his eyes gradually faded, and he slowly murmured two words. "Lily." His voice was still rough from sleep. The way he said that name was both unfamiliar and intimate. Bo Jingmo closed his eyes and clenched his fists. He didn't know how that NPC knew about the condition with his body, but one thing was certain, she clearly knew that blood was a trigger for his episodes. It was strange, every episode felt strange. He used to crave blood and the thrill of killing, but now, after each episode, the only thing in his mind was that woman who triggered it. What was worse, Bo Jingmo was fully aware of what he was doing, yet couldn't fight it at all. He had abandoned all rationality, willingly surrendering himself to her, becoming a tool for her to clear instances. Who exactly was that NPC? Now that he was awake, that heart-pounding feeling was gone. A new emotion began to cloud his eyes, helpless confusion. Why, in the instance, had he fallen for that woman? A message from Zhang Shi popped up on his phone. He told him to check the rankings. Bo Jingmo opened the leaderboard, and his cold eyes froze ever so slightly. His ranking had gone up again. In that instant, it was like he could hear the woman's smiling voice in his ears again. "Boyfriend, listen to me. I'll get you a high score." Bo Jingmo stared silently at the ranking for several seconds. Suddenly, a chuckle slipped from his lips, filled with unclear meaning, part mockery, part helplessness. He might not remember what he felt for her, but her tactics were unforgettable. His eyes flickered. He tapped the edge of the screen with his fingertips, lost in thought. That NPC, was she really just a simple, self-aware NPC? But on the player score sheet, Qing Li's name wasn't listed. Even if he asked Zhang Shi or Ho Liang about her, the useful information they could provide would be limited. Bo Jingmo could already tell she had played all of them in the palm of her hand. Yet that NPC seemed especially interested in him. What exactly was her goal? Hearing Sen Xiu's name from Li Suyang's mouth now sparked a rare interest in Bo Jingmo. But then, he suddenly remembered, didn't he get jealous of a player in that instance? Just because the guy spent more time with the NPC? TCH. He clicked his tongue against the roof of his mouth. As much as Bo Jingmo couldn't recall his feelings for that NPC, he still felt a lingering frustration. That inexplicable emotion was at it again. "What is it, young Master Bo?" Li Suyang saw him suddenly freeze, thinking this young master had changed his mind. Bo Jingmo glanced at him, his tone perfectly calm. "Nothing. Let's go." On the other side, not long after Yuli walked in, she saw a room nearby labeled waiting room. She opened the door and saw a group of beautifully dressed women in elegant clothes. Then she looked down at her own outfit. Yep. Can't even afford clothes. She found an empty seat and sat down, pulling out her phone to look for other part-time jobs. The girl next to her must have been the ultimate extrovert. She just finished chatting with the person on her left when she turned and saw Yuli sitting beside her. When her gaze landed on Yuli's standout profile, her eyes lit up. She leaned over and whispered, "Hey, pretty girl, you here for the part-time interview too?" Yuli's hand paused, instinctively locking her screen. She turned and gave her a warm-eyed smile. "Yeah." Now up close, the girl couldn't help but marvel this was a face straight from the gods. But her eyes drifted to Yuli's plain clothes and jacket. Dressed like this, it might be a tough shot. Yuli raised an eyebrow. "Why?" The girl glanced around and whispered, "The guard at the door told me the bar's owner is personally doing interviews today. The supervisor will first filter people out. After all, the ones brought to the boss have to be top tier. So yeah, in this outfit you'll probably be cut in the first round. But honestly, your face is really stunning. Maybe the supervisor will make an exception for you. A thoughtful look crossed Yu Li's eyes. I see. Her gaze shifted to the girl's delicately made up face, and she smiled gently. You're really pretty too, and so outgoing. You've got great odds. Good luck. Hearing such a heartfelt compliment, the girl blushed and waved her hand modestly. Ah, you're sweet. Honestly, I'm not that confident either. Yu Li smiled in response. She was about to check her phone again when the girl spoke up. By the way, do you want to put on some makeup? I brought my kit. I can help you freshen up a bit. But when she got a good look at Yu Li's smooth, flawless skin, her voice trailed off. She didn't really need it. Yu Li smiled and waved her hand. No thanks. Even if I did, I don't have anything to remove it with after. The original host didn't even own makeup, let alone makeup remover. Alright. The girl packed up her things. But she couldn't keep quiet long. Sigh, I looked around. There are so many gorgeous girls here. It's gonna be tough. She leaned in and whispered, and I heard some people even slipped money under the table. That caught Yu Li's attention. She paused, looked over curiously. Bribes. Yup. The girl gave her a knowing look. This bar is one of the top tier ones in J City. The people who come here no need to even explain their status. If you're lucky enough to get noticed by some big shot while working here, well, you get it. It's like one of those CEO romance novels coming to life. Who cares about the measly hourly wage? What they're after is the opportunity. Most of the girls here aren't short on money. Just look at how well maintained their faces are. Even she herself was just here to test the waters. If she were really strapped for cash, she would have gone straight for a long-term job. Yu Li. She did care about that measly hourly wage. The girl saw the faint expression on Yu Li's face and felt her heart skip a beat. She blinked. Wait, pretty girl, don't tell me, you saw the pay and actually came just for the job. Yeah, no wonder she showed up dressed like that. The girl couldn't understand. Then why don't you apply for long-term work? It pays more. Yu Li let out a long sigh. I have classes. Can't really skip them. Can't argue with that. After a few exchanges, Yu Li knew the chances of being selected weren't great. But she couldn't just leave empty-handed, right? She tapped her phone lightly with her fingertip, still thinking, when the door suddenly opened and a calm, deep voice spoke. You're all here for part-time interviews. The man who entered was middle-aged, slightly thin, with a sharp chin. His hair was meticulously styled, and he wore a clearly expensive suit with a glimpse of a crisp white shirt beneath. He looked like a capable executive assistant. He wore glasses, and as he squinted to scan the room, there was a serious scrutiny in his gaze. He adjusted his glasses, closed the door behind him, and someone beside him handed over a folder. The man glanced over the list inside, speaking in a neutral tone. We'll start the first round of screening now. Raise your hand when your name is called. If I say pass, follow the person outside to another waiting room. If your name isn't called, stay here. Once we're done, you can leave. The girl next to Yu Li was visibly excited and whispered, that was fast. Damn, the security guy was right. There really is a higher up doing the interview today, and the supervisor's already picking people. The middle-aged man began calling names one by one, and the number of people in the room gradually decreased. Those who weren't chosen showed obvious disappointment on their faces. The girl next to Yu Li got selected. Her eyes were shining with excitement, and before heading out, she gave Yu Li a little fighting gesture. Yu Li smiled back at her, nodded slightly, and mouthed silently, good luck. Not long after, the middle-aged man finally called Yu Li's name. Yu Li. Yu Li raised her hand, but the man only glanced briefly at her outfit, didn't even look at her completely, then lowered his head and kept calling the next name. It was obvious she was out. And it happened fast. Even though she'd expected this ending, it still stung. After the middle-aged man left, Yu Li took off her hat. All around her were the bitter mutters of those who hadn't been selected. Her gaze, however, remained calm. She smoothed down the hair flattened by the hat, propped her head lazily on one hand, and started looking around for fun spots nearby. The system watched her and asked, Sis, you're not looking for a part-time job anymore. This place is too far. I was only considering this one anyway. Didn't get picked, that's fine. Since I'm already here, might as well enjoy myself a little. One day won't hurt. Yu Li gently patted its little round head. I'll take you out for fun too. It must be boring for you, following me to classes every day. She'd long noticed this little system was just like a kid, endlessly curious about things in the real world. It would even sit on her shoulder and listen to the teachers during lectures. Kinda cute, actually. Since it's here to help her, she should treat it nicely. The little glowing orb was instantly touched beyond belief, squealing with delight. What? Really? We've you? Host, you're such a good person. No wonder even the big villain Bojingmo likes her? It likes her too. We've. The system's excited little voice made Yu Li curl her lips into a smile. So easy to please. Just as the two were enjoying themselves, her phone suddenly rang. When she saw the name on the screen, Yu Li's eyes flickered slightly. It was from the other department head. She glanced at the noisy room and stood up, walking down the corridor with the vibrating phone in hand. She hadn't expected the corridor to connect directly to the interior of the bar. Maybe because it was daytime, there weren't many people inside. Just a few were seated at the bar. The hall played soft music, and the lavish, glittering decor filled the space at night. This place would be something else entirely. Her outfit clearly clashed with the elegant bar atmosphere, so Yuli didn't walk in any further. She was about to turn back when the system said it had never seen a bar and wanted to check it out. The little system was rarely so curious, so Yuli didn't refuse. She found a quiet corner where she wouldn't disturb anyone and answered the call. As soon as she picked up, an angry voice burst through. Yuli, why did you take so long to answer? Do you know the teacher is pressuring me? Wasn't that thing assigned to you? Why don't I have results yet? Leaning against the wall, Yuli narrowed her eyes and lowered her voice. Assigned to me? In what capacity? As a leader or as a teacher? Maybe the guy didn't expect the usually timid Yuli to snap back. He paused, then got even more aggressive. Yuli, what's that supposed to mean? I've got a lot on my plate with school. You're the department head, you should be helping more. Yuli's tone was soft, laced with amusement. Oh, so you do know you're the department head. School's so busy you can't glance at your phone for 1 second? I sent the task distribution in the group chat and already did a year's worth of workload. Shouldn't the rest be yours? While he was momentarily speechless, she continued coldly, the teacher came to you. Don't try to throw the blame on me. If you didn't get it done, deal with the consequences yourself. Do it if you want. If not, tell the teacher. I've done more than enough. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end before he gritted out, Yuli, with that attitude, how can you call yourself a department head? I'm going to report this to the president later. Yuli. She almost laughed. Are you in elementary school? If you've got time to tattle, might as well finish the job. That shut him up even more. He was about to retort when Yuli suddenly started laughing softly. And if I find out you try to pin this on me again, I'll kill you dead, okay? She dragged out the last few words slowly, still in a light, joking tone, but on the other end of the line, the guy felt a chill creep down his back. He clenched his phone, the threat he'd wanted to make stuck in his throat. How had she changed so much in just a few days? He was angry but couldn't win the argument. In the end, he could only hang up with a cold snort, Yuli, just you wait. After hanging up, Yuli glanced coldly at his contact name. Jopan. What a pain. She put her phone away and was about to leave when she suddenly felt a gaze coming from the second floor. She froze for a moment, then lifted her eyelids and looked over calmly. There was still a faint coldness in her eyes. Those fox-like eyes looked over without emotion, and the blank expression on her face gave off an unexpected pressure. A small girl with pressure? Sen Xiu was amused by his own ridiculous thought. As if he had just finished meeting Bo Jingmo and had used an excuse to come out and take a breather. No one knew the stunned, dazed look on Sen Xiu's face when he saw Bo Jingmo. The young master of the Bo family was practically a ghost never shown publicly online. Any photo tied to the name Bo Jingmo was wildly inconsistent. No one knew what he actually looked like. Even during the scenario, when he heard the name Bo Jingmo, he hadn't thought much of it, just assumed it was a coincidence. But the moment they met, Sen Xiu felt the player's presence from him. Maybe it was because they both had systems. Players could sense each other when close. In that moment, he had only one thought. Bo Jingmo was actually a player. Sen Xiu couldn't wrap his head around it. Why would a powerful heir like Bo Jingmo join the game? What could he possibly want? Power? Money? Obviously impossible. When they met, Bo Jingmo's pitch-black eyes were completely emotionless, his brows and eyes full of cold detachment. His facial features were sharp and unyielding, like a slab of ice-cold stone. After glancing up at him, his aura grew even colder. But the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, and his deep voice carried a subtle edge. President Sen, I heard you've been wanting to meet me. Facing those eyes, Sen Xiu couldn't help but shiver. It felt like being stared down by a venomous python. That cold, dangerous aura crept up his spine instantly. His smile froze, and he stammered out, why yeah. Seriously, had he offended this guy before? The pressure was unreal. He was clearly older than Bo Jingmo, yet in this moment, he felt like a nervous kid, while the other man remained effortlessly calm. Once he realized Bo Jingmo was a player, the same newcomer he'd encountered the night before, Sen Xiu quietly suggested he stay. He mentioned another player friend of his would be coming shortly. Judging by Bo Jingmo's disinterested look, Sen Xiu thought he'd refuse. But the man simply nodded, crossed his legs, and sat lazily on the sofa. Sure. I'll wait here for your friend. Hearing that, Sen Xiu finally had an excuse to escape that suffocating room. He rushed out to call Chi Mai and told that guy to come ASAP. The strong newbie from last night was here. He also told the supervisor he'd be skipping the interview session today, they could handle it on their own. The suddenly notified supervisor. Fine. As a working stiff, he was already used to the boss changing plans on a whim. Sen Xiu was waiting just outside the private room for Chi Mai to arrive, but he hadn't expected that a casual glance downward would catch sight of a girl standing in the corner. She had jet black hair and fair skin. Even though her features were somewhat blurry from this angle, her outstanding appearance was still clear. Even dressed plainly and standing quietly in a corner, her aura made her stand out immediately. Quite a few people in the bar were secretly stealing glances at her. She leaned lazily against the wall while talking on the phone. Though her lips were curved in a smile, her eyes were full of coldness. That kind of look stirred a strange sense of familiarity in Sen Xiu. He just kept watching her inexplicably as she finished the call. Then, the moment their eyes met, he froze. Holding his wine glass, he casually raised it, flashing what he thought was a perfect smile at Yuli. But to his surprise, the moment she saw his face, she raised an eyebrow and then her expression turned playfully amused. Upon spotting the man upstairs, the girl folded her arms, tilted her head against the wall, and curled her eyes into a smile as she mouthed two silent words. Sen Xiu. The moment he recognized what she was saying and matched it with those familiar, sly fox-like eyes, Sen Xiu's smile instantly froze. It was like an electric current shot up his spine. He nearly dropped his wine glass in shock as his eyes widened in disbelief. Qingli? This feeling was just too familiar for Sen Xiu. That girl's casual smile and gaze were exactly the same as Qingli's in the instance. Their faces were clearly different, but if you looked closely, those fox-like eyes, the subtle differences in their features, the overall vibe they gave off was strikingly similar. Sen Xiu closed his eyes for a moment, then suddenly snapped them open. He grabbed the railing and craned his neck to get a better look. The movement was a bit lacking in grace, but he didn't care about that right now. No, something was off. Setting aside the fact that Qingli was an NPC, this girl didn't have a single trace of the system's presence on her either. She wasn't even a player. Then why? And how did she know his name? Sen Xiu was sure he hadn't seen wrong. He glanced at a passing waiter, then suddenly reached out to stop him. Wait a second. A few minutes later, Yuli received an invitation from the waiter downstairs. Hello, miss. Our boss would like to invite you upstairs for a chat. Yuli glanced in Sen Xiu's direction and slowly replied under his intense gaze. Sure. Once she was upstairs and her face came into clearer view, Sen Xiu tightened his grip on his wine glass, his brows furrowing slightly though his expression didn't change. Now she didn't look quite as much like her. Why? Still, he kept a smile on his face as he said, You look like you're still a student. What brings you to a bar? Yuli, who had just been called little sister. She gave him a complicated look, one hand in her pocket, then smiled slightly and said calmly, Uncle, I have a name. Yuli. Sen Xiu, now called Uncle. The corner of his eye twitched, and the gentle smile on his lips nearly fell apart. F me. That tone again. Different name, different voice, different look, not even a player. And yet Sen Xiu couldn't shake the weird feeling. What, did he have a masochistic streak? Start catching feelings for anyone who roasted him? Just the thought sent chills down his spine. His gaze wandered over Yuli subtly. So Yuli, what are you doing here? Dressed like that, I'm surprised security let you in. I came to interview for a part-time waitress job. Before Sen Xiu could say anything else, she added with a slightly regretful expression, Too bad I got cut after the first round. Waitress? Sen Xiu remembered today's job interviews. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Yuli's face as he slowly asked, Then how do you know my name? Yuli blinked and flashed a big smile. What a funny question. Of course it was. Under Sen Xiu's tense and expectant gaze, her lips parted and formed two words. Do, search engine. Sen Xiu. Truth was, Yuli didn't know Sen Xiu's real identity at first. It was the system that had just looked it up for her. His identity was way easier to dig up than Bojingmo's. Tons of info online. A young master from the Sen family. Now that, Yuli hadn't expected. She looked at his face, refined and polished, not all that different from inside the instance. Sharp chin, thick brows, narrow eyes with that flirty peach blossom shape, a high nose bridge, and a pair of glasses that made him look clever. But the moment he opened his mouth, the illusion shattered. Her hand stayed in her pocket, her expression calm, but her mind was racing. Sen Xiu must have noticed the resemblance between her and her in-instance self, that's why he asked her up. But Yuli had intentionally let him notice. In the real world, she needed a long-term player ally. The system alone wasn't enough. The male and female leads were out. Bo Jingmo was definitely out. She still had games to play with him. After thinking it over, Sen Xiu was the only one who barely made the cut. Back in the instance, Yuli had spared him more than once because of that. But before anything else, she had to test the waters. She hadn't even decided on a method yet when a rough voice called out nearby, Hey, Lao Xiu. Sen Xiu pushed up his glasses, turned around, and called out, Chi Mai. Yuli followed his gaze and raised her brows slightly. Another player? She watched Sen Xiu and the tall man chat, then both of their eyes turned toward her. Yuli? Sen Xiu still felt something was off about this Yuli, but he had no good reason to keep her here. He rubbed his chin, eyes flickering, then suddenly said, Yuli, didn't you say you wanted a part-time job? Yuli stood there calmly, waiting for him to continue. How about trying out now? I'll personally interview you and see what you can do. His face practically said, You're welcome. What an honor, right? But the girl stayed blank-faced. Working for free. Seeing her turn to leave, Sen Xiu quickly added, Of course not. No matter the result, I'll pay you as promised. And not at the part-time rate, at the full-time one. That last bit made Yuli pause. Her smile became more genuine as she pulled her hand from her pocket, eyes curving. All right, boss Sen. Sen Xiu. Why did it feel like he'd just hired his ancestor? When she opened the door to the private room and saw the man on the sofa, Yuli froze for a moment. Bo Jingmo was here too? Hearing the noise, the man looked up. His long legs were casually crossed, one hand resting on the back of the sofa, the other holding a phone. His relaxed gaze first landed on Chi Mai, who walked in with Sen Xiu. But when his eyes shifted and landed on Yuli's face, his lazy, indifferent look noticeably froze for a second. He instinctively clenched his phone. His deep-set features were hidden in the shadows, making it impossible to read the emotion in his eyes. This girl, was she a player too? No, she wasn't. Bo Jingmo couldn't sense any trace of the system on her, just like the first time they met. She looked like nothing more than an ordinary student. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, but not a trace of it showed on his face. He simply pressed his lips together and silently watched Yu Li's every move, his fingertips tapping the edge of his phone, a shadowy, unreadable look in his eyes. Sen Xiu hadn't noticed Bo Jingmo's behavior. He brought Chi Mai over to sit on the sofa on the other side. He had planned to introduce them, but didn't expect that young Master Bo's gaze had been fixed on Yu Li ever since she walked in. Remembering that Bo Jingmo didn't like having outsiders around, Sen Xiu quickly spoke up to explain. She's a waitress here at the bar, came to pour drinks for us. If it makes you uncomfortable, young Master Bo, I'll have her step out. Bo Jingmo didn't say anything. At those words, he glanced over with a cool expression. Waitress? This girl was working as a waitress here? He suddenly spoke, voice low and laced with a hard-to-place emotion. You feeling better now? Sen Xiu didn't catch the meaning at first. He even wondered why Bo Jingmo was suddenly so concerned about his health. He was just about to respond when that little part-timer who had followed them in smiled shyly and said in a soft voice. Much better. Thank you for your concern, senior. Sen Xiu, did she get possessed? The man gave a quiet in reply, but his gaze still didn't shift. He continued to stare at the girl's face, eyes calm and unreadable like a still lake. But beneath that calm, his emotions were anything but. Something churned violently inside him, and his fingers tapped against his phone screen faster without him realizing. Why was she working as a bar waitress? Was she that desperate for money? Didn't she know how dangerous this kind of job could be for a student? His brows knit tighter. The more he thought about it, the hotter he felt. He raised the arm resting on the back of the sofa and undid one of the buttons at his collar. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing a section of his lean, toned forearm. With the collar slightly undone, his Adam's apple shifted up and down. Beneath the shirt, you could vaguely see the refined lines of his muscles. His cold, restrained aura and that air of elegance made it hard to look away. The rich scent of liquor lingered in the private room, blending with the cool pine on the man's body. Yu Li's nose twitched slightly, and she slowly narrowed her eyes. A faint gleam flickered in those fox-like eyes hiding in the shadows. Then that girl's voice echoed in her ear. If some rich guy takes a liking to you, you know, like those CEO romance novels. CEO romance novels, huh? Yu Li licked her lips and let out a silent smile. Now she understood. Because she was about to seduce her CEO too. Right after he asked, Yu Li took the initiative to walk up to him. She leaned down slightly, eyes curving as she smiled politely. Would you like me to open the wine for you? Her soft, sweet voice made her seem extra obedient. And with those beautiful fox-like eyes staring straight at him like that, what man could resist? Sen Xiu was dumbstruck on the spot. What the **LLY though? He was the boss. She couldn't seriously be trying to seduce someone right in front of her own boss, could she? Even Chi Mai was a little thrown off by the situation. But knowing who was sitting on the other side, young Master from the Bo family, he naturally didn't dare say a word. And how did young Master Bo react? The man was still sitting steadily on the sofa, and his eyes hadn't left Yu Li from the start. When he heard her question, his gaze flickered slightly. He didn't answer right away, but instead asked an unrelated question out of nowhere. How long have you been here? His voice was low and mellow, like it was wrapped in a thin veil, restrained but simmering underneath. Yu Li slowly sat down beside him. Seeing that he didn't object at all, she turned her head and answered sweetly, I just clocked in 5 minutes ago. Bo Jingmo clearly hadn't expected that answer. His gaze paused briefly before turning to look directly at her stunningly fair face. His heart skipped a beat, just one, but enough for him to quietly shift his eyes away. A low escaped his throat. A few seconds later, the man's thin lips parted slightly. Go ahead. He was her first. That realization washed away the sulky frustration that had been building inside Bo Jingmo. He couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from lifting as he narrowed his eyes, locking his gaze on the girl next to him. In the dim private room, the girl's fair and slender fingers gently picked up the aged, expensive bottle of red wine. Under the light, the glass reflected a deep and mysterious luster. Her fingers deftly wrapped around the neck of the bottle. She picked up the corkscrew from the table and carefully twisted the spiral into the cork. Her other hand held the bottle steady to keep it from moving. With each turn, the cork began to rise. At the final moment, she gave a gentle tug. The cork came out in one piece, not a single bit broken. Her expression was focused, her movements calm and graceful. Her lowered lashes cast shadows over her cheeks, making her look even more exquisitely beautiful. She easily drew the attention of everyone in the room. After finishing, she poured the wine into a glass, picked it up, and gently offered it to the man beside her. With a faint smile, her voice came soft and smooth. Young Master Bo, have a drink. Right then, the man's pitch-black pupils were frighteningly dark, like they were burning with desire. His lips were pressed into a tight line as he tried to suppress the rush of emotion inside. His gaze dropped. He looked at the glass being handed to him, and under the dim lighting, the red wine shimmered like a gem, making her slender fingers look even more delicate. He pressed his tongue to the roof of his mouth, forced down the strange feeling in his chest, and took the glass, his fingertips barely brushing hers. His voice was hoarse. Thank you. Yu Li sat back on the sofa after that, then turned and smiled at Sen Xiu across the way. Boss, would you like a glass too? Bo Jingmo's movement froze slightly when he heard that. He casually lifted his eyes to glance at Sen Xiu, his expression completely unreadable. But Sen Xiu felt it clearly like he was being stared down by death itself. A chill crept up his back. While cursing in his head, aren't I the boss here? Isn't it normal for a waitress to pour me a drink? He waved his hand and bent down to get a glass himself. I'll pour it myself, I'll pour it myself. He poured one for Chi Mai as well, then finally got down to business. Glancing at Yuli beside him, he paused a moment before slowly starting. This is Chi Mai. Like me, he's been through several instances. As soon as he said that, Sen Xiu instinctively looked at Yuli's face, trying to catch any cracks in her expression. But the girl still wore that polite smile, listening quietly like what they were talking about was no big deal. Bo Jingmo also looked over at her. She just blinked at him gently, pure and sweet on the surface. He took a sip of wine, thoughtful. Earlier, he seemed to have caught a very familiar, intoxicating scent on this girl. Just like that NPC. But now, it was gone. Bo Jingmo tightened his grip on the wine glass, his gaze shadowed and unreadable. Sen Xiu saw Yuli like this and knew there was no point asking more. He waved her off. You can wait outside for now. Yuli stood up, nodded with a gentle smile, and replied, all right. Once she was out the door, Sen Xiu finally turned to Bo Jingmo with a smile. Young Master Bo, did you officially enter the instance yesterday? Bo Jingmo gave a soft millimeter. His long fingers swirled the wine glass, the liquid inside shimmering with pale ripples under the light. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, that NPC from yesterday's instance, when you interacted with her, did you notice anything off? Meeting those pitch black eyes, Sen Xiu froze for a second. Off. He looked at Chi Mai too, but the guy looked just as confused. What could possibly be off about an NPC? Seeing their reactions, Bo Jingmo knew he wouldn't get an answer, but strangely, he realized, he didn't care about one anymore. That NPC suddenly didn't feel important at all. Bo Jingmo lowered his eyes and downed the rest of his wine in one go. Then he stood up, his tone cold and distant with politeness. That's all. I've asked what I needed. That's it. Sen Xiu was stunned. He had thought Bo Jingmo wanted to know more about the system, like rankings, points, or information on other players. But it seemed like he only cared about that NPC. No, now he didn't even care about her anymore. Instead, he was in a hurry to leave. Sen Xiu quickly stood and blurted out his real intention. Young Master Bo, I actually wanted to talk about a possible collaboration. Would you consider working with us? We've got experience and a pretty solid team already. Your strength is impressive. If we work together, in future instances we could definitely. No need. He was cut off instantly. Bo Jingmo glanced at him, then said something so shocking it left Sen Xiu speechless. I can't team up with you. Once I become a ghost in the game, I lose all self-awareness. No self-awareness? That was even possible? Sen Xiu's brain stalled. So in the last instance, Bo Jingmo wasn't even controlling himself? That couldn't be. His name had shown up on the final leaderboard. He even helped Zhangxi's group complete the mission and had the highest score. How could he do all that without being conscious? Sen Xiu had never seen Bo Jingmo in full slaughter mode, so he couldn't make sense of what he'd just heard. All he could do was nod blankly. Okay, then you. Halfway through, he didn't even know how to continue. What was he supposed to say? So if we meet in the game, could you go easy on me? That'd be way too embarrassing. Sen Xiu's expression went through a series of internal meltdowns as he watched Bo Jingmo head for the door. After hesitating a long moment, he still couldn't resist saying, but that NPC, she really was the most unique one I've ever encountered. At that exact moment, the door opened just in time for those words to reach Yu Li's ears outside. She turned her head, and her gaze met all three of theirs inside the room. It was like the girl hadn't heard anything they were just discussing. She curved her eyes into a smile and said, Boss, did I pass today? Sen Xiu was caught off guard for a second. His gaze instinctively flicked toward Bo Jingmo. The man didn't say anything, so Sen Xiu hesitated before responding. Passed. Her wine opening technique was clearly skilled, honestly, even elegant to watch. He had to admit, even if this had been a normal interview, he would have given her full marks. And now she knew Bo Jingmo? He had no clue what that guy was thinking. But no objection, probably meant approval, right? Bo Jingmo's thoughts were unreadable, but Yuli lit up at Sen Xiu's words and said happily, Great, thank you. I'll talk to the supervisor later about my schedule, then. Sen Xiu, of course, had no objections. But a certain someone standing next to him? Not looking too pleased. You still planning to work tonight? After Sen Xiu and Chi Mai left, Bo Jingmo finally couldn't help but ask. His voice carried a hint of frustration even he hadn't noticed, staring at the girl's bright, smiling face. Yuli blinked at him. She picked up the red wine bottle on the table and looked up innocently. Yeah, of course. Otherwise, how am I supposed to afford going back to school? That made Bo Jingmo frown. But he didn't know what to say, fingers in his pocket clenching and loosening repeatedly. In the end, he leaned against the door, trying to sound casual. It's not really safe for students to work in a bar. Yuli stepped up to the door and stared at him. Senior, is that something the student council president should be concerned about? Bo Jingmo averted his gaze. After a few seconds, he gave a soft, yeah. Yuli nearly laughed out loud. She forced her smile down and instead gave him a bright, polite smile. No worries, senior. I'm an adult now. I can handle myself. With that, she took the wine bottle and turned to leave. Bo Jingmo instinctively moved to stop her, but logic held him back. They were just schoolmates at best. He had no right to interfere with her choices. But the thought of her walking into other private rooms, pouring drinks for strangers like she did for him, his frown deepened, and an unbearable irritation twisted in his chest like a taut string, threatening to snap at any second. He leaned against the door frame, eyes lowered, expression lazy and indifferent. But inside, his mind was working overtime trying to figure out a reasonable way to get her out of here. Ask Sen Xiu to fire her? No good. She'd definitely know it was him. His fingers tapped against the wall in a slow rhythm. Then suddenly, the tapping stopped, and a dark glint flashed through his eyes. Got it. Elsewhere, the system had no idea why Yuli had suddenly walked away. It glanced upstairs at Bo Jingmo and asked in confusion. Sis, weren't you trying to get close to Bo Jingmo? That was the perfect moment. Why'd you leave? Yuli placed the tray on the table. The sweet, obedient smile on her face faded bit by bit, replaced by a laid-back calmness. She placed the glasses into the sink one by one and turned on the faucet. Water gushed out as she raised an eyebrow at the system's question. I'm not trying to get close to Bo Jingmo. I'm giving him the chance to get to know me. Back during their first encounter, she had deliberately leaked a bit of her aura in hopes that regaining her memory would move faster. That man had already shown interest and suspicion toward her. If she pushed too hard now, it only exposed the traits she had in the instance. That damn man could be annoyingly perceptive sometimes. If he caught on, it ruined the fun. After changing into her server uniform in the locker room, she walked out and casually scanned the area. No sign of Bo Jingmo, but she could feel someone's eyes on her, watching her closely. Yuli pretended not to notice. Her expression stayed the same as she picked up a glass of water and placed it on the tray. Just as she was about to carry it to one of the private rooms, a man reeking of alcohol stumbled into the hallway. His steps were unsteady, face flushed, and he burped loudly, eyes glassy and unfocused, completely hammered. Yuli pressed herself against the wall, holding the tray steady in her hands. But then she heard the sound of hurried footsteps behind her. She was just about to turn her head when someone bumped her from behind. The tray flew from her hands and hit the ground, glass shattering with a crisp crash. Yuli staggered a step forward. Then came an angry roar from the man in front of her. What the H*LL kind of service is this? She looked up and saw his shirt soaked with water. Whoever had crashed into her was already long gone. The drunk man's emotions escalated quickly. He grabbed his shirt and yelled, "This is how your bar trains staff? Who hired someone like you? Get your manager out here." Yuli. She couldn't help curling her lips slightly, pressing her tongue to the inside of her cheek. Wow, looks like someone wants to play the CEO romance game even harder than she does. Since Bo Jingmo was playing the gentle, caring senior, she didn't mind playing the fragile little white flower junior. Shards of glass sparkled on the floor, their jagged edges gleaming under the white light. The blurry reflections of the two figures shimmered faintly in the broken pieces. The brand new waitress, on her very first day, was being harassed by a customer. Her face was pale with fright. Her eyes welled up with tears as she mumbled in a trembling voice, "I'm sorry, sir. I'll cover all the damages. Please don't tell my manager, this is my first day." The man looked annoyed. "Like I care what day it is? Can you even afford this shirt? This is..." But as soon as he got a clear look at her delicate, stunning face, his drunken haze vanished with a snap. His eyes lit up with something wicked. He stepped closer, smirking lecherously. "Oh, your first day, huh? Of course I won't tell your manager. Not if you apologize to me properly, how about that?" Her eyes were flushed pink, her gorgeous fox-like eyes shimmering with unshed tears, an image of fragile beauty. Yuli's pupils trembled as she bit her lip and backed away, eyes full of fear. "I already apologized. TCH. So annoying." She glanced at the hand reaching toward her, her eyes cold and indifferent. But on the surface, her expression remained tearful. She backed away with wide, frightened eyes, voice trembling. "If you keep this up, I'll call the police." The little beauty's fear only fueled the man's filthy desire. He narrowed his eyes, and his breath reeked of sour alcohol. "What's with the nerves? I just want a proper apology. You got my shirt all wet. Saying sorry is the least you could do. Maybe the hallway's not the right place. Why don't you come into my room and try again?" His hand reached closer, and Yuli's body visibly shook. Tears rolled silently down her cheeks, gliding over her smooth skin. It was midday, and most of the servers had gone for their shift change. Even if she wanted to call for help, there was no one around. She cried like a delicate blossom in the rain, voice soft and desperate. "Please, don't do this." To the man, it was just more meaningless resistance. He licked his dry lips, his vile intent practically oozing from his eyes. Just as his hand was about to grab her wrist, Yuli's pupils shrank. She scrambled backward. And suddenly, she felt a warm chest press up behind her. A coat was gently draped over her head, plunging her into darkness. She was enveloped in a cold pine scent. A strong yet gentle arm wrapped around her waist from behind. His voice came low and firm, filled with safety and warmth. "Don't be afraid." Yuli's body trembled uncontrollably, looking like she'd been frightened out of her mind. But beneath the coat, her expression was completely calm. She lazily lifted a hand to wipe away her fake tears, the corners of her mouth curling upward in a slow, knowing smirk. "Finally showing yourself, huh, you'd *MN dog." The girl in his arms buried her head in his chest, her whole body radiating helpless panic, like he was the only person she could trust. Her soft, slender waist couldn't even fill his hand. Bo Jingmo's gaze darkened, and he tightened his arms around her without making a sound, slowly pulling her closer into his embrace. A part of his heart felt like it had been filled up with something, a hard-to-describe sense of contentment and joy swirling through him. He narrowed his eyes, a look of satisfaction creeping into them. His chin brushed lightly against the top of her head, an unmistakable display of possessiveness. The drunken man's face twisted with rage when he saw someone interfering with his fun. He pointed at Bo Jingmo and cursed, "What the hell does this have to do with you? F off." But the man opposite him just lifted his eyes slightly and cast a glance his way, calm and indifferent. That look, filled with condescending disdain, was like the deep ocean, dark, unfathomable, hiding an oppressive coldness beneath its surface. The drunken man instantly sobered. His lips trembled, the hand he had raised now trembling midair. Years of navigating the workplace had sharpened his instincts. He could tell that this young man wasn't someone to mess with. Bo Jingmo's lips curled slightly, though there wasn't a trace of a smile in his eyes. His tone was polite and warm, his voice rich and textured. "Apologies. She's my girlfriend. It's her first day at work, so she's a little nervous. I'll compensate you for the cost of your clothes. Will that be all right?" "So polite?" The man frowned suspiciously, his gaze flicking between the two of them. If the girl was working part-time here, she probably didn't come from a wealthy family. The guy looked a little odd, but he still let his girlfriend work here. Could be just a regular couple. If that's the case. A sleazy grin instantly spread across the drunken man's face. But the next second, a group of burly men in suits silently surrounded him. The man froze, still foggy from the alcohol. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, one of them grabbed his jaw and stuffed a wad of cloth into it fast, rough, practiced. His eyes widened in shock. Then someone clamped a hand around his throat, cutting off even his muffled protests. Not a sound escaped. His face turned red, mouth forced wide open. The shock and fear in his eyes were impossible to hide. And then his pupils contracted in horror. One of the suited men suddenly spoke, and the voice that came out of his mouth was identical to his own. "She's your girlfriend? Sure. Then as her boyfriend, you can clean up the mess. But I want double compensation or this won't be over." Hearing his own voice come from someone else's mouth, the drunken man froze completely. What the F? What the hell is this? His shocked gaze locked on Bo Jingmo. That man still wore the same warm, refined expression, his eyes slightly curved, voice steady and reassuring. "Of course. I'll compensate you for your clothes. Please go with the other waiter to get it recorded, all right? I'll send you the money shortly." The drunken man was stunned. But as he met the man's calm, unreadable eyes, his face went deathly pale. That's when it hit him, these suited men were with that guy. Panic surged. He struggled instinctively, but the man quickly yanked his arms behind his back with rough force. The one who had mimicked his voice turned back with a smile, speaking respectfully in yet another voice. "Sir, please come with me. I'll take you to register the incident." No, these people weren't bar staff at all? The drunken man shook his head in terror, desperate eyes looking to the other servers passing by, silently begging them to call the police. But all of them kept their heads down, pretending not to see anything, clutching their trays as they hurried past. By all logic, a bar with decent security wouldn't let people just walk off with a customer, especially one who was a member and spent tens of thousands daily. Unless. His pupils shook, ears ringing, legs heavy like they were filled with lead. There was only one thought in his head. He was F-ed. He'd messed with someone he never should have touched. Yuli stayed huddled in the man's arms, flinching slightly as the sound of footsteps faded into the distance. Her hands clutched tightly at the hem of his shirt, her glowing white fingertips trembling, radiating vulnerability and helplessness. Her voice was shaky, still laced with sobs from crying. "He's gone." Bo Jingmo lowered his eyes to her hand gripping his shirt but didn't answer. There was a sick kind of satisfaction in his eyes. After a long silence, he finally pushed the emotions down, slowly loosening his embrace. "Yeah," he said. "He's gone?" As he spoke, he gently removed the coat from atop her head. Her soft, jet black hair was a little messy, some damp strands clinging to her smooth cheek. She looked up, dazed and unsure, a flush still lingering on the tip of her nose and around her eyes. Her bright, teary eyes stared straight at him. The light seemed too harsh for her. She instinctively squinted, long lashes fluttering. A tear hanging at the corner of her eye finally slid down, catching the light like crystal as it trailed to her chin, making her look even more fragile and pitiful. Bo Jingmo's hand, still holding the coat, suddenly tightened, the knuckles turning white. His breathing deepened unconsciously. The darkness in his eyes swelled with desire, frustration clenching in his chest, desperate for release. His body felt like it wasn't under his control anymore, moving purely on instinct. He reached out, fingers brushing away the tear, his knuckles grazing her cheek. When he finally spoke, his voice was hoarse beyond recognition. "It's okay now. Don't cry." Feeling the gentle caress, Yuli's lashes fluttered. She quickly took a step back, raised a hand to wipe her face messily, and whispered with her head down, biting her lip, "Thank you, senior." The soft touch slipped from his fingers. Bo Jingmo's hand paused almost imperceptibly, a faint heaviness sinking into his chest. A flicker of emotion crossed his eyes, but he quickly masked it with a faint smile. "It's fine. Good thing I hadn't left yet. Running into someone like that really is a pain." His voice softened, persuasive and patient. "You'll run into guys like that a lot working here. See how no one helped you just now? That means this bar isn't safe. Boss Sen, who was ordered not to intervene. Yu Li's eyes were still red as she bit her lip and said nothing. She looked up at him, voice tinged with helplessness. I don't have a choice, senior. It took a lot for me to get this job. Without it, I don't have any way to support myself. Bo Jingmo's gaze flickered. His fingertips rubbed together slightly, then he suddenly spoke, gentle and calm. Then how about I find a job for you? This was Sen Shiu's shortest employee tenure ever. From clocking in to clocking out less than an hour. Looking at the message Bo Jingmo sent saying that Yu Li wanted to quit, he clicked his tongue silently. This Bo Jingmo, he's got a thing for Yu Li, doesn't he? No way this is just some helping a classmate situation, right? That'd be way too far-fetched. Senior, won't this waste your time? I can go by myself. Yu Li sat in the passenger seat, fingers gripping the seatbelt, eyes darting uneasily toward the man in the driver's seat. Her gaze dropped, the corners of her eyes still tinged with a lovely red hue as she said nervously, I can really go back on my own. The man buckled his seatbelt, a soft smile on his face. You already called me senior. When we're out and about, it's normal for classmates to look out for each other. Yu Li was stunned for a second, then her eyes curved in a smile, her pretty fox-like eyes sparkling. Thank you, senior, she said softly. She looked out at the road ahead, then suddenly spoke as if remembering something. Oh right senior, I'll pay you back the compensation money. I'll scrape it together and return it. The man's hand paused. His brows furrowed ever so slightly. The words no need lingered on the tip of his tongue, but in the end, he swallowed them and gave a low, emotionless That's not urgent. He tapped his fingertips lightly on the steering wheel and casually said, it's lunchtime, want to grab a bite? There's a really good place nearby. But Yu Li immediately declined. No need, senior. I'll just eat back at school. You're busy, no need to waste your time. The air fell into sudden silence. She hadn't even hesitated, just outright rejected him. Even when he offered to help find her another job, she turned him down the first time too. It was only because of the whole outfit compensation thing that she reluctantly agreed to come along. Was she that determined to avoid being associated with him? Bo Jingmo's gaze darkened. His tapping on the steering wheel quickened unconsciously, matching the frustration simmering in his chest. His brows knitted tightly, breath growing heavier. A wave of bottled-up irritation surged, and he didn't even know how to release it. Unlike the manic frustration that came with his episodes, this was more like powerless exasperation. An unfamiliar sense of helplessness and grievance welled up inside. This was something Bo Jingmo had never felt before. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress this strange emotion. Forcing a slight smile, he kept his voice light and warm. It's fine. I was going to eat anyway. You helped me open wine earlier, consider this part of your pay. I can't let you work for free, right? But that's not. Seeing she was about to refuse again, he quickly added, and I can also explain the new job to you. As they waited at a red light, he turned to look at her anxious profile and asked softly, do you think I'm a bad person? Is that why you keep avoiding being around me? Yu Li's eyes widened in surprise. She quickly turned her head. Of course not. Their eyes met. His gaze was deep and unreadable, impossible to tell what he was really thinking. But his cool features held a hint of helpless gentleness, lips pressed in a faint line, and he actually looked a bit hurt. If you really want to go back to school, I'll take you, he said. Yu Li. She glanced at the secretly running navigation on her phone. The location was getting farther and farther from school. From the very start, this guy had never planned to take her back. Yu Li's eyes glinted. TCH, Bo Jingmo, you're really leaning into this gentle senior act, huh? The girl sat quietly in her seat. Hearing the senior who just helped her say that, a shy flush crept up her cheeks. Her dark hair fell softly by her ear as she hurriedly said, it's not like that. I just didn't want to trouble you, senior. Faced with those warm eyes, she lowered her head in embarrassment and mumbled, if you don't mind, then I guess I shouldn't keep refusing. The little system watched them both putting on an Oscar-worthy show in the car, and a confused question mark slowly floated above its head. Whoa, is this what they call old married couple vibes? When it came time to pick a restaurant, Bo Jingmo instinctively chose the Western place he had in mind all along. But just as he was about to confirm it, his hand froze. He suddenly remembered he hadn't asked her opinion yet. Deep down, he had just assumed she'd like it. He frowned slightly and asked casually, what do you like to eat? Western? Home-style? Or something else? At that moment, Yu Li was leaning lazily back in the seat, eyes half closed. She always got drowsy in Bo Jingmo's car. It was the same during the accident. For a split second, the current moment felt just like back then. She replied almost out of habit with Western food, but then realized she was supposed to be playing the thoughtful little white flower schoolgirl. Snapping out of it, she turned to him, eyes curving sweetly, and said in a gentle tone, you can decide, senior. I'm fine with anything. The man's movements paused. He looked at her sleepy expression and his gaze softened. His voice lowered instinctively. Go ahead and nap. I'll wake you when we get there. I'm fine, senior. I'm not sleepy. Yu Li actually didn't really want to sleep. She was still traumatized by the thought of suddenly switching worlds mid-nap again. Curled up in the soft leather seat, she lowered her gaze, playing idly with her phone, and asked in a seemingly innocent tone, Senior, did you and Boss Sen meet through gaming? I heard you mention things like instances and NPCs earlier. Bo Jingmo's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment, he gave a soft something like that? I see, the girl's voice trailed off, fingers tracing her phone idly as her long lashes veiled her expression. So, is the game fun? Guys seem to really enjoy games. I kind of want to try it too. The man went silent for a few beats, then said slowly, "It's not fun." To his surprise, the girl looked at him with wide, curious eyes. Her pretty fox-like gaze lifted slightly. "Really? But even you're playing it?" He didn't respond. The girl let out a quiet sigh, like she was reminiscing. "It just made me think, back in school, there were guys who fell in love online in games. Like, found virtual girlfriends and all. Some of them were so into it they'd be crying their eyes out after a breakup." She lifted her gaze to peek at the man beside her, the corners of her lips curving up subtly. Her tone was laced with meaning. "Senior, would you ever fall in love in a game? Or, like someone in there?" The moment those words left her mouth, the car fell into sudden silence. The man stared calmly at the traffic ahead, his expression unchanged, but inside, waves were crashing violently. His hands tightened on the steering wheel. Online dating? To Bojingmo, that was a distant and unfamiliar term. Since childhood, he had never loved anyone. Especially during his episodes, it was like he lost all perception of love, becoming nothing more than a machine for killing. But now, things were different. When he wasn't thinking clearly, he would fall in love with a mysterious NPC. Even though his feelings for women now were vague at best, reality kept reminding him over and over again. Was that considered online love? Bojingmo's throat tightened. He couldn't bring himself to say no, but he also didn't want to admit in front of this girl that he'd really fallen for someone inside a game. It was him who fell for that NPC, and yet, also not him. For the first time, Bojingmo found himself hoping he truly had no awareness inside the game. That way, he could openly even irresponsibly say, "No, I didn't fall in love with anyone in the game. It was just the insane version of himself that fell for her. It was that woman's sweet, tempting blood that seduced him. It had nothing to do with the real him. When he was sober, he had never been moved by that woman." But, was that really true? If he hadn't been moved, then why did he allow her to take that photo? Why did he go along with her little game in his dream, even let himself be lured into another episode? Thinking back on it now, Bojingmo suddenly couldn't tell what his feelings really were. Was it love? Then what did his current attitude toward this girl mean? His jaw clenched tighter, and his face turned colder. The muscles in his arms tensed with suppressed emotion. He could pine over an NPC in the game, yet the moment Yuli showed up in real life, that woman's image completely disappeared from his mind. If she hadn't brought it up just now, he might have forgotten Qingli even existed. Sensing the man's silence, the girl chuckled considerately. "I was just asking, senior. But I guess most people do who hasn't liked someone in a game before." Bojingmo's gaze froze. His foot instinctively tapped the brake, then quickly let up. "Liked." He repeated those three syllables softly, his gaze turning icy. That gentle, aloof demeanor cracked for the first time. In that instant, all thoughts of NPCs, episodes, and questions of love were thrown out the window. He didn't turn his head. Still watching the traffic, he asked slowly, "You liked someone in the game?" "Yeah, still do." She answered without hesitation, propping her chin on her hand as her eyes curved in a smile. "But we haven't met in real life yet. No idea when that'll happen." It wasn't technically a lie. She hadn't had a proper face-to-face meeting with her rabid little dog in reality. Even with her aura hidden, with how sensitive he was to her scent, he'd definitely recognize her. So she had to keep Bojingmo stable for now, make sure he didn't run into any episode triggers. But to Bojingmo, her words meant something very different. His pupils shrank, and he blurted out, "You want to meet him in real life?" The girl turned toward him, confused. "Why not? It's not safe." Bojingmo's gaze darkened. He released the steering wheel and dug his nails hard into his palm. Only the pain kept his composure from slipping. He tried to force a smile, but the emotion weighing him down made it nearly impossible. "You said it yourself, it's just liking, not a relationship. Meeting up suddenly like that isn't safe for a girl." The word liking came out a bit stiff, like he'd been forced to say it, full of unwillingness. "Oh, is that so?" the girl said cheerfully. "Senior, you're so thoughtful. You actually kind of have a point." Just as Bojingmo's tightly wound nerves started to ease slightly, she asked curiously, "Then by that logic, senior, you wouldn't meet up with someone you liked from a game, either?" Bojingmo. Here we go again. After a few seconds of silence, he finally muttered in a strange tone, "I'd respect her." Pfft. Yuli laughed silently, lifting her eyes lazily. "So there is someone you like, huh, senior?" Bojingmo's face stiffened. When they got out of the car, his face was still terrible, but he couldn't let it show in front of Yuli. That suffocating frustration had to stay bottled up inside. He walked alongside her, but couldn't feel even a shred of joy. He couldn't explain himself, not even one sentence. Still, they had to eat. He sliced the steak in front of him, then swapped plates with her. The gesture was smooth and natural. Yuli curved her eyes in a smile and accepted his kindness without refusal. "Thank you, senior." After everything that just happened, she figured it was time to let him have a chance to shine. Seeing her eat the food he cut for her, the heavy mood in Bojingmo's chest finally started to lift. He smiled faintly. "As long as you like it." The little system was practically gasping in amazement. It had been worried that with Yuli jumping back into this world and Bojingmo having memory loss, completing the mission would be hard. But turns out the guy was basically clinging to her like a lost puppy. The system flipped through screenshots of old livestream comments and gave a confident nod. Yes, that's the word. Desperate. Bo Jingmo is acting desperate. The meal thoroughly satisfied the emptiness in Yu Li's stomach over the past few days. Leaning back in her chair with a drink in hand, her eyes curved in visible delight. Her jet black hair rested against her cheeks, and she looked like a lazy, pampered cat. Even the light red flush at the corners of her eyes hadn't faded, utterly tempting. Bo Jingmo's gaze darkened again. His fingers rubbed lightly together, as if he could still feel the softness of her waist. Honestly, he regretted not hugging her a little longer earlier. Yu Li caught his reaction, sipping through her straw as her eyes narrowed slightly. She felt a little regret too. This was the perfect moment for flirting. Shame it wasn't the right time. Still, these little games weren't too bad. She set down her cup, blinked a few times, and looked at the man. Senior, that job you mentioned earlier, what exactly would I be doing? Bo Jingmo paused, then replied, it's just tutoring a kid in my family. He's in elementary school, a bit naughty, not really into studying. His parents asked me to help, but I haven't had the time. Sure. It was way easier than being a waitress. No reason for Yu Li to say no. When do you need me? Should I go to his place? Bo Jingmo nodded. He tapped the table as if remembering something, his gaze flickering slightly. He spoke slowly, you can go whenever you're free. As for the location, the kid's living at my place for now. His parents are both busy with work, so just come to my house. Seeing the silence on Yu Li's face, he smiled gently, his elegant, cool demeanor making it hard to read too much into the offer. He even politely added, if you think that's a bit inappropriate, we can do it at a hotel each time instead. I just figured, if you come to my place, I can give you a ride home too. Saves time and travel costs. Yu Li, the real question is, and doing it at a hotel is more appropriate? Seeing Bo Jingmo like this reminded Yu Li of when they were buying a house. Back then, they had decided to buy a place and build a little home of their own. On the first day they moved in after finishing the renovations, Yu Li had even searched online for tips. The internet said that inviting some people over would bring liveliness to the new home, symbolizing good fortune and a long-lasting stay. Yu Li didn't really understand this kind of thing, but since it was their first time buying a house and one they'd live in for a lifetime, she quietly kept it in mind. It just so happened that her co-workers had heard she'd bought a house and all wanted to chip in with red envelopes and celebrate her housewarming. Remembering what the guide said, Yu Li agreed for the time being. That night, she told her man about it. On the surface, he agreed without issue. On the day of the party, everything seemed fine. He was attentive and thoughtful, even going out of his way to cook an entire table full of dishes. But that night, he changed. He was even more intense than usual. Hot, feather-light kisses landed on her neck. His strong arms locked around her slender waist. The bridge of his nose brushed gently across her skin, lingering and caressing. His sharp fangs occasionally pressed against her veins but always pulled back, restrained. Instead, he sucked hard, leaving scattered red marks across her porcelain-like skin. Lily, his voice was hoarse and full of satisfaction, laced with deep obsession. Under the dim light, the woman turned her head. Tears shimmered in the corners of her eyes, and soft moans occasionally slipped past her lips, as if in pleasure, silently allowing the man to take all he wanted without restraint. The man bent down, lowered his gaze. His lashes cast shadows over his eyes, no longer the usual cold, self-restrained look, but more like a god intoxicated by earthly passion. Hubby, wait. Her body trembled again and again as she turned and kissed him. The sound of lips meeting echoed in the air, making one's ears burn and heart race. It was almost too much to handle. Bo Jingmo. She lifted her soft hand and grabbed his hair. She didn't use much strength, yet it made him lift his head, revealing those dark eyes gleaming with grievance. He leaned in again, pecking her lips, his tone filled with clear reluctance and quiet discontent. Wife, I don't like them coming. This is our home. I don't like the scent they brought in. Bo Jingmo only wanted the house to be filled with their scent. The presence of anyone else made him uneasy and irritable. Thinking of this, his eyes darkened. He suddenly scooped up his darling wife again with both urgency and a hint of playful coaxing. Yu Li tilted her head back, gasping softly. Her gorgeous fox-like eyes narrowed, the corners tinted with alluring charm. Her cheeks flushed a passionate red. She looked like a crushed, blooming rose, her whole body exuding sweet, seductive beauty. The sight made Bo Jingmo's eyes glow even redder. He held her tight and coaxed in a hoarse voice, don't let them come again, okay? Yu Li kept her eyes shut, catching her breath before lifting her lids to glance at him. Then she wrapped her arms around his neck, her red lips brushing against his Adam's apple. She kissed along his jaw, her breath sweet and sultry, voice husky with desire. She chuckled softly. Don't pout. Be good. They were only outside. The scent will be gone in a few days. But, hubby, in this room, it's only our scent. As soon as the words left her mouth, the grip on her waist tightened. His breathing grew heavier, his eyes lighting up with excitement. His hot, damp breath blew against her ear. The gloom from earlier disappeared as he lowered his voice and obediently said, okay, I'll listen to my wife. This man had never liked others stepping into his territory. But now, he'd said there was a kid at his place. The memory faded. Yu Li put down her cup, pressed her lips together, and sat in silence for a few seconds. Under the man's burning gaze, she slowly lifted her head and smiled. Sure, senior. Let's go to your place. After a simple meal, Bo Jingmo offered to take Yu Li back to school. But just as they stepped out of the restaurant, a girl walking behind them suddenly stopped. Wan stared at the broad figure she recognized all too well and was momentarily stunned. Bo Jingmo? He's eating here too? Bo. She had just started to call out, but when she saw the elegant figure walking beside him, her expression instantly froze. That's Yuli? The girl was turned slightly, talking to Bo Jingmo. Only half her face was visible, but Wan would never mistake her. That was Yuli. Her eyes widened. Why is Yuli eating with Bo Jingmo? Didn't she say before that they didn't even know each other? How did they suddenly become close enough to eat together? The thought that it could be a coincidence never even crossed Wan's mind. To her, someone who wouldn't even let go of a single meal's worth of money couldn't possibly afford to eat at a place like this. When she saw Bo Jingmo open the car door for her and gently help Yuli inside, she was completely stunned. Her hand holding the phone trembled. Once she snapped out of it, she quickly opened the camera app and took a picture. When she checked the photo, wow, it actually looked great. She might have some real talent as a fan site master. That weird, random thought flashed through her mind, but by the time she looked up again, the two people were already gone. Gripping her phone, she heard her friends calling her from inside. With no choice, she gave up on searching and lowered her gaze to the photo on her screen. Wan looked at it, hesitated, and ultimately didn't delete it. Who knows, it might come in handy someday. On the other side, after dropping Yuli off at school, Bo Jingmo naturally added her on WeChat. They agreed to do a trial tutoring session over the weekend. He even paid for 5 sessions upfront. Yuli, who was practically broke that morning, now had a 5-digit balance in her account. Bo Jingmo's offer was several times higher than the market rate. Clearly, someone had done that on purpose. As for this little boyfriend who insisted on throwing money her way, Yuli gladly accepted it. Of course, she didn't forget her role and made a show of pretending to decline. Before getting out of the car, one of them gently reminded her to rest early, while the other nodded sweetly and smiled. Be careful on the road, senior. Once the door shut, both of their expressions changed. Bo Jingmo sat in the driver's seat, a mysterious look in his eyes. He gripped his phone tightly. After a few seconds of silence, he made a call. Look into someone for me. As he spoke, his gaze drifted unconsciously toward his screen. Yuli's WeChat profile picture was a doodled cartoon fox. The fluffy little fox was entirely white except for red ears and tail. It lay on the ground, holding a green pear in its paws, lazily glancing at the viewer, looking silly and cute. He stared at the image for a few seconds. His lips tightened, and an unintentional smile crept onto his face. It wasn't until his subordinate's cautious voice came through the phone that he wiped away the smile, lowered his gaze, and said coolly, dig up everything you can. He paused. The hand gripping the steering wheel clenched slowly. No one knew what thought crossed his mind, but he curled his lips, voice growing even colder. Especially her relationship history. Online romances count too. Look into it all. Why exactly Bo Jingmo was acting this way none of the doctors could figure out. They'd practically torn their hair out thinking about it. In the end, all they could do was pin their hopes on Yuli, on another patient. But as it turned out, they'd found the right person. Because the reason Bo Jingmo became like this was Yuli. When the doctors came to find her, she was watering the plants by the window. She wore the striped blue hospital uniform designated for special patients. The deep blue stripes only made her pale skin look even more porcelain-like. The wide sleeves fell back slightly, revealing a slender wrist. The fading sunlight spilled across her hair, casting a golden sheen over each strand. Even the tips shimmered with a soft glow, making her look like a Western goddess stepped out of a painting. When she heard them approach, the woman turned her head slightly. Her stunning features were so breathtaking they made people momentarily forget to breathe. Her fox-like eyes tilted upward with interest, red lips curled into a smile. Let me guess, you need something from me. The doctors exchanged glances. In the end, one stepped forward to speak on behalf of the rest, keeping his tone calm and professional. Yuli, Bo Jingmo's condition right now seems a bit off. We heard you've interacted with him quite a bit. Can you provide any useful information? Even though this woman was also a special patient, the doctors had to admit she was much easier to communicate with than the others. Yuli was clever, and among all the patients, she was the most cooperative. But it was exactly because she was too clever that she also made them uneasy. Yuli put down the watering can and leaned lazily against the windowsill. One hand propped up her chin, her head tilted as her gaze swept over every single one of them. Information, huh? I wouldn't even know where to begin. As expected. Disappointment immediately showed on all their faces until the woman suddenly added in a leisurely tone, but I can help you in person. Of course, there's a condition. The doctors all stiffened. What condition? Yuli reached out and gently caressed a leaf beside her. Catching their tense expressions, she smiled and spoke slowly. Relax, it's nothing complicated. She plucked a leaf, placed it in her palm, then walked to the door. Through the glass, she looked at them, head tilted, smiling faintly. I want the surveillance cameras turned off. The room can only have me and Bo Jingmo. That one sentence plunged the doctors into silence again. They looked at each other with grave expressions. For them, this was an incredibly risky request. Maybe sensing their hesitation, the woman twirled the leaf between her fingers and raised an eyebrow. Didn't you want to know why I was able to calm him down last time? Let me go in, and I'll tell you. Her words hit like a thunderclap, sparking a storm of whispers among the group. A few minutes later, a doctor of relatively high status stepped forward. His face was stern, and after a long pause, he said with careful weight, "Yuli, we're placing our trust in you. I hope you won't let us down." The woman smiled, eyes curving. "Of course, doctor. You know I've never started any trouble. As for those other incidents, well, they were the ones who messed with her first." Click. The door handle turned gently, and a soft unlocking sound echoed in the silence. In the corner, the red light on the surveillance camera quietly dimmed. As the door clicked shut behind her, the blinds slowly closed via remote control, only allowing a few golden rays to filter through the cracks. In the dim room, Yuli's footsteps were light. She had just taken a step toward the bed when the man's voice suddenly stopped her. "Don't move." Yuli crossed her arms and stood where she was, watching as the man slowly put something down and stood up. Clink. As he rose, the metal chain around his wrist slipped to the ground, hitting the floor with a sharp, cold sound. Those doctors might never know the chain never actually restrained Bo Jingmo. The only reason he wore it willingly was to draw that person in. And it worked. He stepped over the broken glass with long strides, then suddenly lifted her and pinned her against the wall, his chin gently resting on her shoulder. His gaze lowered nonchalantly, his expression cold and composed. Even his pitch-black pupils seemed devoid of emotion. But deep in those eyes, waves of restrained chaos churned restlessly. He tilted his head, warm lips brushing faintly against her earlobe. His tone was soft and lingering, yet carried a dangerous edge. "Why didn't you come see me anymore? Why were you talking to other men?" Yuli had her legs wrapped around his firm waist, back pressed against his warm arm, completely enveloped in his presence. She curved her eyes into a smile, arms around his neck, fingers playing with his hair. Her posture was relaxed, and her tone casual. "You weren't having an episode. Why would I come see you?" Bo Jingmo paused. He didn't say anything, just lowered his head and brushed his nose along her soft cheek. His breath fanned across her face, filled with reluctant intimacy and ambiguous intent. Just as his lips neared hers, she suddenly reached out and stopped him. Her pale, flushed fingertips pressed lightly against his lips, refusing him. "No kissing." He froze instantly. His gaze lowered, voice thick and rough. "So you only like me when I'm sick? Is that it?" There was hurt in his eyes. A flicker of confusion and vulnerability surfaced. What little reason he had left in his mind stretched tight, ready to snap at any second. But Bo Jingmo still forced himself to stay clear-headed. He didn't understand why she only wanted to kiss him, comfort him, when he was having an episode. Yet the moment he was sober, she would turn away without hesitation. She'd rather talk to other people than even spare him a glance. But it was still him. Why did she like the unstable version of him more? He was clearly doing better when he was lucid, clearly acting like the version of himself that everyone else liked. Everyone but her. Bo Jingmo lifted his head, the fringe over his forehead casting shadows over his eyes. For the first time, his expression showed genuine confusion and loss. His pale lips were pressed together helplessly, and his whole aura was pitiful and fragile. Yuli glanced at him from beneath lowered lashes. Her fingers traced from the back of his neck to the front, idly playing with the buttons at his collar. Her voice came out slowly, calmly. "Yeah, I don't like it." As her words fell, the man's body froze completely. His face turned ghostly pale, as if she'd just sentenced him to death. A crimson madness crept into his eyes again. "Why?" His voice was hoarse, full of despair. Yuli slowly undid another button, raising her eyes to meet his expression. She chuckled and touched his lips, her fingertip lightly brushing the corner of his mouth. Her gaze lifted slightly, full of cool arrogance. "Bo Jingmo, you know I've always liked your face. That's why I said I was going to chase you. And since I did chase you, kissed you, and we ended up together, you showing me that fake version of yourself when you're sober, do you think I have endless patience for that?" He was sweet when he was calm, yes. But too polite, too courteous. She always had to take the initiative just to get a kiss out of him. Even when he was desperate for her, he wouldn't say a word. Just quietly reached out to hold her hand like it was some big deal. Even when he saw other men talking to her, he'd still act like the understanding, generous boyfriend. He'd just sit to the side, saying nothing. Obviously dying of jealousy, but when she asked, he'd still say, "It's nothing." Where the h*ll did he pick up that stupid habit? She pressed her fingertip to his chest, narrowed her eyes, and said each word clearly. "Did you really think I didn't notice? That there's no difference between you when you're sane and when you're having an episode?" All the doctors thought Bo Jingmo had two personalities. Sane, he was calm and controlled. During an episode, he turned utterly unhinged. But Yuli had seen through him long ago. This man had always been a lunatic from the very beginning. His so-called clarity was just a thin mask of rationality. That cold, calm facade, nothing but his subconscious pretending to be normal. Bo Jingmo's eyes flickered with an unreadable emotion. After a few seconds of silence, he said quietly, "So you don't like it? Even though this is what's considered normal?" Yuli laughed out loud. "Like it?" Her fingertip ran from his collarbone downward, then she leaned in and bit him right there, sharp enough to draw blood. The next second, she licked it with her tongue. She lifted her head. Blood still lingered on the corner of her lips. Her eyes half-lidded in lazy delight, tongue slowly curling over the red stain. She looked just like some ancient vampire reveling in her feast. "Bo Jingmo, this is a psychiatric hospital. You and I are both patients." She took out the leaf she'd picked earlier. What was once soft and pliant now became a blade in her hand. The edge sliced her fingertip, and she cheerfully smeared her own blood onto the fresh wound on his skin, her voice soft as velvet. So, of course I like seeing the real you. She laughed lightly and kissed him. Got it. Whether it was his paranoia, his twisted darkness, or that overwhelming, suffocating possessiveness, Yuli liked it all. Her fingers slipped beneath his clothes, stroking the chiseled lines of muscle beneath. She lowered her head and licked the blood from his wound again. Every movement was elegant and languid, like a seductive demon designed to tempt. Yuli lifted her eyes and glanced at the man, whose breathing had grown heavier. Her lips curled in a faint, soundless smile. After everything, she leaned close to his ear. There are no cameras now. As long as you obey whatever you want to do, I'll allow it. Her voice was soft as water, yet dripping with enchantment. Every word like a net, carefully woven to pull him into her trap willingly, eagerly. The man's breathing quickened. His eyes darkened to an almost terrifying degree, burning with desire. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed her, hard, their tongues instantly tangling. His kiss was no different from when he was having an episode just as deep, just as consuming. But tonight, it also carried a fierce, uncontainable excitement. No one knew how long it lasted before his low, raspy voice finally broke the silence. Okay. A fervent believer would one day shed all his disguises and give himself fully to his faith. Then taint his God with the dirtiest love the world had to offer. Yuli used to think that Bo Jingmo's flawless facade must have come naturally to him. After all, he didn't need to maintain that perfect persona in front of everyone. Even if he acted like his real self, nobody would care. But after this time travel jump, she started sensing something off. Villain, huh? She closed her eyes and mulled over those two words. In this world, Bo Jingmo already knew how to put on an act. So all those behaviors in their past life, did he bring them from here? In this place, he had to constantly care about how others saw him, keep suppressing his true self. Only in the game could he experience a sliver of freedom. So it wasn't some inborn ability, it was a long-ingrained habit. Years of repression, that twisted into something downright unhealthy. She let out a soft chuckle. Interesting, Bo Jingmo. The villain in the book escaped into the real world and dragged her along for the ride. Now, this world might just have two villains. That night, Yuli didn't enter the scenario. She figured this instance must allow some rest time. Honestly, this was the first good night's sleep she'd gotten since she arrived. Too bad that peace shattered completely with her 8 a.m. class the next morning. Leaning on her hand, she looked drowsy and barely awake. The teacher was droning on at the front of the class when her phone screen lit up beside her. It was a message from Bo Jingmo. He'd sent over the info on that little kid and the current lesson progress, telling her to look it over when she had time. Yuli skimmed through the files and replied with an okay. Then she saw the typing indicator flicker again. A few seconds later, another message came through. Bo Jingmo, are you in class? Bo Jingmo, I've got his old textbooks. When's a good time for me to bring them to you? Staring at the message, Yuli paused for a moment, slowly raising her brows. Ever since she mentioned she had someone she liked online, this guy had been even more proactive than usual. She let out a laugh and lazily typed back. Yuli, okay senior, I have class till noon. Oh, you can bring it anytime this afternoon. Bo Jingmo's eyes flickered slightly when he saw that message. Bo Jingmo, I'm in class till then too. I'll come to your building after. Yuli, sounds good. Yuli sent him her building location. She twirled a pen between her fingers, smiling at their very student-style convo. This kind of school romance wasn't half bad. Then she squinted, giving a silent tisk. Too innocent. Kinda hard to make a move like this. Once class ended, she packed up her stuff and went downstairs with her roommate. They hadn't even started scanning for Bo Jingmo when they heard a burst of excited chatter nearby. Is that Bo Jingmo? What's he doing over here? He's not even in our department. Probably waiting for someone? No idea who though. It's my first time seeing him here. You think he's waiting for a girlfriend? But I haven't heard anything about him dating. If he had a girlfriend, the confession wall would have exploded already. That convo sounded way too familiar. Yuli suddenly remembered a girl at her old company who was obsessed with romance novels. During lunch breaks, that girl would always have her phone out, telling Yuli about whatever book she was reading. Every time I read those campus romances, the female lead walks out after class and bam, school heartthrobs waiting downstairs. Everyone just stares at them. OMG. The girl would hug her phone, eyes dreamy. I might be an office worker now, but back in school, I used to fantasize about this kinda stuff. Like, if a total hottie waited to pick me up for lunch after class, I'd seriously die from happiness. She even asked Yuli, Yuji, did you and your boyfriend meet in college? If you two were campus sweethearts with looks like that, you'd be all over the confession wall. Yuli, they met in a psychiatric hospital. She smiled, shaking her head slightly. Nope, not from school. Neither she nor Bo Jingmo had what you'd call a normal life path. They were never going to live out the typical sweet couple fantasy. Funny how what she missed in real life was now being handed to her in a novel. Just, not quite the way that girl had imagined. Her version had the male lead waiting for the female lead. Over here, it was the villain waiting for a background character. The thought made Yuli laugh. She followed the direction of the crowd's gaze and spotted Bo Jingmo near the stairwell. He was dressed casually with a jacket thrown over, head down as he looked at his phone. The breeze lifted a few strands of his hair, revealing those calm, aloof eyes. A sharp nose, perfectly sculpted side profile, tightly pressed lips. He had this untouchable, cold aura about him. In his clean, slender fingers was a textbook. The luxury watch on his wrist gleamed under the sunlight. He glanced at his phone, then looked upright as Yuli turned to him. His indifferent gaze froze for a second, then he curved his lips slightly and lifted the book in his hand in a small wave. Yuli was just about to wave back when her roommate turned around, wide-eyed. Wait, am I seeing things? Is he waving at you? Yeah, she nodded, pointing at the book. He's just dropping that off for me. Xiaojing knew Yuli was in the student council, but she didn't expect her to be this close with the president. She blinked, surprised. Oh, okay then. Should we go on ahead? Yuli made an okay gesture. Bye-bye. Xiaojing took a few steps before realizing their other roommate hadn't followed. She turned back. Cheng Si, you coming? Mu Chenxi was still staring at Yuli's back, expression thoughtful. When did Yuli get so close with Bo Jingmo? Xiaojing blinked. Aren't they both in the student council? Maybe it's for a task or something. He's giving her some materials. Yeah, maybe I just forgot. Mu Chenxi brushed it off, glanced away, and slung her bag over her shoulder, walking off with Xiaojing. Meanwhile, Yuli walked up to Bo Jingmo and took the book from him, flipping through a few pages before smiling up at him. Thanks, senior. She tucked the book into her bag, then looked at him still standing there and offered, wanna grab lunch together? My treat today since you treated me yesterday. She wiggled her index finger and beamed. Anywhere you want. Doesn't matter, it's still your money. Bo Jingmo looked momentarily stunned, then a smile softened his eyes. His voice was gentle. Wanna go somewhere off campus? I'll drive. Off campus? She had to admit that was tempting. Yuli made a show of thinking, then nodded. Sure, let's go. Back then, whenever she and Bo Jingmo went out, it was usually kind of like checking off a list. She'd search online for reviews and recommendations, sort of like opening a mystery box. You never really knew what you were getting. Sometimes, if Bo Jingmo had a good meal during a work dinner or social event, he'd remember the restaurant and bring her along later. Yuli went with the old routine, looked up a spot online and asked what he thought. Naturally, Bo Jingmo had no objections, so they drove over to the place. Turned out, it was pretty popular. They had to take a number and wait in line. While they were standing there, a familiar voice piped up behind them. Bo Jingmo. They both turned and the familiar face made Yuli pause for a second. It was Holiang and Zhangxi. The other group was visibly surprised to see them too, especially since they were also holding number tickets. The four of them stood in a weird silence. Zhangxi's gaze landed on the girl next to Bo Jingmo. This girl looked kind of familiar. She was the first to break the silence. You two found this place through the recommendations too. Bo Jingmo nodded politely. Yeah, just wanted to try it out. He glanced toward Yuli and introduced, these two are my classmates. But when it came time to introduce Yuli to Zhangxi and Holiang, Bo Jingmo paused. After a few seconds, he finally said, this is a friend of mine. At that moment, all three of them looked over. Holiang and Zhangxi were both surprised. They'd never heard Bo Jingmo call anyone a friend before. Yuli, on the other hand, had a rather meaningful expression. It felt a bit like your boyfriend calling you just a friend when introducing you to others. Yuli smiled politely at Zhangxi. Hi, senior. A junior, and a friend? Zhangxi swallowed the rising gossip in her chest and responded with equal politeness. Hi there. And just like that, silence again. A staff member from the restaurant noticed that the group seemed to know each other. She quickly came over to ask, excuse me, do you all know each other? Looks like your numbers are coming up soon. Right now we only have one big table available. Would you four like to sit together? The server looked between Yuli and Zhangxi with sincere eyes, blinking hopefully. All four of them. Bo Jingmo, I don't want to. Zhangxi, someone's definitely going to mind this. Holiang, I'm cool either way. And Yuli, well, she was kind of tempted. Mostly because she suddenly remembered something the system had once said. Your boyfriend is a psychotic villain obsessed with the female lead. And now the female lead was right here. She was genuinely curious to see just how obsessed her boyfriend really was. In the end, the four of them sat together. It was a little awkward, at least Zhangxi and Holiang thought so. But the other two seemed totally unfazed, interacting just as naturally as ever. Yuli and Bo Jingmo had a habit when eating out. They always rinsed their utensils with hot water first, sort of like disinfecting them. Zhangxi and Holiang didn't. So when they saw Bo Jingmo casually take Yuli's bowl and rinse it with hot water, both were a bit dumbfounded. They worked together so smoothly, one rinsing, the other handing things over. After finishing with the bowls and chopsticks, they even rinsed the teacups. That seamless cooperation, it felt like they'd eaten out together countless times. It even gave off old married couple vibes. Habits really are scary things because the people involved don't notice anything strange at all. Yuli was about to ask if Zhangxi and the others wanted theirs rinsed too, but when she turned around, she was met with two very confused, wide-eyed stares. What's wrong? She asked, puzzled. Zhangxi snapped out of it and pointed at the utensils they had just washed. Her expression was still a bit complicated. Do you two always eat out like this? Yuli paused. You don't. Both Zhangxi and Holiang shook their heads. Yuli. She glanced at Bo Jingmo. He was currently setting her tableware in place, then poured her a cup of warm water. A faint smile lingered in his eyes. Guess we're just particular. He liked this kind of quiet, intimate routine that belonged to just the two of them. Yuli saw that little satisfied smirk on his face and couldn't help but smile too. She took the water and sipped it, then picked up the menu to start ordering. Since they were sharing a table, it didn't make sense to order separately, so they just picked dishes together. The restaurant was pretty packed, so the service was slow. Even after half an hour, only a few dishes had arrived. Zhang Xi ate while debating whether to bring up the instance mission with Bo Jingmo, but Yuli was sitting right there. She probably wasn't a player. Would it be okay to say something in front of her? While she was lost in thought, she didn't notice a waiter walking by with a piping hot clay pot. When the server suddenly reached out with the pot, Zhang Xi reflexively moved and got scalded. A sharp, burning pain shot through her arm. She gasped and stood up quickly, rushing to the restroom to run it under cold water. Ho Liang saw her get burned and immediately jumped up to follow. Do you need to go to the hospital? Zhang Xi had sweat beading on her forehead. She gritted her teeth and turned on the faucet. Ho Liang was just about to head out and buy burn cream when a pale, slender hand suddenly extended beside him. It was holding a tube of burn ointment. He looked up and saw a girl with softly curved eyes. Restaurants that specialize in clay pots usually keep burn cream stocked. The waiter just went to get it, she said gently. Ho Liang froze for a second, then quickly took the ointment, eyes filled with a hard-to-describe embarrassment. Thanks. Yuli glanced at Zhang Xi's arm, red, swollen, clearly serious. It looked painful just seeing it. She kindly advised, even after rinsing, you should still go to the hospital. Zhang Xi looked at her and gave a slight nod. Could you let the staff know for me? After all that chaos, nobody was really in the mood to eat anymore. But a few dishes still hadn't come out, so Yuli went to speak with the server about a refund. The restaurant staff were understanding and agreed quickly. Yuli and Bo Jingmo headed to the counter to pay. She noticed his expression didn't look great and tilted her head. Senior, are you okay? You seem a bit off. At her words, the furrow between Bo Jingmo's brows deepened. He was just about to respond when something seemed to click in his mind. He pressed his lips together, then shook his head. No, you must have imagined it. Maybe it's just from seeing Zhang Xi get. Mid-sentence, his heart suddenly lurched violently. A wave of dizziness hit him. Panic washed over him out of nowhere, spreading rapidly through his entire body. Bo Jingmo's pupils contracted. He instinctively gripped the table, unsure where this anxiety was coming from. Yu Li's curved eyes froze for a second. The smile in her gaze dimmed slightly, though the curve of her lips remained. Bo Jingmo was lying to her. But this wasn't like the lies he used to tell. Those had been playful, flirtatious, little traps meant to reel her in. This time, he was lying out of fear of breaking character, hiding his true feelings from her. Even used Zhang Xi as an excuse. And once someone starts hiding their emotions, it means they're not going to drop the act so easily. He didn't want to show her his real self, still clinging to that perfect persona just like in their past life. No matter what she said or asked, he'd always twist things to stay in character, always dodging or giving false answers. You forgot, didn't you, Bo Jingmo? I hate this kind of lying the most. Even if he'd lost his memory, he still managed to hit her bottom line. Yuli knew that with her current role, there was no way Bo Jingmo would show her his real self. Still, it left a bitter taste. She'd been so focused on playing around, she forgot things could still hurt. Well, if he wanted to keep up the nice guy act, she'd help him. Yuli lowered her head, letting her hair fall to the side to cover her expression. Her voice was still gentle. Senior, are you going to take her to the hospital? That burn looked bad. Might be hard to get a cab right now. Bo Jingmo, still panicked, instinctively started to say, no. But Yuli cut him off with a soft smile. But you're such a kind person, Senior. I'm sure you'll take her without me saying anything. She slowly turned her head and smiled sweetly, eyes curved. Besides, I should be heading back anyway. The moment those words left her lips, Bo Jingmo's gaze visibly trembled. His fingertips turned pale as the panic inside him pressed in like a physical force, suffocating, inescapable. He tried to lift the corners of his lips into a smile, but couldn't manage it. His voice was low and strained. Did you not eat enough? How about we? He even forgot to keep up his warm, gentle senior act, something rare for him to slip on, especially while his classmate was injured and he was still out eating with a girl. It showed how truly flustered he was. No need, I'm full. I'll head back first, Yuli said with a soft smile. Next time we meet will be the weekend, Senior. See you? With that one sentence, she cut off the possibility of seeing him over the next few days. A look of helplessness flashed in Bo Jingmo's eyes. He wanted to reach out and grab her wrist, stop her from leaving. He wanted to tell her that he actually wasn't okay, that he hated how their precious time together had been interrupted, that he resented Zhang Xi and Ho Liang for barging in, but more than anything he hated this version of himself. On one hand, he was using underhanded tactics to pull the girl into his world. On the other, he wore this refined, polite mask, forced to watch her walk away without doing anything. He lowered his eyes, bangs falling across his forehead. His gaze turned deep and unreadable, lips tightly pressed together, jaw clenched like he was suppressing something. The eerie chill radiating from him was enough to make people uneasy. His fingertips dug into his palm, nails breaking skin as blood slowly dripped down. But he didn't seem to feel any pain. Sir, your hand. A waiter nearby noticed and rushed forward in shock to help, but Bo Jingmo abruptly turned and left the restaurant. By the time Ho Liang and Zhang Qi came back out, there was no sign of either him or Yuli. Yuli rarely argued with Bo Jingmo. In fact, you could say they'd never really fought. The only time she'd gotten upset was when they first started dating. She ignored him for a few days over something like this, and the guy had nearly flipped the whole psychiatric hospital upside down. He gradually changed after that, and things between them had always been calm and smooth since. The system asked her, "Sis, are you mad?" Mad? Yuli wouldn't say she was exactly angry. Even if her silly little boyfriend had lost his memory, she could just curl her finger at him, say a few sweet words, and coax him back into the way he used to be. But now that she had a game, why should she go back to using old tricks? The scenarios were more fun and didn't risk exposing her real-life persona. Yuli patted the system's head and smiled. "We can enter the instance tonight, right?" She was going to help her boyfriend break this bad habit once and for all. "You're an employee at a small company. This year, the company landed a huge project, and the boss was so thrilled that he decided to take everyone on a team-building retreat to a faraway location. To preserve the mystery and surprise, the boss never told anyone the destination ahead of time. He just said not to bring anything, he'd take care of it all. This generous act got everyone hyped and full of anticipation. But gradually, you all realize something is wrong. The excitement fades into fear, dread, and eventually, the overwhelming urge to escape. In the end, only one thought remains in your mind: just stay alive." The bus rumbled down a highway as the passengers nodded off from the constant jolts. Suddenly, a shrill ringtone cut through the drowsy silence. Rai-yi-yang. It was accompanied by a strange, ancient melody that no one could understand. The sound jolted everyone awake, and they turned to look at the person who answered. It was a girl sitting in the front. She fumbled with her phone, cheeks flushing red as she quickly answered and mumbled, "Hello, Dad." The man beside her didn't look pleased. He gave her a disapproving glance, then turned his gaze back out the window. Chi Mai was also woken by the noise. He yawned and, after processing the information piped into his brain, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze swept around instinctively. The moment he saw the girl next to him, his eyes lit up. He whispered, "Guan Gran, Guan Gran." The girl opened her eyes at the sound and looked over at him. Her face was pale, a little sickly, and her figure was thin. Long hair flowed down her back, her eyes were a light shade, and her lids drooped halfway, making her seem fragile. Her whole aura was soft and calm, like a gentle breeze. Seeing Chi Mai, she nodded slightly and mouthed, "Chi Ji." Chi Mai carefully stood up and sat beside her, his tone somewhere between regret and schadenfreude. "TCH, Sen Xiu's not with us again." Guan Gran chuckled. "It's fine. He's popular. Plenty of players know him, he'll be able to handle it." From the seat, Chi Mai could better observe the rest of the bus. He stole a few glances around, and when he spotted a few familiar faces, his brows furrowed tightly. He sat back down beside Guan Gran and muttered, "We're out of luck. We got stuck with Ji Sun again. And that annoying Yi Xian's here too." The disgust on his face was practically dripping. It was clear he couldn't stand those two. Guan Gran quietly reminded him, "Chi Ji, watch the persona. It's fine. My persona hates Ji Sun anyway. Saves me the trouble of pretending. I can just be real." That made Guan Gran smile helplessly and close her eyes again to rest. But then Chi Mai suddenly whispered again in surprise, "Sh*T, he's here too." "He?" Guan Gran opened her eyes in confusion. "Who?" Chi Mai pointed subtly to a seat not far away and leaned in, lowering his voice. "There's a newcomer sitting over there. Last time, he was paired with Sen Xiu. Sen said the guy's really strong. And apparently he's someone important even outside the game. Like, even Sen Xiu's cautious around him." Guan Gran raised her brows in surprise. Among their group, Sen Xiu was already considered high status. Most players were eager to team up with him. She hadn't expected there to be someone even more formidable. Then Chi Mai added with a troubled look, "But apparently he has his reasons for not teaming up with anyone. So we don't know if he'll be a friend or foe in the scenario. Is that so?" Guan Gran followed Chi Mai's gaze, but the man was facing the window, so she could only see the back of his head. As if sensing the stare, the man suddenly turned and glanced over. That one look stunned Guan Gran. On the bus seat, the man's features were sharp and cold. His narrow eyes were filled with indifference, but still carried an air of superiority, like someone born to be above others. His pupils were jet black, deep, and dangerous, giving off a chilling pressure when their eyes met. His bangs fell across his forehead, softening the sharp edge of his expression. His straight nose, thin lips, and perfectly sculpted profile exuded a cold, restrained allure. At that moment, Chi Mai added in a hushed tone, "That guy's name is Bo Jingmo." Elsewhere, beneath the surface of a still, quiet lake, fish swam in pairs, and the lake grass swayed gently in the water. Right in the center of it all stood a crimson-red wooden coffin, carved with ancient, intricate patterns. It radiated an eerie, disturbing aura. Inside the sealed coffin lay a woman, her body dressed in an elaborate red gown. Her hands were crossed neatly over her abdomen in a graceful, dignified pose. From beneath her wide sleeves, a glimpse of her wrist was visible. Her skin was unnaturally pale, fingers slender and elegant. A translucent jade bracelet hung from her wrist, highlighting the delicate shape of her bones. A red silk veil covered her face. Embroidered in gold thread was a phoenix, glimmering with vivid luster, so lifelike it seemed ready to take flight. Golden tassels dangled from it, swaying ever so gently. Beneath that veil, her face was stunning, arched brows, full crimson lips, jet black hair pinned up with a redwood hairpin, and loose strands cascading over her shoulders. A decorative blossom adorned her forehead. Though her eyes remained closed, her beauty was breathtaking. A small bird schemed across the lake's surface, sending ripples outward. Then, beneath the veil, her lashes trembled faintly like a butterfly beating its wings. Slowly, her foxy, seductive eyes opened, and a flash of red flickered within them. Boom! In an instant, the lake erupted in chaos. Waves surged outward from the center, layer by layer peeling back the surface as if something was rising from the depths. Birds resting nearby were startled, taking to the skies in a flurry of wings and panicked cries, fleeing the woods. Rustle, rustle. Tree leaves rustled violently in the sudden stir. The noise drew the attention of the nearby village. One by one, the villagers turned to look toward the lake, every single face filled with solemn dread. This year's disturbance was definitely not normal. It didn't take long for the surface of the lake to calm once again, as if nothing had ever happened. But in the treetops nearby, a striking figure dressed in red had appeared. The woman pulled off the red wedding veil on her head and lowered her gaze. Her eyes tilted up slightly at the corners, carrying a natural allure. A few seconds later, she tightened her grip on the silk fabric in her hand, a soft laugh slipping from the corner of her lips. Not bad. They actually made her a ghost. Big sis, you put on makeup this time. You look so pretty. The system floated in midair, looking her up and down with surprise and delight. Then it added with a bit of pride, well, isn't this identity I picked for you perfect? Very nice. Yuli reached out to pat its little head, her voice gentle. This role really surprised me. She smoothed out the red veil. As if something had crossed her mind, her eyes curved slightly and her fingertips slowly traced over the embroidery. It just reminds me of someone I used to know. Seeing the system's confused and innocent expression, she smiled and patted its head again. But that was a long time ago. Not important. Now, give me the intel you've gathered. Okay, big sis. The little glowing orb flickered, then pulled up the NPC info and presented it to Yuli. At first, Yuli thought, how much memory could a female ghost even have? But the moment the information came flooding in like a tidal wave, her hand clenched tight around the tree trunk, and her brows furrowed. Something wasn't right. These memories, they didn't come from one person. They were made up of all kinds of scattered, fragmented memories and images, as if countless people had merged together, bringing with them their pain and anguish. The system chattered on beside her. Big sis, this time you're the ghost. I looked into it, your character setting is kill, 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 take out those players. Yuli rubbed her temples and forced a smile. Be good. Let me sort through this myself. Okay then, I'm off. The plot won't start for a bit, so feel free to look around in the meantime. With a cheerful chirp, the system's voice faded, and it disappeared into thin air. Yuli sat alone in the treetop, slowly untangling the chaotic mess in her mind. If this were just a regular ghost, why would it carry so many memories? And every single one came from a woman. Fear, panic, resentment. So many emotions tangled up in one soul, all boiling down to a single thought. Kill them. It was like a constant whispering in her ear, someone always there urging her to kill, soft and insistent, clinging to her and refusing to let go. Hearing that for too long could easily push someone over the edge. Yuli looked down at the red veil in her hand, her eyes narrowing. She was starting to understand why Bojingmo always had episodes in the instances. That constant whispering, it was like being surrounded by the source of your breakdown 24/7. No wonder he snapped. The voices were seriously annoying. This was the first time she had such a clear grasp of the plot, and while she already had a plan forming in her mind, these voices were definitely going to get in the way. It was like being haunted by a group of ghosts, always reminding you what you were supposed to do. Kill them, kill them. They all deserve to die. Don't let any of them go. This is what they owe us. Kill them, you have to kill them for us. This is your purpose. Avenge us, avenge us. She frowned and pressed her fingers to her forehead, her voice icy. If I hear one more word, I'll scatter your souls right here and now. A bunch of things without even a physical form dared to tell her what to do. As soon as the words left her mouth, the ghostly murmurs vanished. Silence returned. Yuli lowered her hand and squinted toward the distant mountain village, recalling what those voices had said. Kill them. The them here was a lot of people. Yuli pulled back her gaze and slowly placed the red veil back over her head, the corner of her mouth curling up. She needed to find a partner. The bus jolted along a bumpy dirt road, waking everyone inside. Groggy and confused, they snapped fully awake when they saw the scenery outside. Wasn't this supposed to be a company retreat? Why the H*LL were they driving into the mountains? One woman raised her hand with a frown. Boss, this the nice place you were talking about? The man at the front turned around. His chubby face gave him an honest, harmless look. He chuckled awkwardly and waved his hand. Come on, don't be like that. You've heard of Peach Blossom Spring, right? That whole walk a few more steps and it all opens up thing. We've barely taken one step. Just wait, you'll see. The woman rolled her eyes and looked annoyed. She had been ready to enjoy a 5-star hotel experience, and now they were out here in the middle of nowhere? Her eyes wandered around the bus cabin until they landed on Bojingmo sitting in the back. She froze. Pulling out a mirror to check her makeup and making sure it hadn't smudged, she grabbed a bottle of water and headed toward him. She was just about to sit down, but when she saw a black bag on the seat next to him, she hesitated and took the seat one over. Brother Bo, want some water? She reached out, her voice deliberately soft and sweet, so sugary it gave people goosebumps. Hashtag that voice just shattered my eardrums. Good lord, good lord. Brother Bo wants some water. I am dead. Someone above better not send a voice clip. Wait a sec, hold up. Look at the guy next to her. Is that Bo Jingmo? Holy sh*t, it is him? Whoa whoa whoa, and this time he's not a ghost. Where's Zhongxi and Ho Liang? He's soloing this one. Some of the viewers who hadn't seen Bo Jingmo before were a little confused. What's the deal with this new player? He didn't seem to be ranked on any of the top newcomer boards. Who are y'all talking about? Is Bo Jingmo that super handsome guy? Why are you so hyped? Never heard of this Bo Jingmo on the newcomer spotlight list, but I've seen that Ho Liang and Zhongxi you mentioned. Seeing the chat, a few veteran viewers who had followed previous instances jumped in eagerly. Go watch the latest Haunted Villa episode. That old instance just had a huge plot development. Bo Jingmo totally stood out. I saw him in the last instance. This guy's skills are nuts. When he dies, he literally turns into a ghost in the instance. Veteran fan here, he used to show up in the game as a ghost right from the start. Never really saw him as a regular human. Can't believe he's human this time. Holy sh*t, I'm hyped. A self-aware Bo Jingmo is just, CAEI, he's that cold, abstinent type of hottie. I'm seriously in love. We always knew he was good looking, but who knew that when he's not acting crazy, just sitting there, he's the ultimate out of your league flower on a cliff. Didn't you see that NPC next to him about to cry tears from her mouth? LMAO. Who still remembers that sleazy look he had in Haunted Villa by Daming Lake? Compared to now, my god, the contrast is real. I do. I still have the screenshots, but I don't dare post them. Sob, that was my White Moonlight CP. I tear up every time I see them. Just gonna whisper this. I also screenshot the scene at the end of the last instance where he hugged Qingli. Girl above, post it. I need it. Bo Jingmo heard the voice next to him and turned to see a water bottle being handed his way. He glanced at it, then coolly looked away and replied in a cold tone, no, thanks. Du Yanhan didn't take it to heart. She retracted the bottle with a gentle smile and kept her voice sweet. Bo Ji, you hardly ever come to our gatherings. I was really surprised to see you this time. Bo Jingmo didn't respond, still staring out the window. That aloof side profile only made Du Yanhan's heart flutter even more. The subtle pine scent coming from him, mixed with the strong masculine energy, made her cheeks flush. Bo Jingmo was the youngest programmer in their company, handsome, rich, and ridiculously capable. He was completely different from the others. The only downside? He was cold. So cold it was nearly impossible to find an opening to approach him. But she wasn't about to let this team-building trip go to waste. With that thought, a glint flickered in her eyes. She suddenly stood up and leaned closer, slowly moving her body and head toward him. Her voice dropped even lower, coated in an intentionally sweet, cloying tone. Bo Ji, what are you looking at? Is there something out there? Just as her body was about to brush against his leg, the man's cold voice cut in. If you get any closer, I won't be able to stop myself from kicking you. As soon as he spoke, the woman froze in place. She neither dared to move forward nor back. Because Bo Jingmo would actually do something like that. He even acted like this toward the boss. LMAO, this guy is so cold. That pretty girl next to him is turning green. Bo Jingmo, you keep this up and you're gonna stay single forever. That mouth of yours is brutal. Don't worry about him, he's doomed to be single. Just saying, he literally killed the person he liked in the last instance. WTF, that's psycho. LOL, you get used to it. Us regular viewers are already numb to it. Hey, I think I see some familiar faces again. Oh no, Ji-sun and Ji-mai got grouped together again. I still remember those two squads cannot stand each other. Pretty sure the matchmaking system does it on purpose. Seeing that she wasn't going to get anything out of Bo Jingmo, Du Yanhan withdrew her leg and prepared to sit back down quietly. But just then, a mocking laugh came from the front. Du Yanhan, seriously, give it a rest. Do you really think Bo Jingmo wants to talk to you? Du Yanhan's face turned sour instantly. She was already annoyed, and now this? No way she was letting it go. She stood up and looked at the woman who had just spoken, her tone sharp. What's that supposed to mean, Yi Xian? I was just chatting with a coworker, don't project your dirty mind onto me, okay? Yi Xian turned her head. She had shoulder-length short hair, a delicate face, and big round eyes, very doll-like and youthful. But once she opened her mouth, the words came with thorns. Oh please. Dirty mind? Girl, your intentions couldn't be more obvious. How many times have you coincidentally ended up next to Bo Jingmo today? Our company finally has a god-tier programmer, and you're gonna scare him off. She even turned to the chubby man up front and asked, am I right, boss? Chen Chang, sitting at the front, wiped sweat from his forehead when he heard his name. All right. We finally got out here to relax, can you two just not fight for once? You're at it every day at the office. Yi Xian scoffed, I wasn't trying to fight. Someone's just being extra annoying again. Getting no backup from Chen Chang, she turned to the man sitting next to her. Ji-sun, don't you think I'm right? Ji-sun looked up from his phone. He had a delicate, youthful look, with slightly wavy brown hair and narrow monolids. His eyes slanted up slightly phoenix eyes, and there was often a flash of calculation in them, like he was always scheming. He knew Yi Xian was trying to toss him a spotlight. In this instance, his identity was a company salesperson, same as Yi Xian and Chi Mai. Guangran was in charge of finance, and there was also a chubby programmer sitting elsewhere. Du Yanhan was the company receptionist, always dolled up and clearly had a thing for Bo Jingmo. After quickly sizing up the group, Ji Sun curved his eyes in a playful grin and said lazily, "The way you're saying that, Yi Xian, makes it sound like you want me to die at the hands of Miss Front Desk over there." I refused to answer. Then he even crossed his arms in an X to show his refusal. LOL, Ji Sun always knows how to talk slick. Front desk girl, you think not answering will save you from me? Classic routine, ha ha ha. These two always have great banter. Too bad Senxiu isn't here this time. Chi Mai and Guangran aren't good at grabbing screen time. Their ratings might suffer. Don't say that. I heard this instance is hard as hell. Just surviving is a win. When isn't it hard? LOL. Chi Mai, who was being mentioned by viewers, looked a little lost and unsure how to jump in. Guangran gently patted his hand. She shook her head and whispered, "It's fine. Don't rush." Bo Jingmo ignored all the noise inside the bus, still staring out the window. Suddenly, a flicker of red, a strange, eerie figure flashed through the trees. His gaze sharpened instantly, brows furrowing. At the same time, bad news came from up front. The bus broke down. "We can't go any farther." Everyone's attention snapped to the front, and even the arguing stopped. Du Yanhan's face turned pale. "No way. What are we supposed to do now?" Chen Chang, the driver, and a man and woman at the very front got off the bus to discuss. The rest had no choice but to wait. A few minutes later, Chen Chang got back on board with an announcement. "The bus won't move. We'll have to walk the rest of the way." "What?" Du Yanhan shrieked. One look at the muddy road below, and her fragile hopes completely shattered. She slumped back into her seat, arms crossed, and refused to move. Her tone was full of despair. "No way. I'm not walking. I want to go home. Walking is as good as a death sentence." She had brought so much luggage, walking was gonna kill her. Chen Chang's face tightened, but he kept his tone calm. "Du Yanhan, there's no car coming. I asked the driver. The fastest they can send someone is tomorrow. We have to go on foot." Du Yanhan looked even more devastated. "No, then I'll just sleep here and wait for rescue." The others had already started unloading their luggage and getting off the bus. She was the only one still sitting there. Chen Chang's gaze darkened for a moment. With a trace of irritation in his voice, he stepped up to her and said quietly, "I asked the guide just now. We won't make it to the destination tonight. We'll probably have to camp out. If you want, I'll pitch your tent next to Bo Jingmo's. It's up to you." Du Yanhan froze, her resistance faltering. She looked up cautiously. "Really? Chen Chang, really? I'm your boss, would I lie to you?" A few minutes later, the so-called princess finally got off the bus, luggage in hand. Chi Mai stepped forward. "Let me help." His skill was raw strength, so carrying stuff was no problem and a chance to get some screen time. Du Yanhan lit up with joy. "Oh my god, you're the best, Chi Ji. Not like those other jerks." Ji Sun gave a light scoff. "Just a people pleaser. What's there to praise?" Guangran noticed Bo Jingmo still staring at the woods. She thought about asking him, but he looked away before she could. So she quietly dropped the idea. Everyone gathered in front of the bus as the man and woman introduced themselves. The girl who had answered the phone earlier gave a shy smile. "Welcome to Longshan Village, everyone. I'm your guide. My name is Zhao Meng, but you can call me Meng Meng. This is my brother, Zhao Su." Zhao Su gave a small nod. He had a scar on his brow and a fierce face, clearly not someone to mess with. "The bus is done for. We'll have to walk. You all brought camping gear, right? We'll have to spend the night outside." One of the chubby programmers raised a hand. "What about dinner?" Everyone perked up. After all, no food meant no energy. "Dinner?" Zhao Su repeated the question, scanning the group. Then he slowly replied, "Wild game." Seeing the looks on their faces, Zhao Meng quickly jumped in to smooth things over. "My brother's a great hunter in our village. He's also an amazing cook. Don't worry, it's gonna taste even better than city food. All local and fresh." That finally eased the group's nerves. Just as they were about to leave, Zhao Su spoke again. "Stick close to me. There's no signal here, so your phones are useless. Don't wander off, you'll get lost." Ji Sun raised an eyebrow. "Can't we just shout? It's not like people can't hear us." Zhao Su gave him a strange look. His tone turned ominous. "When you run into a ghost wall, you can scream all you want, it won't help." That shut everyone up instantly. Zhao Meng quickly stepped in with a smile. No, my brother was just trying to scare you guys. The mountain terrain's unpredictable, that's all. He's just worried about everyone." The flesh on Chen Chang's face jiggled slightly as he laughed with squinty eyes. "Come on now, we're all from the big city, let's put some faith in good ol' materialism, shall we?" "Didn't catch the guide was just messing with you." All the players. Everyone had different reactions, but they still picked up their luggage and followed Zhao Su. Longshan was a range of overlapping mountains, all blanketed in vibrant green. Mist and fog wove through the ridges, and from a distance, the landscape resembled a dragon coiled around the peaks. Du Yanhan was already tired after walking a while, but seeing that no one else was complaining, she gritted her teeth and pushed through. Her gaze landed on Bo Jingmo up ahead, and she picked up her pace to walk beside him. "Bo Ji, are you tired?" she asked breathlessly, her voice sweet and dainty. Bo Jingmo didn't even glance at her. "No," he replied blandly. "Oh, I see. Du Yanhan's eyes darted around. After a few more steps, she suddenly pretended to stumble, letting out a little shriek as she fell directly toward Bo Jingmo. Ah! Chi Mai and Guangran behind her widened their eyes slightly. Sis, you're really going all in, huh? Even the others turned to look after hearing her cry only to see Du Yanhan staggering as if she were about to fall, while Bo Jingmo simply stepped back with his hands still in his pockets. His face remained expressionless, but his body paused slightly. He turned his head to glance toward a specific direction in the woods, eyes narrowing. Just now, he'd caught a glimpse of something red in his peripheral vision. Yuli was perched high up in the trees. Seeing Bo Jingmo glance in the direction she'd just been standing, she snapped her fingers with a soft chuckle. Sharp, aren't you? Then her gaze shifted to Du Yanhan, who'd nearly hit the ground. Her brows arched slightly. This version of her clear-headed boyfriend didn't seem as easy to fool as last time. He looked pretty disinterested. Guess reality really had rattled him. Yuli had no doubt if she appeared in front of Bo Jingmo right now, he wouldn't hesitate to try and kill her. After all, they'd only just entered the instance, and Bo Jingmo's mind was still full of his little junior. NPCs had zero appeal for him. Yuli stroked her chin, a smile tugging at her lips. Time to find a way to make her presence felt. The whispers from the ghostly souls still echoed in her ears, though now their voices were much softer, probably scared from earlier. They even paused for long stretches between phrases. Please, kill them. They deserve to die. Leave none of them, let them all die with us. Yuli shot a cold sideways glance and the whispers fell silent immediately. Fine, we'll shut up already, oh epsilon oh. The ghosts tried to quietly fade away, but were caught off guard when Yuli suddenly spoke. Is that all you know how to say? They froze. Their foggy minds didn't fully understand what she meant. Speak, then. Yuli's eyes curved in a pleasant arc. Do me a favor, and I'll help you kill them. The group walked for a long while. After exiting the forest, the land suddenly opened up and a vast lake lay hidden between the mountains. Trees towered all around, with vines coiling around their trunks, some even trailing into the water. A light mist hung over the lake's surface, mysterious and ethereal. Sunlight streamed through, scattering golden rays across the fog, painting a magical scene like a fantasy dreamscape. Everyone stood there in awe. Chen Chang strolled up from the back and spoke proudly. What did I tell you? Just like the story, take a few more steps and you'll find paradise. Yi Xian rubbed her sore legs and muttered, a few steps. Felt more like a few thousand. It was the first time she'd ever seen an instance that required this much walking. Zhao waved them over from a flat clearing. Over here? We'll set up tents here later. Everyone followed and started unloading their gear. Du Yanhan pulled Chen Cheng aside. Boss, don't forget what you promised. Put me next to Bo Jingmo tonight. Chen Chang waved her off. Relax, relax. I already told Xiao Meng. When they set up the tents, yours will be right next to his. Wait, are we about to get some NSFW content tonight? This is exactly why I watch instances. Nods firmly. LOL, keep dreaming. If Du Yanhan manages to sleep next to Bo Jingmo, I'll call you dad one by one. Whoa, bro. You're bold. I am dying seriously though. Bo Jingmo is so hard to ship. He had 2 teammates before, and we shipped him with Zhang Shi for a bit, but turns out they never even held hands. I am telling you, Philia was the most intense ship. What if this instance refreshes the CP list? Honestly, y'all make Bo Jingmo sound like a player falling for someone new every time. LMAO. Nah, you just have to be hot. Bo Jingmo never ships with anyone ugly. Let's see who he ends up with this time. Definitely not Du Yanhan, she's already out of the running. Or maybe it's not about looks. I think he's drawn to certain traits. Like, maybe the NPCs he vibes with share some hidden commonality. Upstairs, go full detective mode for us, thanks. While Zhao went hunting, the others started a fire by the lakeside. Chen Chang was unexpectedly good at making fires, which shocked the others, especially Du Yanhan. Boss, you know how to do this? I never would have guessed. Chen Chang paused, wiping sweat from his forehead, maybe from the heat, and chuckled awkwardly. I said I'd handle everything, right? Didn't want you guys to worry, so I made sure to practice. Time passed, but Zhao still hadn't returned, and everyone was getting hungry, especially after that mountain hike. The chubby programmer glanced at the lake and muttered, since there's a lake right here, why not just catch some fish? That immediately got everyone's attention. Yeah, why don't we fish? Someone said. We've got time anyway, might as well get ourselves a bonus meal. By the time Chen Chang finished with the fire and turned around, he saw everyone crowding around the lake, craning their necks to peer down. His face changed instantly. Forgetting the fire, he shouted, get back here. The sudden roar startled everyone. They nearly tumbled into the water. Du Yanhan clung to Chi Mai and patted her chest in panic. Jesus, boss. You scared the hell out of me. Chen Chang realized he'd overreacted. After a pause, he said more calmly, what are you all looking at? It's dangerous by the lake. Don't get too close. We're just checking if there's any fish down there, Ji-sun said with a lazy smile, hands behind his head, but his eyes were full of suspicion and scrutiny. Why is this NPC so scared of us getting near the lake? You boss is just worried about your safety, Zhao Su's flat voice chimed in from nearby. He walked to the fire pit and dropped a mountain pheasant and a rabbit onto the ground. The scar on his brow creased as he frowned, making his fierce face look even meaner. Then he turned to the group still lingering by the lake and said sternly, I told you not to wander. This lake is deep. If anyone falls in and drowns, don't say I didn't warn you. Bo Jingmo had been sitting quietly the entire time, head down, idly twirling a twig in his hand. He seemed totally detached from everything around him, but no one noticed his grip on the twig was getting tighter and tighter. A deep shadow clouded Bo Jingmo's eyes. His whole body was tense. Why, can he hear those voices again? Old Wei narrowed his eyes at him, his expression displeased. This Zhaosu, he's just too soft-hearted. Even though he was only married to that Yu Bangxiu for a few days, even though that woman constantly cursed and hit him, smashed things at home, refused to cooperate, he never once complained. If it weren't for that final incident, Zhaosu might have really spent his whole life with that woman. He turned around and walked to the table where the divine statue was enshrined. Then he picked up a wooden box from the table, but she hasn't recovered her strength yet. She can't hurt us. As long as we sacrifice the ones Chen Qing brought, I'll be able to suppress her again, and the villagers won't be in danger. Zhaosu was silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. Among the ones Chen Qing brought, I think there's someone who could. Bo Jingmo, right? Old Wei abruptly cut him off. He opened the wooden box, revealing a lock of a woman's hair, a straw doll, and a half-burned talisman. Chen Qing told me. You want to take out that man first, don't you? Zhaosu lowered his eyes. I just think he's dangerous. Dangerous? Heh. Old Wei let out a vague laugh. He replaced the talisman with a fresh one, then finally turned to look at the man behind him, squinting as he spoke each word slowly. Zhaosu, do you really think he's dangerous? Or is it because Yu Bangxiu has taken a liking to him, and you're jealous? The moment he said that, Zhaosu's body stiffened. His head was lowered, expression unreadable, but his jaw was visibly clenched. Old Wei had already heard from Chen Chang about what happened during the camping trip. He closed the box and walked over to Zhaosu, his gaze full of disappointment. You suspect the one who entered Bo Jingmo's tent was Yu Bangxiu, right? Hearing Old Wei easily call him out, Zhaosu slowly clenched his fists, throat dry. After a long while, he finally said, yes, I'm jealous. Zhaosu wasn't stupid. He'd heard the conversation between Du Yanhan and Ji Sun, and he'd seen the marks on Bo Jingmo's neck. Though he didn't show it on his face, the fire of jealousy inside him had long been raging, almost breaking his hold on reason. He was jealous that man had somehow won Bangxiu's heart. Whether in life or in death, Bangxiu would never choose him, even though he had treated her the best. What was so great about that guy? Other than his face, he was a total flirt. How the H*LL did Bangxiu fall for someone like that? Hearing Zhaosu admit it, Old Wei gritted his teeth. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. All right, bring those people to me. I'll help you kill Bo Jingmo first. Even if it wasn't for Zhaosu, just the fact that Bo Jingmo had caught Yu Bangxiu's eye meant the man had powerful energy. With yin-yang balance, he couldn't let Yu Bangxiu regain her strength. Zhaosu looked up in surprise, but only saw Old Wei's back. His weathered voice still carried its usual chill. Zhaosu, this is my last warning. If you want your father and sister to stay alive, then let go of Yu Bangxiu. Zhaosu clenched his fists. I understand. Holy sh*T, camera teacher, you really, well done. OMG, so the one Bo Jingmo slept with last night was a married woman? Bo Jingmo, oh man, you little punk, this is kinda exciting. I don't even know what to say, hehehe. After watching so many instances with all the fighting, this is the kinda drama I live for. From a regular NPC to a ghost NPC, hehehehe. I really want to know what this NPC looks like. But honestly, what right does Zhaosu have to be jealous? Probably forced Yu Bangxiu to be his wife too, huh? Even in death, he won't let her go. All that self-pity. If Yu Bangxiu actually picked him, now that would be a horror story. And that old geezer is still suppressing Yu Bangxiu to stop her from getting revenge. What a creep. First time I'm rooting for the ghost in an instance. So Yu Bangxiu is the boss of this instance? Does that mean the players have to help the old bastard? In most instances, ghosts are always the villains. Not necessarily. Don't forget, the old bastard also wants to kill the players. Oh no, caught between a tiger and a wolf, and the players have no idea. So tragic. Can't he say for sure yet? Yu Bangxiu hasn't even started killing. Maybe this instance is about the ghost and players working together. But no one had guessed that the Yu Bangxiu they were talking about was sitting on the rooftop, listening to Zhaosu and Old Wei's conversation while scrolling through the live chat. Yuli paused as she read the chat, lowering her eyes and casually sweeping her gaze over the courtyard. Her fingertip tapped the light screen. No wonder she couldn't use this soul body's power properly, it was being suppressed. The system had been cramming instance knowledge over the past few days and had pretty much figured out how this one worked. It chirped brightly. Sis, I think this instance is actually pretty easy. Just follow the players, keep giving them clues, let them discover your connection to the village, then they'll start to pity you and help you get revenge. It was the classic plotline. But Yuli chuckled softly, help me. She closed her eyes, letting the breeze brush gently past, her tone unreadable. That would be too easy for them. Too easy for the villagers, they died far too cleanly. And too easy for the players, they'd clear the instance with no effort. Because Bo Jingmo would help them. That man didn't want to kill anyone himself, nor did he want her to get her hands dirty, so he'd help the players find the clues and let them kill the villagers. Noticing the little system's confusion, Yuli explained patiently, in an unusually good mood, Bo Jingmo knows I want to kill the villagers. He probably suspects I'm the junior girl, but I haven't told him yet. He likely just thinks I lost my memory. How could he bear to let an amnesiac, innocent junior girl get her hands bloody? So he doesn't want me to do anything. He'll make the players see the villagers' true colors first, so I won't have to lift a finger. Then the players would discover their real task if they want to survive. All they had to do was kill the villagers. The ghost girl wouldn't harm them. They'd help the ghost get revenge and kill off the villagers. Not only would they survive, they'd even earn achievements. And Bo Jingmo's rating would soar for uncovering the plot. Her little boyfriend was clever when he was saying she didn't even need to worry about his ranking. But this was all too easy. No challenge at all. If she entered this instance just to let Bo Jingmo sniff things out, that would be such a waste, it'd ruin the whole ghost identity. Since I'm here, wouldn't it be a shame not to have some fun? As for Bo Jingmo, Yu Li narrowed her eyes, as if remembering something, and the corners of her lips slowly curled up. Trying to stay out of it and remain clear-headed. Are we, Senior Bo? Let's see how long you can keep that up. She wasn't going to let her little boyfriend clear this instance so easily. The little system blinked, half understanding. Oh, so sis, what are you gonna do then? It trusted her unconditionally. Yu Li raised an eyebrow. What do ghosts usually do in instances? The little system jumped to answer. Duh, kill people and bully the players. Exactly. Yu Li snapped her fingers, her eyes curving into a dazzling smile. So we're gonna kill players too. Since Bo Jingmo wanted the players to help her, she'd make them hate her instead. In instance games, there's no such thing as peace. The ghosts hadn't shown themselves in a while. After helping out before, Yu Li had ordered them to stay hidden. But now, the woman suddenly summoned them. Under the blinding sunlight, she stood there in her wedding gown, smiling at them. Her beautiful face carried a smile they couldn't understand, and her fox-like eyes curved sweetly. She asked, "Do you want to know what it feels like to kill your enemies with your own hands?" The group of ghosts froze, eyes filled with hopeful yet disbelieving excitement. How could they not want to? But they didn't even have physical forms anymore. Every last bit of power had been given to the woman before them. Seeing their excitement, the woman chuckled lightly. She raised her hand and extended a finger. A wisp of black mist slowly flowed from her fingertip, slithering into their bodies like a fine snake. If you trust me this much, then I can't let you down. Since the soul body's powers were suppressed, then she'd just use her own. Ji Sun and Yi Xian walked around the village. This mountain village was tiny, one might even call it backward. There wasn't even a basic electrical grid, and there was zero signal on their phones. After making a full round, the two of them hadn't discovered anything. Some houses looked like they'd been abandoned for a long time, doors wide open, overgrown with weeds inside. The old wooden chairs looked like they were decades old. The villagers all smiled and greeted them, warmly asking if they were here for a visit, even stuffing some food into their hands. But by the end of it, they both felt something was off. The entire village gave off a strange vibe, but they couldn't quite say what it was. By sheer coincidence, just as they reached the village entrance, they ran into Chi Mai and Guan Gran, who were also out searching for clues. The four came face to face, stood there silently for a moment, until Chi Mai finally spoke first. "Did you find anything? We can share information." Yi Xian crossed her arms and looked at him, letting out a tch. "Why should we? What if your info isn't as useful as ours?" Chi Mai didn't even blink at her attitude. His tone didn't change. "Or maybe your info just isn't as good as ours." Ji Sun narrowed his eyes, exchanged a glance with Yi Xian. Truth be told, they hadn't found any clues yet. If the other team had something better, then they'd be the ones gaining from the exchange. Thinking of this, Ji Sun's eyes gleamed. He pulled the corner of his mouth into a smile. "All right then, let's trade. What did you find?" "Hold on." Guan Gran suddenly spoke up. She tugged her coat a little tighter around herself, her tone calm and unhurried. "You go first." "Says who?" Ji Sun frowned. "What, you planning to keep quiet after we tell you everything? Isn't that what you're trying to do?" Guan Gran lifted her eyes to look at the two standing before her. A cold gleam flickered in her black pupils. "Don't forget what you did in the last instance. You tricked one of our teammates, then turned around and sold them out, got them killed in that instance." Yi Xian snorted coldly at that. "Guan Gran, what's that supposed to mean? It was either him or us. And you were there too, weren't you the one who survived thanks to him? Now you're playing the teammate loyalty card? If you really had the guts, you should have died with him back then. If we had cooperated properly back then, maybe everyone could have made it out alive." Guan Gran wasn't buying her excuse. Her expression remained indifferent, her tone slow but cutting. "And that's exactly why your group has such bad audience popularity. You." Yi Xian cared the most about that. The moment Guan Gran called it out, her face flushed red with rage. She sneered, "Go ahead and keep relying on your precious peaceful cooperation to get through instances. Human nature is the most unpredictable thing. You really think this little team of yours is forever?" This was the root of the conflict between Ji Sun's group and Chi Mai's group. Ji Sun's side believed that in instances, life and death were commonplace. Whether NPCs or players, they were all the same. Once someone lost their usefulness, there was no point in keeping them around. If you could toss them, toss them. Survival was the ultimate goal. Caring about morals would only get you killed. Their method was fast, so they always topped the system's rating scores. But the price was a ruined audience reputation. A small portion of viewers liked their ruthless efficiency, but other players had fans too. That kind of selfish behavior always drew backlash from the majority. Chi Mai's group was the complete opposite. They believed that if players worked together, anything could be overcome. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they'd never abandon a teammate. They advocated for full team clears whenever possible. Everyone had their own skills used well, they could complete the instance without injury. The two groups were polar opposites and constantly clashed during instances. Especially since Ji-sun's group often had a leader figure who expected everyone to follow their orders. Chi Mai's side found that laughable. What era was this? Who still believed in that kind of authoritarian garbage? Regressive much? And so, the four fell into another standoff. No one wanted to speak first. Ji-sun and Yi-hsian had no clues to offer, while Guangran and Chi Mai didn't trust their character. Knew it. These two teams always clash when they meet. Well, it's Ji-sun's crew's fault for always being untrustworthy. They played themselves into having zero credibility. One side values good, the other embraces evil. Wasn't Ji-sun's team called too.The? A bunch of top-ranking players are from that team, right? Chi Mai's is the simple one piece. her.The and Peace were founded by the earliest batch of players. All ranked in the top 100. Pretty impressive. I's number one still in one of these teams. That's number one we're talking about. You think they'd waste time on any of these teams? True. Do you guys even remember who number one is? That was ages ago. The system encrypted the top 20 rankings. Can't see them now. Maybe some old school viewers still remember. Wonder if any are here. So what? These guys are just gonna stare at each other all day? Drag it out till night and let that old man slaughter everyone. LOL, maybe the ghost girl will start the killing first. Ji-sun clicked his tongue and sneered, if you ask me, you found nothing, didn't you? Just trying to bait us. He and Yi-hsian had combed the whole village and seen nothing. No way these two had found something he hadn't. Guanggran's expression didn't change, even if we did, we wouldn't tell you. Chi Mai had been silent, but when Ji-sun said that, his face visibly stiffened. Truth be told, Ji-sun wasn't wrong, they hadn't found anything either. Just like Ji-sun and Yi-hsian, Chi Mai and Guanggran had searched the village thoroughly. They felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. And then, a familiar male voice suddenly rang out, there are no middle-aged women in this village. All four turned toward the source of the voice. Bo Jingmo? Surprise flickered in all their eyes. To them, Bo Jingmo was a lone wolf player. Even if he had intel, he wouldn't normally share it. Yet here he was, offering up information on his own. Hearing what he said, Guanggran furrowed her brows, licked her dry lips, and slowly spoke, middle-aged women? That can't be, wait. She suddenly froze, her expression shifting drastically. She instinctively grabbed Chi Mai's arm. Chi Mai blinked, just about to ask what was wrong, when Guanggran spoke in a low voice, Chi Mai, along the way, did you see any older women? At that, all three of the others frowned. Then as if something clicked, their eyes widened. Chi Mai thought hard, then said seriously, no, we haven't seen a single one. Forget middle-aged women aside from Xiaomeng, they'd hardly seen any younger women either. That's when it finally hit them what was wrong with the village. Since entering, they hadn't seen a single woman over a certain age. Saying they were all at home working was way too much of a stretch. In any normal village, you'd see women with children out and about. But this place was too quiet. No children, no women. Creepy as hell. Bo Jingmo had walked over without them noticing. He held out his phone, showing them photos of suspicious houses in the village. I checked. Some of the doors are tightly shut. In rural areas, people usually don't lock their doors so tightly during the day, unless there's something they're hiding. His words made them all fall into thought. Guanggran looked through the photos and nodded. You're right. This village is really off. I think the women might be the key. That wife Xiaosu mentioned earlier could be linked to this instance too. Bo Jingmo's eyes flickered. He was about to say something else, when suddenly, Xiaomeng's panicked voice rang out from not far away, something's wrong. She came running, out of breath, face pale with terror, stammering as she pointed toward their lodgings. Your friend, is dead. Bo Jingmo's pupils shrank, his gaze snapping toward the direction she pointed. Yuli made her move? Ji-sun and the others were stunned when they heard the news, frozen in place with nothing to say. Du Yanhan was dead? She died just during that short time they hadn't seen her? They could hardly believe it, but the look of terror on Xiaomeng's face didn't seem fake. At a moment like this, no one noticed anything strange about Bo Jingmo. The man turned his head slightly, a few strands of hair falling over his eyes, hiding the emotion in them. His thin lips were pressed into a line, the hand at his side slowly clenched into a fist. Yuli made her move? Why? She only had to wait a little longer and the players would help her. Why did she take action herself? Bo Jingmo felt a bad premonition rising in his heart. He knew Yuli was more self-aware than the average NPC in the instance, but she was still in a state of amnesia and sometimes followed the NPC mindset. If one day she regained her memories and realized what she had done, even a normal person would break down. Yuli wasn't like him. He wasn't normal. He could easily accept the fact that he had killed people. But Yuli, there was no way she could accept it. So before anyone else could react, Bo Jingmo suddenly turned and strode swiftly in the direction of the lodging. The others quickly followed when they saw him move. Xiaomeng instinctively wanted to call out to stop them, but then remembered the village chief's warning. In the end, she just opened her mouth, only to swallow her words back down. When they arrived at the inn, they saw Xiaosu and Chen Chang were already there. The two seemed to be in the middle of a conversation but fell silent the moment the others entered. Zhao Su first glanced at Bo Jingmo, then at the rest of the group. His voice was slightly hoarse. You'd better prepare yourselves mentally. He stepped aside, revealing the scene inside the room. In an instant, the bloody sight inside was fully exposed. The floor was stained with a large pool of bright red blood, and Du Yanhan was slumped beside the bed. Her clothes were disheveled, hair a mess, and her neck had been viciously slashed with something. Her head hung at an angle, exposing a fractured neck bone. Her eyes were wide open in terror, as if she'd seen something horrifying before she died. Guan Gran and Yi Xian's faces changed instantly. They turned away and rushed into the corridor, gripping the railing as they gasped for air. Chi Mai didn't react quite as dramatically, but his face was still deathly pale. Ji Sun's eyes widened. He staggered back several steps, pointing at the room as his voice trembled. This, how did she die? Zhao Su was silent for a moment, his eyes falling on the blood pooled on the floor. He said only one word, ghost. It was the work of a ghost. Even though they had already guessed it, the expressions on everyone's faces shifted, each more complex than the last as cold sweat formed in their hearts. This ghost was way more brutal than they'd expected. Their earlier speculations began to waver. Maybe the strange things in this mountain village were all caused by the ghost too? In the silence, Bo Jingmo, who had always been quiet, suddenly let out a low laugh. Ghost. It was rare to see such a mocking look on his face. His sharp features were cold as his long, narrow eyes swept over Zhao Su. Are you saying this was all done by a ghost? That a ghost killed Du Yanhan? Zhao Su's brows furrowed tightly. He fought down the surge of loathing in his heart as he met Bo Jingmo's gaze, saying word by word, yes, a ghost. There's always been a ghost in our village. We just didn't tell you because we didn't want you to worry. Bo Jingmo leaned against a pillar, casually glancing at the blood on the floor. Even with a severed neck, there's no way one person could bleed this much. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he spoke slowly. So Du Yanhan wasn't the only one who died in this room. Zhao Su's eyes twitched, his gaze trembling slightly. He quickly looked away, clenching his fists tightly. After a long pause, he finally let out a cold laugh. If I remember right, your name is Bo Jingmo, yeah. Bo Jingmo lazily lifted his eyelids and gave a slight nod in response. The kiss marks on his neck had mostly faded, but faint traces were still visible. When Zhao Su saw the marks, it was as if his eyes had been burned. He bit down hard on his molars, the strength in his hands increasing as his joints creaked. His tone turned icy and rude. So you're saying I hid a corpse? Then tell me who else died in that room, and what would I even gain from hiding a body? Bo Jingmo's expression was cold, lips curling with indifference. This Zhao Su clearly didn't like him. Well, the feeling was mutual. He hated this NPC too. You want to talk about benefits? Bo Jingmo shoved his hands into his pockets, his demeanor chill and voice textured with calm indifference. If Du Yanhan was the only one in the room, you could blame it all on the ghost and cover up the dirty things your villagers have done. Chen Cheng suddenly barked out, Bo Jingmo, stop talking nonsense. Noticing the others looking at him, Chen Cheng realized what he'd just said. His face froze, the panic that had been rising now fully exposed. He avoided eye contact, his lips fumbling. I'm sad too that she died, but you can't just slander these kind, honest villagers like that. What dirty things? Don't talk nonsense. By now, Guan Gran had calmed down a bit. Chi Mai was supporting her arm. Her face was pale, as if the shock had left her physically weak. Her eyes lowered in thought. Something was off, very off. One of his own employees had died, and yet Chen Cheng was defending outsiders. Unless, he was working with the villagers. Clearly, she wasn't the only one with that suspicion. Ji Sun suddenly sneered, Boss, really? 2 of your employees are dead and you're still defending them? Don't tell me you're in on it too? Brought us all here just to get us killed. Though Ji Sun said it like a joke, every word struck dead center. The unease spread rapidly through Chen Cheng and Zhao Su's hearts. Zhao Su swallowed hard and looked away, his fists clenched tight. His voice was dry, there really is a ghost. I'm not lying. Yi Xian spoke up too, then prove it. For all we know, you guys killed Du Yanhan. Chen Cheng's eyes flickered with panic as he watched the scene unfold. How did things end up like this? Why were these people suddenly so sharp? Bo Jingmo leaned silently against the wall, eyes lowered, a faint smirk playing at his lips. If the plot kept moving in this direction, the players would eventually realize the villagers were the root of all the evil. Then all he had to do was stir them up and let them kill the villagers. The instance would end. And Yuli would awaken from the scenario. Once the instance ended, he'd find a way to tell her the truth. Bo Jingmo didn't care whether these people were killed by Yuli or not. Even if it was her, it didn't matter. Because he would clear every path for her. Oh my god, is this Bo Jingmo's true strength? I keep getting the feeling he leaked that info to the other players on purpose. Bo Jingmo's been on a goody two-shoes path since the last instance. Is this his villain arc? Also, Zhao Su and Chen Cheng clearly looked guilty. So there really was more than just Du Yanhan in that room? Who else went in? Are they alive or dead now? That much blood, if you ask me. There were 3 people in that room. So Zhao Su really did hide someone? He's tampering with the crime scene. Hey now, wrong genre. This is a horror instance, not a police procedural. So it wasn't a ghost? A villager did it. Hard to say. If Du Yanhan was killed by a villager, then who killed the villager? As the atmosphere grew more serious, Zhao Su's clenched fist slowly loosened. He shot a vicious glare at Bo Jingmo, just about to speak. Suddenly, the trees around them began shaking violently, making a tremendous noise. Leaves rustled and fell in a constant stream, and everyone's eyes were instantly drawn in that direction. Only Bo Jingmo froze. He stood up, the curve of his lips tightening. His gaze fell on the swaying trees, expression unreadable. A few seconds later, the shaking stopped. Fallen leaves covered the ground in a thick layer. A gentle breeze passed by, rustling the leaves slightly. Everything seemed calm again. But it felt more like the calm before a storm. Everyone instinctively held their breath, afraid to disturb the sudden, eerie stillness. The breeze tugged at their hair. The gentle autumn wind, almost unnoticed before, gradually picked up. And when the first leaf drifted close, someone finally sensed something was wrong. Guangran tightened her coat, her expression changing. She shouted, "This wind isn't right, get inside." But it was already too late. The once warm breeze instantly turned into a fierce gale. The leaves on the ground were swept up and began swirling in the air. The next second, they flew at the group with violent force. The soft green leaves now seemed like deadly blades. With a sharp whoosh, they sliced through the air, aimed directly at their faces. Chi Mai immediately stepped in front of Guangran, raising his arm to shield her from the leaves. The moment they struck, he let out a muffled grunt. His brows knit tightly as he looked at his arm. A deep gash had been slashed into it. Blood trickled down his arm, pooling before dripping to the ground. On the floor, the edge of the leaf that had cut him was still stained with fresh blood. These leaves were shockingly lethal. Chi Mai's expression turned grim. His skin was pretty thick, yet he still got cut like this. That meant the others. Sure enough, cries of pain rang out nearby. Turning his head, he saw Ji-sun and Yi-hsian covered in bloody gashes across their arms and faces. Especially Ji-sun, one leaf had cut right across his eye. He clutched his face and crouched down, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Blood oozed between his fingers, dripping steadily from his hand. He didn't look good at all. Chi Mai heard him growl in pain. "FK, this ghost plays dirty." Was it a ghost? His gaze instinctively shifted to Chen Chang and Zhao Su. They too had realized something was off about the leaves and were clumsily shielding themselves. Their bodies were also covered in wounds. Chi Mai wanted to check on Bo Jingmo, but before he could, he felt someone tug his shirt. At the same time, Guanggran's urgent voice shouted behind him, "Chi Mai, move! The tiles above are falling." Chi Mai looked up in confusion. The roof tiles above were trembling violently, shaking faster and faster as if they'd fall any second. His pupils contracted. Just as he was about to run, a crisp crack rang out overhead. That sound spread like a virus. One after another, crack 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 shattering sounds echoed all across the rooftop. In that instant, the same terrifying thought filled everyone's mind. The roof is going to collapse? Chi Mai's heart clenched. He quickly turned to Guangran. Seeing the shocked look in her eyes, he didn't even have time to say a word. He pulled her into his arms and dropped down, using his back to shield her from the falling debris. On the other side, Yi-hsian bit her lip hard. She clutched her wound, grabbed Ji-sun who was crouched on the floor, and muttered coldly, "Ji-sun, you better be useful later." The next moment, she teleported the both of them from outside the doorway to the interior. Yi-hsian's skill was actually teleportation. But since she brought Ji-sun with her, the strain was too much. She collapsed on the floor, gasping for air like she'd just run a marathon, her entire body drained of strength. And just as they escaped, the roof above Chi Mai collapsed with a loud crash. Countless sharp tiles rained down and pierced his back. Chi Mai let out a muffled groan. Blood gushed from his back, soaking his shirt. Beneath him, Guanggran's panicked voice cried out, "Chi Mai." Chi Mai kept his eyes closed. Even with the support of his skill, the tiles striking his body one after another drained the color from his face. He trembled uncontrollably, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The bright red blood stung Guanggran's eyes. Her pupils quivered, her whole body went cold, and her fingers shakily wiped the blood from his lips. Tears slid down her face. This vengeful ghost wanted all the players dead. And up on the beam of the opposite rooftop, the woman in the red wedding dress tilted her head curiously at the scene below, her fox-like eyes narrowing with interest as she murmured, "High strength, plus teleportation, huh? That was an unexpected skill set." Sure enough, long-range attacks weren't great for killing players. But the result was still good enough. She slowly pulled her gaze away from Chi Mai and the others, then looked at the man standing on the other side of the corridor. Her lips curved. The woman chuckled softly and raised her hand, extending one slender finger. A single green leaf floated through the air. As if it had its own consciousness, it drifted toward the man and lightly grazed his face. A fresh red wound appeared on his cheek. His arm also bore multiple cuts, but only the one on his face had just appeared. Like a silent warning. And punishment. Bo Jingmo lowered his eyes and caught the leaf with one hand. Thin trails of blood trickled from the cut, sliding slowly down his cheek and leaving a stark red line. The sharp beauty of his face now held a broken edge. But his expression was too calm. So calm it was unsettling, so calm it became dangerous. The breeze fluttered the hem of his clothes, yet the man stood there silently, head lowered, radiating a chilling stillness. After a long moment, his eyelashes trembled. He slowly raised a hand and wiped the blood from his face. The blood spread across his fingertips, reflected in his eyes now a deep, ominous red. It was as if he could no longer lie to himself. His gaze trembled slightly. The fingers clutching the leaf curled weakly. Yuli was angry. She was blaming him for leaking the information to the players. She'd rather help Zhao Su. She'd rather take on the blame for all the killings than work with him. Bo Jingmo felt as if he'd fallen into an icy abyss. He suddenly remembered what she said that night. His pupils contracted. Only then did he realize she hadn't been joking. She really wasn't going to come to him ever again. Yu Li's move basically confirmed the rumor that there was a ghost in the village. Her appearance not only validated what Zhao Su said but also made the players resent her. Now all the players believed the female ghost was evil. But in truth, all she did was make her stance clear to Bo Jingmo. Since Bo Jingmo rejected her, she no longer needed his help with anything. A mocking laugh suddenly rang out beside his ear. Bo Jingmo lifted his eyelids and looked over to see Zhao Su grinning smugly. Zhao Su's body was covered in wounds, but none of that pain compared to the satisfaction he felt at this moment. His mouth stretched into a triumphant curve as he spoke with a hint of arrogance. Bo Jingmo, now do you still dare say that what happened in that room wasn't done by a ghost? Bangsu was helping him. This was the first time Bangsu chose him. She didn't help Bo Jingmo, and instead resolutely chose to prove his words in front of everyone. The thought made Zhao Su uncontrollably excited. His eyes burned with fervor. Seeing the expressionless man across from him only made him feel more triumphant. Bo Jingmo, Bangsu only favored you once, so what? In the end, she still chose me? The man said nothing, just lowered his gaze and clenched the leaf tighter in his hand. After a long pause, he let out a low chuckle. Fine. Yu Li, is this what you wanted? He understood now. Bo Jingmo looked toward the rooftop of the house opposite as if sensing something, but it was already empty. Only a jet-black crow stood there, tilting its pea-sized eye as it stared at him. At the same time, a group of people suddenly rushed in from the entrance. They were stunned for a moment when they saw the scene. Then the elderly man leading them barked, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and save them." Only then did the others snap out of it and rush into the ruins to rescue Chi Mai and Guangran from beneath the tiles. Guangran had been shielded underneath and wasn't badly injured. But Chi Mai wasn't so lucky. Not only was he covered in cuts from the leaves, his back was an utter mess. Those roof tiles had pierced into his flesh without mercy, tearing the skin apart. Some shards were even deeply embedded. The people helping couldn't help but frown, some hesitant to even start. God, just looking at it hurt. But Chi Mai didn't let out a single sound. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth as they removed the debris. Next to him, Guanggran's eyes were red. She looked at Chi Mai's injuries but was powerless to help. Her skill wasn't for healing, so she couldn't do anything for him. Ji Sun and Yi Xian were also being treated for all sorts of injuries. Their teleportation wasn't detected by the NPCs, who simply assumed they had always been in that location. Zhao Su and Chen Chang walked up to Old Wei and briefly explained what had happened. Chen Chang looked at the group's weak condition and quietly said, "Old Wei, how about we take this chance to get rid of the men?" The rest went unsaid. But Old Wei just shook his head slightly. No. His gaze swept over each of them inch by inch. Slowly narrowing his eyes, the wrinkles at the corners gathered together, and a glint of light flashed in his murky eyes. Not yet. These people aren't quite like the ones before. The aura on these people was strong. Take Chi Mai, for example. Pierced by so many tiles and yet he was still alive. If their souls could be used properly, there might never be trouble again. That was his oversight. He hadn't expected the ones Chen Chang brought this time to be so special. Especially. Old Wei's gaze fell on Bo Jingmo standing to the side, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by a hint of greed. No wonder Yu Bangxiu had chosen this man. The aura on him was a fatal temptation to ghosts so rich in yang energy, even his spiritual power was abnormally abundant. But how had things turned out like this? Old Wei glanced at Zhao Su. Did Yu Bangxiu appear? The man lowered his gaze. His tone was hard to decipher, disappointed or relieved. No. Old Wei stared at him for a few seconds, then his voice suddenly turned icy cold. Zhao Su, don't forget what I told you. Yu Bangxiu isn't helping you this time. She really killed someone. Zhao Su pursed his lips without a word and just gave a quiet Seeing that expression, Old Wei knew exactly what he was thinking. He couldn't hold back a scoff. That ghost just wanted to take the chance to kill these people while he wasn't around. Did Zhao Su really think she was helping him? Forget it, there was no time to deal with that now. He'd handle these people first. Old Wei was just about to step forward when Zhao Su suddenly grabbed him. Old Wei, don't forget what you promised me. Old Wei shot him a sideways glance. I know. I haven't forgotten. He walked up to the severely injured group, putting on a kind smile. You've all been through quite a scare today. I've already heard everything from Zhao Su and the others. Hearing this, Guangran looked up. When she saw the old man in front of her, her eyes red, she asked, "Who are you?" Old Wei blinked and smiled. "Me? You can call me Grandpa Wei. I'm in charge of wedding and funeral affairs in the village, and I know a bit about these things." His gaze swept over the group, then he got straight to the point. "For example, everything that just happened, I know it was done by a female ghost." Guangran lowered her eyes. She had already figured out it was a ghost. She asked Old Wei, "How do you know it was a female ghost?" Old Wei stroked his beard and suddenly let out a long sigh. "Because that female ghost has already harmed many people in our village. And weren't you all wondering if there was more than one person who died in that room?" He waved his hand, and the next second, 2 corpses were carried in. Old Wei ordered someone to lift the white cloth, and in an instant, 2 horribly mutilated male corpses were exposed before everyone. Guanggran's face turned pale and she immediately turned away. Old Wei looked over at Yi Xian in the room. Her face was also deathly pale as she shifted her gaze. Seeing this, a flicker of satisfaction passed through his eyes. Only then did he motion for the cloth to be put back. These two men were villagers who died in the room along with Du Yanhan. They were both killed by the female ghost. Even your friend was killed by her. Old Wei sighed, his face full of sorrow. Our village has seen many families ruined by her hand. She hadn't appeared much these past few years, and now that you've come, this happens again. Guangran looked at the wounds on Chi Mai's back, then suddenly looked up and asked, why did those villagers enter Du Yanhan's room? Unexpectedly, Old Wei's face grew even more sorrowful at her words. He sighed heavily. Because they were bewitched by the female ghost. She's best at manipulating people's hearts. Those two villagers may have come into contact with her before and lost their minds. Old Wei paced around the room, speaking as he walked. I suspect they went near the lake. That female ghost often appears around there. You've been to the lake before too, haven't you? Did anything strange happen? His gaze swept over the group without giving anything away. Suddenly, he stopped, narrowed his eyes, and said in a loaded tone. For example, did anyone come into contact with the female ghost? In an instant, everyone instinctively looked toward Bojingmo. Today, Du Yanhan suddenly said someone went to Bojingmo's tent in the middle of the night, but everyone knew that was impossible. So right now, the most suspicious person was Bojingmo. Old Wei followed everyone's gaze, his eyes flickering slightly. You all think he saw that female ghost. He walked over to Bojingmo, scanning him up and down, then nodded, looking at him like this. The aura on him is definitely off. It's highly likely he's been bewitched by the ghost. The players were all shocked. Jiaosu silently clenched his fists, pressing his lips together without speaking. Even being slandered like this, Bojingmo remained calm, his eyes downcast as he stared at the leaf in his hand, seemingly with no intention to defend himself. Instead, it was Guangran who frowned after hearing that and asked, do you have any proof? Bojingmo was a player like them. She still found it hard to believe he'd be bewitched by a female ghost from the scenario. Old Wei knew they wouldn't believe just his word alone. Remembering what Jiaosu had told him, a thought flashed through his mind and he stroked his beard, squinting. Proof? All I can say is that ghost has a strong vengeful streak. Once someone discovers her, she'll stop at nothing to kill them. At that moment, Ji-sun suddenly looked up, covering his injured eye, his face twisted with hatred. One of our teammates died at the lake last night. Was that also because they saw the ghost and got killed? And then Du Yanhan said someone went to Bojingmo's tent, so she was killed by the ghost too. The reason Du Yanhan brought it up was because he told her he'd heard a zipper being pulled open at night. So next, it was his turn? No wonder. No wonder. If that's how it is, then the next to die is me? Thinking that, Ji-sun's pupils shrank. He couldn't even care about the pain in his body as he rushed straight to Bojingmo. He glared at Bojingmo with his one good eye, gritting his teeth and shouting, so you already saw the ghost, didn't you? You're standing with the ghost now, aren't you? Old Wei didn't expect someone to play along so perfectly. He was clearly stunned for a second, then a flicker of dark joy flashed in his eyes. What a fool, perfect. He pretended to think for a moment, then said, that's right, exactly. Then he turned to Guangran. I already had someone examine the body that fell into the river. It was killed by a ghost. Guanggran's gaze dimmed as she lowered her eyes, clearly lost in thought. On the other side, Ji-sun seemed to have pieced together the entire plot. His expression was full of excitement and agitation. With his blood-covered face, he looked downright creepy. He knew the plot now? The female ghost slaughtered the entire village, that's why there were so few villagers left. She killed them? Now she'd set her sights on Bojingmo and bewitched him. Thinking that, he couldn't wait to blurt it out, afraid someone else might steal his plot points. What are you all hesitating for? It's already obvious? Lily was killed by the ghost? Du Yanhan too. I told Du Yanhan I heard a zipper being pulled open last night, so now the ghost wants to kill us. When no one responded, he frowned slightly, then relaxed again and kept going. Doesn't anyone find it weird? Why did Bojingmo insist Du Yanhan wasn't killed by a ghost, when even Jiaosu said it was? That just proves he's working with the ghost. Bojingmo saw the ghost last night, but he didn't tell us? Isn't that proof he's hiding something? Ji-sun's words didn't sound wrong, in fact, they seemed pretty logical. If that were the case, then their mission as players was crystal clear. Kill the ghost and help the mountain village rid itself of fear. But, something still felt off. Guanggran's mind was a mess right now. After seeing Chi Mai's injuries, she couldn't think clearly, so she didn't jump to conclusions. Ji-sun clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed they still didn't get it. What a bunch of idiots. No wonder they'd never get high scores. He looked straight at Old Wei. So what do we do to get rid of the ghost? Old Wei narrowed his eyes. If we want to eliminate her, I don't have the power to do it right now. But her strength has weakened a lot too. She won't act rashly for now. After a moment's thought, he suddenly pointed at Bojingmo, and right now, the key to everything is your teammate. Bojingmo. Old Wei nodded. The ghost wants to use Bojingmo to gain power. We have to stop her first. The corners of his lips lifted ever so slightly. So, let me take Bojingmo. I'll help him break free from the ghost's influence. Ji-sun, nice analysis, now please don't analyze anymore. Someone shut Ji-sun up and drag him out. Every part of his theory is wrong. No surprise, the conclusion is to help. Bo Jingmo was leading things in the right direction, and Ji Sun just dragged them all off a cliff. I think the others are starting to believe it too. It's over. The villagers are the real villains, and now the players are about to help the antagonists by killing the ghost. Brilliant. Hehe, once they kill the ghost, this old man will just kill them all. Didn't he Bo Jingmo already figure things out? He was doing so well earlier, why is he silent now? Same question here. Maybe he realized he can't carry them anymore and just gave up, ha ha ha. Now this old man wants to take away the only person who knows the truth. My god. He's totally going to kill Bo Jingmo. It's over, we're screwed. But then again, Bo Jingmo did sleep with the ghost. They're not wrong, they just completely misunderstood the ghost's grudge against the villagers. Wait, now that you say that, something weird comes to mind. Spill it. Think about it. If Bo Jingmo really met the ghost last night, and she took a liking to him, why didn't he tell Ji Sun and the others? Why hide it? Could he really be bewitched? Or maybe, there's something unusual about his relationship with the ghost. That could explain why he knows so much. Hold on, wasn't the ghost Xiao Su's dead wife? If that's true, then why would the ghost attack the players? She could have used them to help her. And Bo Jingmo is clearly trying to seek justice for her. With her doing this, isn't she just making him look guilty in front of everyone? Their relationship is so complicated. Yuli watched the barrage of speculation and let out a soft laugh. These viewers really are sharp. They were mostly spot on. The little system curled up on her red veil. Sister, so Bo Jingmo isn't planning to help you anymore? He hasn't said a word. No. On the contrary, he's decided to help me himself. Yuli's eyes curved with a smile. She looked quite pleased. I overestimated Bo Jingmo's emotional endurance. She'd planned a bigger shock later, but just this was enough to make the man jealous. Watching Bo Jingmo being taken away by Old Wei and the others, the system blinked with confusion, its light flickering. Then why isn't he saying anything? Letting them take him like this, doesn't that mean he's admitting he's bewitched? Yuli scoffed, instantly exposing Bo Jingmo's true thoughts. He's doing it on purpose. He's trying to die on purpose. She glanced at the system, raising her brow with a playful smile. Don't forget, once Bo Jingmo dies, he'll become a ghost too. Yuli knew him too well. Since he wouldn't act while he was alive, then he'd just become a ghost and kill without hesitation. That man wanted to take a different path to fulfill the collaboration she proposed earlier. Really playing the game like a pro. But Yuli tilted her head and slowly smiled. What I said about cooperating didn't include dying as a condition. What she wanted was for a conscious, living Bo Jingmo to take action personally. If someone wanted to play this way, then they couldn't blame her for flipping the table. As the sun set, a layer of dim golden light spilled across the sky, and the entire mountain village sank into a heavy atmosphere. Bo Jingmo was taken to Old Wei's residence, while Guan Gran and the others were sent elsewhere to rest and have their wounds treated. Perhaps it was because Bo Jingmo had cooperated too much along the way, but Old Wei actually let down his guard a little, thinking this young man had completely given up resisting. Bo Jingmo sat in place, surrounded by several people. Old Wei was preparing some things off to the side, keeping Bo Jingmo in the corner of his eye. Seeing that he was really just sitting there obediently, his brows furrowed instead. This young man, wasn't he a little too calm? He put down the items in his hands, waved for the others to leave, then walked up to Bo Jingmo. Aren't you afraid? The man looked up at him when he heard that, lips curling. You're going to kill me. He said it like a statement, with a tone that even carried a hint of excitement. Old Wei's hand paused, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. You're really looking forward to dying. Bo Jingmo lowered his gaze. I'm just saying what you were planning to do. Oh, you know what I'm planning. Old Wei tapped the table. This is your first time here, right? Who told you about the things happening in our village? Yu Bangsu. At the mention of that name, Bo Jingmo's body visibly shifted, but he didn't say anything. Old Wei was deeply curious about this man. There really was a ghost's aura on him, yet his eyes were startlingly clear, and his reason was intact. He didn't look like someone who had lost his mind. If it really was Yu Bangsu who told him, he actually believed a female ghost's words? If he cooperated well, maybe this man's soul could be used for his purposes. He stroked his beard. Bo Jingmo, do you believe what that Yu Bangsu said? Seeing the man remain silent, he continued, you saw it yourself. That female ghost even hurt your teammate today. That shows how vicious she is. A ghost like that, shouldn't you be helping us get rid of her? Get rid of her? Bo Jingmo seemed particularly interested in those two words and chuckled lowly. Just you. What do you mean by that? Old Wei felt looked down on. His brows shot up and he sneered. What kind of power do you think that ghost has? After all these years, hasn't she still been suppressed by us? Let me tell you the truth. If you cooperate with us, that ghost will soon be annihilated. Is that so? The man lowered his eyes, as if genuinely considering it. Old Wei was about to say more when suddenly, anxious footsteps and a man's panicked voice came from outside the door. Old Wei? Bad news? Village Chief Chen's house is on fire. Old Wei's expression froze instantly. The people Chen Chang brought were resting at Chen Daxai's place. He quickly asked, did they get out? The man's face was filled with anxiety. No. We couldn't open the door, that's why we came to get you. D***MN it must be that ghost's doing? She's trying to kill those workers early so the sacrifice won't work. Old Wei clenched his jaw and cursed under his breath, shooting Bo Jingmo a sinister glare as he pointed at him. Tie him up first, then come with me to put out the fire. Got it. Once Old Wei and the others hurried off, the room returned to silence. Bo Jingmo stared at the ropes around his body, sitting in the chair without moving. Shadows covered his eyes. Then suddenly, footsteps sounded at the door. Creak, the door was gently pushed open. Bo Jingmo looked up at the sound, and when he saw who it was, his eyes flickered. The man shut the door, walked over to Bo Jingmo, and seeing the sorry state he was in, curled his lips into a mocking grin. Bo Jingmo, don't tell me you're waiting for Bangsu to come find you. Zhao Su looked down at him condescendingly. His eyes landed on the scar on Bo Jingmo's face, and he let out a sneer of disdain. See? This is what you get. Bangsu's already abandoned you. Bo Jingmo lifted his eyelids and stared at Zhao Su for a long time, then let out a quiet laugh and slowly said, Zhao Su, what exactly is your relationship to her? My relationship. The man froze for a moment, then suddenly got emotional. I'm Bangsu's husband? Who the h*ll are you? That's what I should be asking. You're nothing. You're just someone she liked once. You'll always be an outsider. Something in those words clearly triggered Bo Jingmo. In that instant, his usually indifferent face turned cold as ice. Pitch-black pupils fixed on Zhao Su's face, his voice expressionless as he repeated word for word, you're her husband. His expression was so cold that Zhao Su instinctively stepped back. Then, realizing what he just said, he forced a smug grin onto his face. Why yeah, so what? You didn't know? Heh. There was no way this was the first time Bo Jingmo had heard it. But no matter how many times the word came from someone else's mouth, he couldn't stop the frustration and hostility bubbling up inside him. This was the first time Bo Jingmo had found an NPC so unbearable. He seemed to think of something, and suddenly chuckled lowly. So, you personally killed your wife, dumped her in the lake, and even worked with that old man to frame her for murder, is that it? Zhao Su's expression stiffened. His voice suddenly shot up. You don't understand anything? Who are you to judge me? He rushed forward, grabbing Bo Jingmo by the collar. His veins bulged, his eyes bloodshot, face flushed as he roared. You think I didn't want a good life with Bangsu? I treated her so well, gave her everything she wanted. I did whatever she asked, but she never even looked me in the eye. I loved her so much. If that hadn't happened, how could I have handed her over to Old Wei as a sacrifice? I did it for the village. For my family? Who are you to sit there judging me? If you were me, you'd have no choice either. No choice, Bo Jingmo repeated the word slowly, narrowing his eyes. Then he suddenly looked up at Zhao Su, a faint smile on his lips. I'm not like you. Zhao Su froze for a second, about to reply. But then a woman's soft laugh came from behind him. Zhao Su, so it seems I've really misunderstood you all this time. The moment the voice rang out, both their bodies stiffened. Zhao Su spun around immediately, his face bursting with joy. Bangsu, you finally came to see me. Bo Jingmo, hearing that familiar voice, slowly looked up, dazed as he stared at the woman who had suddenly appeared. Yuli? Shouldn't she be at the fire? Why was she here? She wasn't supposed to show up. He was just about to die. Just a little longer, and he could have used Zhao Su to expose the truth about this village, then righteously helped her kill. But why had she come now? Under the dim candlelight, the woman sat atop a high platform in a brightly colored wedding dress. A red veil covered her face, and golden tassels swayed gently in the air. She leaned lazily against a pillar, her pale, jade-like hand resting lightly on the idol Old Wei worshipped, as casually as if it were just a handrail. The jade bracelet on her wrist slid down with the motion. When both of them turned to look, a soft laugh came from beneath the red veil. She tilted her head slightly, and the dangling tassels swayed with her movement. Then, the woman casually lifted her hand, completely ignoring Bo Jingmo and, without the slightest hesitation, pointed directly at Zhao Su. You, come here. Bo Jingmo's pupils trembled violently, and it was as if something inside him shattered all at once. She had come, for Zhao Su. Compared to Bo Jingmo's reaction, Zhao Su was absolutely overjoyed. He stared at the woman's figure with infatuated eyes, walking toward her step by step, murmuring, Bangsu. Yuli sat high above on the platform, gazing down at the accomplice who helped destroy the original soul. Under the red veil, her beautiful face was devoid of any expression. She lowered her head slightly and used her toe to lift Zhao Su's chin, her tone unreadable. You said, you've always liked me. The gesture carried a hint of humiliation, but done by her, it came off as graceful, almost like a gift. Zhao Su obediently tilted his head back, his eyes filled with daze and obsession. He grinned. Yeah. Bangsu, you finally understand me. You finally know how much I love you. The corners of the woman's lips curled faintly, but her tone as she spoke was puzzled, even a bit aggrieved. But why did you help Old Wei frame me? Zhao Su's face froze, his voice stuck in his throat. But the woman's accusation continued. Clearly, I wasn't the one who killed Lili or Du Yanhan, yet you sided with them and blamed me. Yuli bent down, leaning closer to Zhao Su. Her voice floated across the short distance, a seductive whisper like a ghost's enchantment. I killed those villagers because they did bad things. They tried to assault Du Yanhan. Tell me, didn't they deserve to die? Shouldn't I have killed them? The female ghost's body gave off an indescribable scent. Zhao Su instinctively inhaled, his eyes dulling as he opened his mouth slightly. They deserved it. I knew you'd understand me. The woman laughed softly, reaching out slowly and tapping the man's shoulder with her fingertip. Her ethereal voice echoed through the room. Zhao Su, I can let go of the past. Look, I even helped you in front of everyone just now. Shouldn't you help me in return? Who that someone was went without saying. Zhao Su's heart fluttered wildly at her touch, especially when he heard her call Bo Jingmo an outsider. His breathing quickened, joy surged to his head, and reason completely vanished. His eyes widened in excitement. I'll help? Bangsu, just tell me what to do. He knew it. Bangsu was just messing with Bo Jingmo for fun. In the end, she would choose him. Yu Li glanced at a certain someone who looked like he was about to lose his mind and smirked. Bo Jingmo, you refused me earlier. Regretting it now? Too late. She turned her gaze leisurely back to Zhao Su, her tone casual. Zhao Su, you know Old Wei's been using something to suppress me. Do you know where he's hiding it? Zhao Su paused, opened his mouth, his eyes full of hesitation. Old Wei's warnings echoed in his mind. But the woman's soft voice instantly drowned those warnings out. I know what you're worried about. Old Wei threatened you with your sister's life. I'll protect her. Yu Li's eyes sparkled as she suddenly pointed toward Bo Jingmo. And this man? I'll let you kill him yourself. How about that? The moment she said it, Zhao Su's expression changed. He was silent for a while, then spoke in a low voice. Bangsu, you really won't lie to me. Yu Li's voice was gentle. Zhao Su, I came to you because I trust you. Zhao Su's gaze landed on the red veil over her head, his eyes shadowed. That wedding dress he had specially ordered the village seamstress to embroider it. On their wedding day, Bangsu had refused to wear it no matter what. In the end, it had been forced on her by Old Wei after her death, to suppress her resentment. He had never seen her wear this dress while alive, had never truly had a wedding with her. Yet now, it had ended up on Bo Jingmo's outsider body. In the vast ancestral hall, the man suddenly lifted his head, eyes gleaming. His eyes held a fanatical intensity as he said each word slowly. I'll help you. But I want to consummate our marriage. The air seemed to freeze. Crack, a sound of something shattering. In an unnoticed corner, Bo Jingmo still sat with his head bowed. The shadow concealed most of his face, and the half of it that was visible showed no expression. But look closely, and veins were bulging on his neck. His eyes were a violent, bloodshot red like a beast on the verge of attacking its prey. He wanted to kill Zhao Su. Holy SHT, holy SHT, holy SHT, holy SHT, Zhao Su, you madman. Bo Jingmo's still right there. He totally said that on purpose. Zhao Su has always been jealous that Yu Bangsu chose Bo Jingmo. He's her husband but never got to consummate the marriage. So now he's asking for it? OMG, what kind of battlefield is this? I wanna interview Bo Jingmo right now, ha 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 ha. Are you a devil? LOL, he's definitely losing it. Can't you see his fists are clenched? But Bo Jingmo's always been calm, right? Maybe he won't explode? And didn't the ghost hurt his teammates? How could he still have feelings for her? Yeah, the ghost hurt his people. Normally he should be afraid of her. Maybe he's planning how to escape, or how to stop Zhao Su from helping the ghost. Zhao Su really has no shame. Killed Yu Bangsu and now wants to take over her body too. He's the worst, wants everything. Sacrificed Bangsu to save his sister. What a disgusting man. Yu Bangsu was trafficked here already. Now she has to worry about these traffickers' lives? I'm fuming. Hehehe, am I the only one dying to see what the sister under the red veil looks like? I wanna lift it. Yu Li hadn't expected Zhao Su to be this bold. She instinctively glanced at Bo Jingmo, but the man kept his head down, lost in thought. Her tongue pressed against the inside of her cheek, and she repeated with interest, consummate the marriage. Zhao Su narrowed his eyes. Why not? You could do it with Bo Jingmo, why not me? Of course. Yu Li leaned lazily against the pillar, propping her head up with one hand and smiling. As long as you help me succeed, I'll agree to anything. Deal. Zhao Su's eyes lit up with joy and anticipation. His heart pounded as he quickened his steps, walking past Bo Jingmo to a corner of the table. He had come here many times to see Old Wei, and that guy always took things from this spot. His fingers fumbled along the wall, feeling around for a hidden latch. Then click. A section of the wall opened, revealing a familiar wooden compartment. Zhao Su's face lit up. He quickly pulled it out. Just as he was about to hand it to Yu Li, he looked up and froze. His ecstatic expression stiffened. His hand trembled uncontrollably. Clatter, the box dropped to the floor. On the wall, a tall shadow loomed behind him. The pitch-black silhouette was a full head taller than him, exuding an overwhelming pressure and danger, like a savage ghost with claws bared. And behind him, the chair's ropes had been cut, with shards of broken glass scattered on the ground. The man stood silently behind Zhao Su, holding a sharp piece of shattered tile between his fingers. Drip, drip, drip. Blood flowed from his palm, trailing down his slender fingers. It pooled at the tips and fell, one drop at a time, to the floor. Zhao Su stared at the figure in front of him, his heart pounding wildly, his throat dry. He was just about to turn to Yu Li for help. But as soon as he turned his head, his hair was yanked back hard. A cold, sharp touch pressed against his neck. A stabbing pain surged, and warm, sticky blood instantly spilled out. A man's voice rang beside his ear, like a devil from hell, cold and dangerous. Zhao Su. Zhao Su wanted to scream, wanted to resist, but his body just wouldn't move. His legs trembled faintly, tears of fear welled up in his eyes. He was a strong, grown man, and yet here he was scared out of his mind. Because the man behind him felt truly terrifying, even more frightening than that female ghost. As he felt his strength slowly slipping away, Zhao Su gritted his teeth and cried out in desperation. No, Bangsu, help me. As the roof tile slowly pierced deeper, Bo Jingmo's face remained completely emotionless. His pitch-black pupils were filled with indifference, as if the only thing left in him was the urge to kill. But when he heard that name, he let out a low laugh. A deeper gloom darkened his eyes, and with no mercy, he pressed harder. The tile sliced into the throat inch by inch, blood dripping down his wrist to the floor. He kicked Zhao Su in the knee. With a heavy thud, the man collapsed to his knees. Expressionless, Bo Jingmo grabbed his hair and yanked his head back viciously, then stomped down hard on his shin. A crisp cracking sound came from the bone. Zhao Su let out a shrill, piercing scream. His head was forcibly tilted back at a terrifying angle. Bo Jingmo looked down at the pain twisted on Zhao Su's face, and with a raised hand, began to slowly slice his face with the tile. The sharp edge tore open skin. Zhao Su's pupils shrank, and he screamed in agony, "Ah, stop, stop." But this was only part of the torment. The man's gaze landed somewhere else, and a faint smirk curled his lips as he slowly spoke, "You still wanted to sleep with her." As if he guessed what Bo Jingmo was planning, Zhao Su's pupils trembled violently. His body began to shake all over. No, no. Bo Jingmo's gaze shifted to the scissors on the table nearby. He reached out to pick them up. A lazy female voice suddenly rang out. "Bo Jingmo, what are you doing?" The man froze instantly, suppressed emotions flickering in his eyes. He looked silently toward the woman. He replied, "Killing someone." The woman leaned her head on her hand, elbow propped against the Buddha statue. Though her red wedding veil covered her face, the tilt of her head made it clear she was looking this way. Yuli toyed with the tassel on her veil, her tone playful. "It's not good to just kill people so casually, you know." At her words, Bo Jingmo tilted his head slightly, like a robot stuck in slow motion. His handsome face was blank, his dark eyes lifeless. He asked softly, "Why? Was it because that man was her husband? Or was it because Zhao Su was more important than him?" Whichever answer it was, he didn't want to hear it. So, for the first time, Bo Jingmo disobeyed Yuli. He didn't wait for her reply. He lowered his gaze and picked up the scissors again. His eyes swept over Zhao Su, just as calm and cold as always. Right now, Bo Jingmo's mind was terrifyingly clear. He was even thinking carefully. Should he stab him once and end it? Or slowly torture him? Or maybe, just kill him quickly? If he took too long, Yuli might save Zhao Su. That thought flickered through his mind, and Bo Jingmo's eyes filled with violent intent. Without a shred of hesitation, the man raised the scissors and plunged them hard into Zhao Su's chest. The sharp blade pierced deep. "Ah!" Zhao Su's eyes burst with blood as he let out a desperate scream. But then, the woman's voice rang out again. "Bo Jingmo, stop." Her voice now carried a trace of ice. The man's body stiffened instantly. His trembling gaze shattered like broken glass. The emotions he'd been suppressing finally snapped, completely collapsing into ruin. He was the one doing the killing, and yet, his hand holding the scissors trembled in helpless fear. She really was going to save Zhao Su. She didn't like him anymore. Bo Jingmo's face went blank, lost. His heart felt hollow, drained of all support. All that remained was endless sorrow and a spasming pain, as if the scissors had stabbed not Zhao Su's heart but his own. Why did everything he did still end up being useless? He had pushed Yuli away with his own hands. This was all his fault. But now he didn't want that anymore. If he'd known it was Yuli, he would have never done this. Why, he was the one who got deceived too. He was trying to fix things. But Yuli still didn't like him. That's how it was in the real world, and even in the instance. He'd ruined everything. A sharp ache suddenly surged in his nose. Bo Jingmo's eyes reddened with confusion and grief. His throat felt stuffed with cotton, too sore to speak. Slowly, as if resigning himself, he let go. The scissors slipped from his hand and fell to the floor. The crisp clatter rang straight through Yuli's heart. "Yuli, it's over." He really broke. Zhao Su collapsed on the ground, racked with pain, but hearing Bangsu's voice saving him brought him overwhelming joy. See? Bangsu didn't lie to him? But before that joy could last even a few seconds, he saw the woman walk off the platform and stride toward Bo Jingmo. Honestly, seeing her little boyfriend about to cry, Yuli panicked a little. Her goal was already achieved. Bo Jingmo was awake now. He wasn't hiding his thoughts anymore. He really had wanted to kill Zhao Su, but Zhao Su was still useful. She needed him to uncover the secrets of this village, then finish the instance. What she forgot was Bo Jingmo now had even less of a sense of security than before. Walking quickly over, Yuli stopped in front of him. She stared at him for several seconds, then gently stroked his cheek with her fingertips. Rising on her toes, she whispered, "Bo Jingmo." But the man's eyes were still red, silently staring at her, not saying a word. "Yuli, okay, he's seriously hurt this time." She paused for a moment, then suddenly lifted his wrist, guiding his hand to touch her red wedding veil. Her voice softened, "Help me take it off, okay." At that, the man finally responded a little. His gaze flickered, and after a long pause, he obediently grasped the fabric and slowly lifted the veil. Beneath the veil, the first thing visible was the woman's graceful swan neck, her pale skin, sharp chin, and lips red as cherries. And finally, those fox-like eyes filled with seductive charm. Bit by bit, her beautiful face was revealed to the air. Zhao Su hadn't seen Yu Bangxiu in a long time either. When he saw Yu Li's face, he froze, then was visibly struck by her beauty. Bangxiu, was she always this pretty? He couldn't remember. Maybe? Before Zhao Su could react, the woman smiled sweetly at the man in front of her and leaned up to kiss him. The man stiffened for a second, then lowered his head slightly without a word. The woman chuckled softly and kissed him again, this time on the lips. She held his face and gently soothed him, fingertips brushing the corner of his eye. What's with you? I was just lying to him, wasn't that what we agreed on? Look at you, taking it seriously and not even letting me finish. Zhao Su was dumbfounded. His neck was still bleeding, and these two, a ghost and a girl, were just making out? Also lying to him? Agreed on what? Gritting his teeth, he managed to speak. You Bangsu, you. The woman turned at his voice, blinking her eyes and smiling. Zhao Su, weren't you always asking what Bo Jingmo's role was? Well, I'll tell you now. With that, she wrapped her arm around the man's neck, her body soft as jelly against his chest. She tilted her head and smiled sweetly at Zhao Su. He's my boyfriend. Since entering the book, Yu Li had gone through 3 instances. The first time, she tricked Bo Jingmo and the audience, saying Bo Jingmo was her husband. The second time, she tricked Zhang Shi and the others, saying Bo Jingmo was her boyfriend. The third time, she could finally declare Bo Jingmo was her boyfriend, this time, to comfort her little boyfriend. Even Yu Li herself found it pretty funny. But the problem now was this sudden boyfriend storyline. Tricking the audience again? Well, Yu Li was used to that. It wasn't her first time doing it. Yu Li tapped her fingertip lightly, and the box on the ground floated up instantly, opening on its own to reveal the contents inside. As shock filled the man's face, she gave a soft laugh. Zhao Su, do you know why I helped you in front of everyone? She leaned into Bo Jingmo's arms, beaming brightly, because it was all a show my boyfriend and I put on. Zhao Su's pupils shook. A show. That's right. Yu Li smiled in reply. With a flick of her fingertip, that lock of hair burst into flames in the candlelight and turned to ash. Zhao Su, you really are easy to fool. She tilted her head, cheerfully explaining. Otherwise, how else would we have known Old Wei hid something here? Zhao Su instantly realized something. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes locked viciously on the one human and one ghost before him, teeth grinding so hard they almost shattered, blood continuing to pour from the wound on his neck. At that moment, he looked more like a vengeful ghost. He shrieked, you two actually teamed up to trick me. One pretended to be caught, the other lured the tiger from the mountain. All this, just for that wooden box. He was the one who'd personally helped the ghost lift the seal? Yu Li laughed aloud. Trick. She patted the man's arm wrapped around her waist, then turned and leaned in to whisper in his ear, I'm going to send him off for good. Be good and wait here for me. The man looked up at her, his eyes still tinged red, staring at her for several seconds. He asked, why won't you let me do it? Killing someone like Zhao Su would only dirty her hands. Yu Li smiled with her eyes, cupping his face as she spoke gently, because this is Yu Bangsu's wish. She moved out of every audience's view, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him softly so quiet that only the two of them could hear. And I'm not Yu Bangsu. Bo Jingmo froze at her words, then instantly understood what she meant. Yu Bangsu was Yu Bangsu. She was herself. They were never the same person. No matter how Zhao Su provoked or insisted he was Yu Bangsu's husband, the fact remained she was just Yu Bangsu, a NPC who only existed in the plot. But Yu Li was different from them. Whether Yu Li was Filia or Qingli, no matter how her appearance changed, her soul and his would always be drawn to each other. A shadow passed over Bo Jingmo's eyes. He slowly let go, his Adam's apple bobbing as he said hoarsely, okay. Yu Li gave him a smile, then turned and walked slowly toward Zhao Su. Behind her, a faint black shadow quietly merged into her body. What Yu Li didn't tell Bo Jingmo was since this was Yu Bangsu's wish, then it should be fulfilled by Yu Bangsu herself. And in exchange Yu Bangsu's soul would forever be hers to use. When she opened her eyes again, the look in the woman's eyes had completely changed. The lazy playfulness was gone, replaced by endless hatred. Bo Jingmo watched the back of Yu Li, his gaze faltering before silently shifting away. The woman stopped in front of Zhao Su, then bent down and picked up the scissors from the ground. Zhao Su's eyes were bloodshot. He struggled to look up at her, voice filled with undisguised venom. Yu Bangsu? You BTCH? I treated you so well? DMN it, if I'd known, I would have just F'd you on our wedding night. He finally exposed the filthy thoughts buried in his heart. Yu Bangsu looked at that face, her eyes burning with hatred. She raised the scissors and plunged them into his abdomen. Ah! Zhao Su let out a wretched scream. By his ear, the woman's voice was bone-chilling. Zhao Su, when you say you were good to me, do you mean when you had them kidnap me to this village, separated me from my family, and made sure they could never find me? The scissors pushed a few centimeters deeper. Or when you forced me to marry you, then starved me to make me submit. The scissors plunged in without mercy. Or when, to keep those beastly villagers alive, you offered me up as a sacrifice, burying me and the souls of all those suffering women at the bottom of the lake. A crazed blood-red hue filled Yu Bangsu's eyes as she stared down at Zhao Su's agonized face, her tone colder than ice. Zhao Su, did you know? Every time I saw you bastards by the shore, I wished I could tear you all to pieces. She suddenly yanked the scissors out. Blood splattered across the ground, and Zhao Su's terrified reflection appeared on the cold blade. Zhao Su, it's really cold and dark down there at the bottom of the lake. You've probably never experienced it, have you? Yu Bangsu raised the scissors high, a chilling smile spreading across her lips. Don't worry. I'll make sure you get to. As the words fell, the sound of a blade slicing through veins followed. Zhao Su didn't even have time to beg for his life. The scissors drove straight into his neck. Blood gushed instantly, pooling into a dark, spreading puddle that crept toward the hem of the woman's skirt. As Zhao Su died, Yu Bangxiu let go. She lowered her eyes, staring at her pale, clean palms. After a long moment, she let out a mocking laugh. This was better. Not even a drop of that filthy blood had touched her. Yu Bangxiu closed her eyes and said softly, "Thank you." She never thought she'd live to kill her enemy with her own hands. The rest, I'll leave to you. When Yu Li opened her eyes, the first thing she saw were Zhao Su's wide open, dead eyes. She patted her skirt and stood up, her gaze calm. At the same time, the system reminded her in her mind. Sis, the camera just cut to the other players. They probably noticed something. They'll be back soon. Yu Li froze for a moment. Now that Zhao Su was dead, the players would be fully convinced that the female ghost was evil. But that was fine, she didn't want to cooperate with them anyway. Now, while the cameras weren't watching, she could sweet-talk someone a bit. She walked to the doorway and sat back at the table, legs swinging as she crooked her finger at Bo Jingmo, the corner of her eyes twinkling flirtatiously. Bo Jingmo, come here. The man silently and obediently walked over to her. Yu Li looked at him, grabbed his wrist, and turned it over. The wound in his palm immediately came into view. Yu Li wrapped her arms around his neck, gently touching the injury with her fingertips. Her voice was tender, "Does it hurt?" Before he could answer, she leaned in to whisper in his ear, "Bo Jingmo, do you really want to die that badly?" This man was so cautious. Afraid he might fail to die, he'd kept the roof tile gripped in his palm the whole time, ready to end his life at any moment. Who would have thought? The tile ended up being used to kill Zhao Su. Bo Jingmo lowered his gaze, "You've been rejecting me." Yu Li refuted, "No, you rejected me." She tilted her head and spoke calmly, "Bo Jingmo, don't forget. On the first day, you were the one who turned me down." At those words, the man froze instantly, speechless. Bitterness crept up his tongue, and his heart clenched tight. It was true, he had rejected Yu Li's partnership. And so he lost her, with no way to make it up. For the first time, Bo Jingmo wished he could turn back time back to that night. He slowly pulled her into his arms, head buried in the hollow of her neck. His hoarse voice trembled with bitter pleading. "I regret it now." Seeing her little boyfriend looking so pitiful, Yu Li let out a silent sigh. Compared to when he had an episode, a clear-headed Bo Jingmo had another trait that gave her a headache. He liked to keep things to himself. When he lost control, his rationality might go offline, but at least he'd say it when he was upset or express what he wanted. But when he was sober, it was a different story. Especially back when they first started dating, he was always anxious, always afraid of losing her. Even if something bothered him, he wouldn't say it, just bottled it up until it became something huge by the time Yu Li noticed. He was always scared she wouldn't like him. After all, he was her little boyfriend. Seeing him like this, all she felt was heartache. In this world, they'd spent even less time together than in their previous life. She knew Bo Jingmo, but Bo Jingmo didn't know her, not even remembering who she was. Thinking of this, she reached out and ran her fingers through his hair, her voice soft, "Bo Jingmo, do you like me?" The man's voice was muffled, "I do." Yu Li chuckled and asked, "Even if I lie through my teeth, go around killing people, and even killed you with my own hands, you'd still like me?" Bo Jingmo's body froze. He wanted to say, "That wasn't something you did willingly." But when the words reached his lips, they turned into, "I still like you." Even if Yu Li really was that kind of person, he still liked her. The woman gave a soft laugh when she heard that and leaned in to kiss his cheek. "Me too." She gently cupped his face and looked him straight in the eyes. "Did you forget? The first time we met, you were a terrifying ghost, and I never once disliked you." After saying that, Yu Li slowly kissed him, her voice laced with amusement. "That night, I let you in on purpose." Those words made Bo Jingmo's expression freeze. Memories surged like a flood. Scenes that had faded into the background suddenly grew vivid again, replaying clearly before his eyes. Their first meeting had been in the haunted villa instance. That night, he had been drawn by the scent of her soul, and in a fit of madness, snuck into her villa and did all sorts of crazy things. And now Yu Li said it was all part of her plan. The woman lifted her gaze and glanced at him, her fair fingertips tracing gently from his wrist down to the back of his hand, then slowly over his slender knuckles. Finally, their fingers interlaced tightly. "Bo Jingmo, if I noticed you at first glance in that haunted villa, it means the aura on you drew me in too." She leaned in and nipped at his neck, her voice gentle yet dangerous. "If you ever change, I won't want you anymore." The chill of his skin passed into her, laced with coldness. Bo Jingmo instinctively tightened his hold on her soft hands. His Adam's apple bobbed. At this moment, he couldn't even name the emotion in his heart. Relief? Joy? Or perhaps secret delight? After learning this hidden side of Yu Li, Bo Jingmo actually felt relieved. If that was the case, didn't it mean she was like him? That neither of them were normal? Then that's perfect. His tense lips finally relaxed. The gloom in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by a spark of excitement. He bowed his head gently, resting his forehead against her shoulder, his voice soft, "Let me help you, okay?" Yu Li raised an eyebrow. "Do you even know what I'm planning to do? You want to kill them?" Bo Jingmo chuckled lowly, "Whether it's the villagers or the players, if you want to kill them, go ahead." Yu Li's eyes curved into a smile, but she spoke with faint hesitation. "Isn't that bad? They're your teammates. If they find out you're with a ghost, they'll all team up to go after you." Bo Jingmo lifted his head and kissed her eyelids, his kisses light and full of restrained affection. "I don't care. Bo Jingmo didn't care about teammates. In the instance, the only one he cared about was Yu Li. Even if those people turned on him, he wouldn't regret his choice. He would always be on Yu Li's team. Zhao Su had once said if Bo Jingmo became him, he would have made the same choice. But Zhao Su was wrong, completely wrong. Because Bo Jingmo would never leave Yu Li. He would even willingly give his life for her. That's what made them different. The woman's fingertip gently touched his chest. She narrowed her eyes, her voice laced with enchantment. Bo Jingmo, killing players without cause will cost you points. Bo Jingmo caught her wrist and lowered his head to kiss her fingertips. Looking up with a curved smile, his deep voice indulgent, then let it cost me. Yu Li raised an eyebrow. That won't do. She swayed her legs slightly, then wrapped her arms around her little boyfriend's neck, grinning. It's simple. If they all become accomplices, then no one will blame you. She was going to kill them, and she wanted the points too. And to have both, she just needed to make use of those kind-hearted teammates. As footsteps drew nearer, Yu Li handed the red veil to Bo Jingmo, then pulled a small knife from her sleeve. Her eyes curved as she said, Bo Jingmo, if you're going to die, it'll only be by my hand. The man chuckled lowly at her words, then raised a hand to gently cover her with the red veil. My honor. Meanwhile, after Old Wei and the others reached Chen Daxai's home, they saw flames roaring on the rooftop. The blaze lit up the pitch-black sky, and thick smoke billowed out, stinging their eyes with tears. Covering his nose, Old Wei frowned. The door still won't open. Someone replied, no. We all tried breaking it down, but it won't budge. Hearing that, Old Wei's eyes darkened with concern. Everyone's still inside. If they died here, he'd collect their souls right away. He was just about to send someone to fetch something when a shout came from not far off. Old Wei. The back door opened. Old Wei paused slightly, squinting in that direction. The back door opened. It just had to open after he arrived. He walked to the rear and sure enough, the door was wide open. We already have people inside putting out the fire, the person explained. When we first arrived, the door wouldn't budge, but it suddenly opened just now. Hearing this, Old Wei's eyes narrowed. Just what was that female ghost planning? Before long, Guanggran's group was brought out, along with Chen Chang. Their faces were blackened with smoke, their bodies carrying new injuries. But one had to admit Chi Mai's physical endurance was truly impressive. Even after all that, he could still walk on his own. Ji Sun wasn't so lucky. Already injured, his eyes had been seared by the heat and the pain was unbearable. He passed out on the spot and had to be carried out by the others. Yi Xian, watching from the side, clicked her tongue almost imperceptibly, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. Guanggran asked Chi Mai softly, Brother Chi, are you okay? I'm fine, I can manage. Chi Mai gave her a reassuring smile. But Old Wei didn't relax upon seeing them alive. In fact, his face grew even more serious. If the ghost wasn't targeting them, then who was it? A name suddenly flashed in his mind, and his expression changed. Where's Zhao Su? Enhance your. Someone nearby was panting for breath when Old Wei suddenly asked urgently, Where's Zhao Su? Did anyone see him? The person froze and shook his head. Didn't see him. Didn't Zhao Ji go looking for you? Bullsh*T go looking for him? That bastard definitely went to find Bo Jingmo. Old Wei was so angry, even his beard was about to stand up. If that damned Zhao Su messed up his plan, he and his sister were done for. No time to explain, he ordered someone to move the unconscious Ji Sun into an empty room, then turned to head back. But as if remembering something, Old Wei turned and swept his gaze across the group, narrowing his eyes, voice heavy, You all, come with me. He didn't want anything else going wrong. Guanggran supported Chi Mai's arm and looked at the situation ahead, her gaze sharpening as she said in a low voice, Brother Chi, this is getting complicated. Among the 5 players, Bo Jingmo was captured, Ji Sun and Chi Mai were injured, and only the 2 girls were still in decent shape. If anything dangerous happened now, it could be fatal for all of them. Chi Mai obviously realized this too, lowering his eyes and speaking softly, We have to bring Bo Jingmo over to our side. The situation was grim. Only by working together could they clear the instance. Stop looking for Zhao Su. He's long gone. This plot twist. I thought Bo Jingmo was the one walking into danger, turns out he was the predator in disguise. He's actually the ghost's boyfriend. Told you? Something was up with their relationship? And this act fooled us all. These 2 are insane. I really thought they had a falling out, but no, he got caught on purpose to save his ghostly girlfriend. So Bo Jingmo did all this for his girlfriend? Then why is the female ghost still killing players? Good question. With her boyfriend here, why is she still hurting people? She really doesn't seem like a good ghost. So the rest of the players don't know Bo Jingmo is with the ghost yet. Is the next part going to be them killing villagers together? Probably. The ghost killed Zhao Su, Bo Jingmo just has to pretend to fight her, clear his name, and lead the players to kill the villagers. First time I've seen a player with a hidden identity. Anyone else catch his breakdown at the end? Killing Zhao Su? Man, it gave me flashbacks to his old ghost days. That cold look was exactly the same. So satisfying? Everything about this was satisfying. And they're such a hot couple? I get now why Zhao Su was so obsessed with Yu Bangxiu. When that red veil came off, oh my god, I fell in love. Drop dead gorgeous. Zhao Su, how dare you even try? Get lost. Okay, I'm officially jealous of Bo Jingmo. Why does he always get paired with such insanely pretty NPCs? Remember what I said? Bo Jingmo never. When the pretty girl kissed him, the look in her eyes so full of affection, "Aw, I wanna be kissed like that too." Night had fallen deep. The thick darkness devoured the sky, and occasional dog barks echoed through the village, adding to the suffocating atmosphere. Hurried footsteps sounded along the village paths. Old Wei walked ahead. When he reached the front gate and saw the lock on his house had been opened, his expression grew even more grim and vicious. D***mn Jiaosu? He knew it? Old Wei took a deep breath and placed a hand on the door. The people behind him held their breath. Kreok. The wooden door slowly opened, bringing with it a gust of cold wind. The red paper streamers in the courtyard rustled in the wind, fluttering wildly and blocking everyone's view. When the streamers finally settled, the scene inside the main house came into full view. In that instant, everyone's eyes widened in shock, horror written across every face. Some even turned pale and trembled uncontrollably. In the dim room, Zhao Su's corpse lay motionless on the floor. His neck had been halfway sliced open. Some of the blood had already dried and darkened. His face was colorless, pupils shrunken into pinpoints. It was an utterly gruesome death. And Bo Jingmo stood right in front of him. The man had his head slightly lowered. The dim candlelight obscured his expression. His tall figure stood shrouded in shadow, a small knife clearly visible in his bony, well-defined hand. At the sound, the man lifted his head slightly and stared at them blankly. Everyone instinctively took a step back. Old Wei's face turned ugly. "You killed Jiaosu." The expressions of the three players behind him were equally grim. None of them could have imagined this scene. Bo Jingmo was one of them, a player. How could he casually slaughter an NPC? But now, the truth was right in front of them. Just then, a woman's soft laugh came from inside the room. Of course he did. Everyone stiffened in shock. Then, they saw a woman step out of the house, wearing a wedding dress. Her steps were light, her posture graceful. She wore a red veil that covered her face. Her delicate voice carried an eerie clarity, reaching every ear in the courtyard. "If you don't believe me, why don't I ask him for you?" With all eyes on her, the woman walked behind the man, wrapped her arms around his waist, rested her chin on his shoulder. The red veil swayed gently as she asked in a soft voice, "Bo Jingmo, tell them who killed Jiaosu." The man lowered his eyes. His voice was cold. "I did." Facing Guangran and the others' shocked expressions, Yu Li chuckled lightly. "Did you hear that? He said he did it." Guangran frowned. "Impossible. Killing an NPC without reason would drop audience popularity. Bo Jingmo couldn't not know that. And he had no reason to kill Jiaosu. The only problem might be that female ghost." She frowned and looked into the house, then suddenly spoke up, "Bo Jingmo, do you remember me? Or perhaps remember that you're a player?" At her words, the man looked up at her, but his eyes were completely empty. Guangran was just about to say more when the female ghost suddenly reached out and touched his face. "Bo Jingmo, don't look at her." At those words, the man instantly averted his gaze, obediently. Chi Mai leaned close and whispered, "Bo Jingmo really looks like he's been bewitched. We need to find a way to save him." If they could save Bo Jingmo, maybe they could pull him into their team. But before they could come up with a solution, the woman suddenly laughed and said, "Wei Kaifan, the people you brought really suit my taste." At first, they didn't realize who she meant by Wei Kaifan, until Old Wei suddenly shouted, "You Banks you? What are you trying to do?" Everyone looked over in confusion, only to see the woman slowly lift her red veil, revealing a stunning face. Her fox-like eyes narrowed slightly as she placed the veil atop the man's head, then took the knife from his hand. The blade glinted coldly in the night as she pressed it lightly against his chest. "What do you think I'm trying to do?" She leaned against Bo Jingmo's shoulder, tilted her head, and gave the group a slight smile. The corner of her eyes carried a seductive glint, like a ghostly temptress in the dark. "Of course I'm going to kill." Someone nearby was panting for breath when Old Wei suddenly asked urgently, "Where's Jiaosu? Did anyone see him?" The person froze and shook his head. "Didn't see him. Didn't Zhao Ji go looking for you? Bull**T go looking for him? That bastard definitely went to find Bo Jingmo." Old Wei was so angry, even his beard was about to stand up. If that damned Jiaosu messed up his plan, he and his sister were done for. No time to explain, he ordered someone to move the unconscious Ji-sun into an empty room, then turned to head back. But as if remembering something, Old Wei turned and swept his gaze across the group, narrowing his eyes, voice heavy, "You all, come with me." He didn't want anything else going wrong. Guangran supported Chi Mai's arm and looked at the situation ahead, her gaze sharpening as she said in a low voice, "Brother Chi, this is getting complicated." Among the 5 players, Bo Jingmo was captured, Ji-sun and Chi Mai were injured, and only the 2 girls were still in decent shape. If anything dangerous happened now, it could be fatal for all of them. Chi Mai obviously realized this too, lowering his eyes and speaking softly, "We have to bring Bo Jingmo over to our side." The situation was grim. Only by working together could they clear the instance. "Stop looking for Jiaosu. He's long gone." This plot twist. I thought Bo Jingmo was the one walking into danger, turns out he was the predator in disguise. He's actually the ghost's boyfriend. Told you? Something was up with their relationship? And this act fooled us all. These two are insane. I really thought they had a falling out, but no, he got caught on purpose to save his ghostly girlfriend. So Bo Jingmo did all this for his girlfriend? Then why is the female ghost still killing players? Good question. With her boyfriend here, why is she still hurting people? She really doesn't seem like a good ghost. So the rest of the players don't know Bo Jingmo is with the ghost yet. Is the next part going to be them killing villagers together? Probably. The ghost killed Zhaosu, Bo Jingmo just has to pretend to fight her, clear his name, and lead the players to kill the villagers. DMN, first time I've seen a player with a hidden identity. Anyone else catch his breakdown at the end? Killing Zhaosu, man, it gave me flashbacks to his old ghost days. That cold look was exactly the same. So satisfying? Everything about this was satisfying. And they're such a hot couple? I get now why Zhaosu was so obsessed with Yu Bangsu. When that red veil came off, oh my god, I fell in love. Drop dead gorgeous. Zhaosu, how dare you even try? Get lost. Okay, I'm officially jealous of Bo Jingmo. Why does he always get paired with such insanely pretty NPCs? Remember what I said? Bo Jingmo never. When the pretty girl kissed him, the look in her eyes so full of affection. Aw, I wanna be kissed like that too. Night had fallen deep. The thick darkness devoured the sky, and occasional dog barks echoed through the village, adding to the suffocating atmosphere. Hurried footsteps sounded along the village paths. Old Wei walked ahead. When he reached the front gate and saw the lock on his house had been opened, his expression grew even more grim and vicious. D***MN Zhaosu? He knew it? Old Wei took a deep breath and placed a hand on the door. The people behind him held their breath. Kreok. The wooden door slowly opened, bringing with it a gust of cold wind. The red paper streamers in the courtyard rustled in the wind, fluttering wildly and blocking everyone's view. When the streamers finally settled, the scene inside the main house came into full view. In that instant, everyone's eyes widened in shock, horror written across every face. Some even turned pale and trembled uncontrollably. In the dim room, Zhaosu's corpse lay motionless on the floor. His neck had been halfway sliced open. Some of the blood had already dried and darkened. His face was colorless, pupils shrunken into pinpoints. It was an utterly gruesome death. And Bo Jingmo stood right in front of him. The man had his head slightly lowered. The dim candlelight obscured his expression. His tall figure stood shrouded in shadow, a small knife clearly visible in his bony, well-defined hand. At the sound, the man lifted his head slightly and stared at them blankly. Everyone instinctively took a step back. Old Wei's face turned ugly. You killed Zhaosu. The expressions of the three players behind him were equally grim. None of them could have imagined this scene. Bo Jingmo was one of them, a player. How could he casually slaughter an NPC? But now, the truth was right in front of them. Just then, a woman's soft laugh came from inside the room. Of course he did. Everyone stiffened in shock. Then, they saw a woman step out of the house, wearing a wedding dress. Her steps were light, her posture graceful. She wore a red veil that covered her face. Her delicate voice carried an eerie clarity, reaching every ear in the courtyard. If you don't believe me, why don't I ask him for you? With all eyes on her, the woman walked behind the man, wrapped her arms around his waist, rested her chin on his shoulder. The red veil swayed gently as she asked in a soft voice, Bo Jingmo, tell them who killed Zhaosu. The man lowered his eyes. His voice was cold. I did. Facing Guangran and the others' shocked expressions, Yu Li chuckled lightly. Did you hear that? He said he did it. Guangran frowned. Impossible. Killing an NPC without reason would drop audience popularity. Bo Jingmo couldn't not know that. And he had no reason to kill Zhaosu. The only problem might be that female ghost. She frowned and looked into the house, then suddenly spoke up, Bo Jingmo, do you remember me? Or perhaps remember that you're a player? At her words, the man looked up at her but his eyes were completely empty. Guangran was just about to say more when the female ghost suddenly reached out and touched his face. Bo Jingmo, don't look at her. At those words, the man instantly averted his gaze, obediently. Chi Mai leaned close and whispered, Bo Jingmo really looks like he's been bewitched. We need to find a way to save him. If they could save Bo Jingmo, maybe they could pull him into their team. But before they could come up with a solution, the woman suddenly laughed and said, Wei Kaifan, the people you brought really suit my taste. At first, they didn't realize who she meant by Wei Kaifan, until Old Wei suddenly shouted, Yu Bangsu? What are you trying to do? Everyone looked over in confusion, only to see the woman slowly lift her red veil, revealing a stunning face. Her fox-like eyes narrowed slightly as she placed the veil atop the man's head, then took the knife from his hand. The blade glinted coldly in the night as she pressed it lightly against his chest. What do you think I'm trying to do? She leaned against Bo Jingmo's shoulder, tilted her head, and gave the group a slight smile. The corner of her eyes carried a seductive glint, like a ghostly temptress in the dark. Of course I'm going to kill. Inside the house, the woman stood before the divine statues, a striking red wedding dress draped on her body, luxurious and radiant. Her jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, and her face was so beautiful it didn't seem real. Those fox-like eyes swept over everyone with contempt, idly twirling the knife in her hand, the tip pressed directly against the man's chest. The man's head was bowed beneath the red veil, unmoving, offering no resistance, letting the woman do as she pleased. Wei Kaifan had long known this female ghost wasn't some harmless spirit. Killing Zhaosu hadn't been enough, now she even wanted to kill Bo Jingmo. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Had the ghost broken free from her restraints? No, she shouldn't have. If she had, she would have come straight for him, not just used Bo Jingmo as a pawn. Thinking this, Old Wei felt a little more confident. Yu Bangsu, wantonly slaughtering the innocent like this will bring you nothing but ruin. The woman raised an eyebrow, as if hearing something amusing. Wantonly slaughtering the innocent. She let out a low laugh. What if, he's doing it willingly? She tilted her head toward the man's ear, her voice soft, yet everyone in the room could hear her clearly. Bo Jingmo, are you willing to offer your soul to me? The man didn't speak. He simply raised his hand to grasp her wrist, then suddenly pulled rip. The small knife sliced through the fabric instantly. The woman let out a pleased laugh. See? He asked for this himself. Guangran's pupils contracted slightly. What a terrifying ghost, she could actually seduce a player to this extent. Old Wei's expression wasn't looking great either. He hadn't realized Yu Li's power had reached this level. His lips moved slightly, silently chanting something, and in the next second, the divine statues in the room began to tremble faintly. Yu Li turned her head, a flicker of light flashing in her eyes. She knew it, the thing in that wooden box was never the real key to suppressing Yu Bangsu. Someone like Old Wei would never let others see the real thing so easily. A dark aura began to rise from the platform, ominous black energy seeping from the statues, and Yu Li could feel the pain radiating from this soulbound body. She looked toward the wrapped statue on the altar, her fingertips pausing slightly, eyes narrowing. Bo Jingmo seemed to sense something as well. He turned his head, pulled Yu Li's wrist toward him, and stabbed the knife into his own body. But he didn't seem to feel any pain. His voice remained calm as always. Now, kill me. Yu Li froze for a moment, then the corners of her lips curled as she pushed down the pain surging through her body. She leaned toward the man's ear and whispered with a soft laugh, Bo Jingmo, you killed me last time. This time, it's my turn to kill you. As soon as the words fell, she pressed the blade down hard. The knife instantly sank into flesh, and the man let out a muffled grunt, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Not far off, Guangran let out a cry, Bo Jingmo. Her pupils shrank as she watched the female ghost release her hand. The man's body collapsed, and the red wedding veil fell away in an instant. He lay there with his eyes closed. Bo Jingmo was dead. Yu Li let go, lowered her gaze to the man on the ground, then looked toward the group nearby. The corner of her mouth lifted as the red figure slowly vanished into the house. She was quite looking forward to what decisions these players would make. WTF? She really killed him? Huh? Wasn't the plot supposed to go with Bo Jingmo infiltrating that group and helping to uncover the village secret together? She killed her own boyfriend with her own hands. Never could have guessed this plot twist. That female ghost is ruthless as hell. Just stabbed him with no hesitation. Oh my god, is she trying to turn Bo Jingmo into a ghost so he can stay with her? This ghost is twisted. I love it, ha ha ha. Everyone thinks Bo Jingmo was seduced by her, but I bet he was totally aware. Those two lovebirds were putting on a show for the others. Female ghost's a psycho, and turns out the human boyfriend is too love that for them. Actually, the signs were there. What normal person sleeps with a ghost? JK, but seriously, Bo Jingmo saw the ghost early on and didn't tell the others. Didn't he basically lead them into this? So Bo Jingmo wasn't a good guy from the start? SHT, I totally misread him. Thought he was on the hero route, but he's just been walking his teammates to their deaths. Girlfriend wants to kill people, boyfriend just smiles and brings them in for her to kill. D*MN? This instance rocks. Then the two of them die together for love? Even better. Die for love then go slaughter villagers together? Peak. Bo Jingmo, what did you bribe the system with to get a script this good? I am dying. The other players, so no one gonna care about us. Still alive, aren't they? Just be glad you're breathing. Bo Jingmo got stabbed dead on the spot. So out of 5 people, 1 dead, 2 injured? And the dead one was the most dangerous too. Told you this instance wouldn't be easy. That female ghost's a true vengeful spirit. This is intense. As the ghost vanished before their eyes, no one in the group made a sound. 2 people had already died that night, and one of them was even a player. Wei Kaifen turned his head, a strange emotion flickering in his eyes. You saw it, didn't you? That ghost can mess with people's minds. Your friend's spirit was already taken by her. Guangran and Chi Mai exchanged a glance but stayed silent. Old Wei walked up to Zhao Su's corpse, squatted down, and pried open his eyelids. After a close look, his eyes gleamed slightly. The ghost had forgotten to take Zhao Su's soul. Lucky him. He turned to look at Chi Mai and the others, eyes narrowing. You really want to save him? I might have a way. Can you save someone after they're already dead? Guangran frowned. It was her first time meeting Bo Jingmo, and she didn't know his skill set. To her, once a player died, that was it. The system would have already retrieved their soul. How could they be saved? Chi Mai's expression froze. Something flashed through his mind, and his body stiffened, though luckily no one noticed. Old Wei gave a couple of chuckles without replying. He stood up, picked up the Buddha statue from the table, and casually grabbed the small knife from the floor. In full view of everyone, he drove the blade SHLK straight into Zhao Su's heart, swift and precise, his face completely unmoved, as if he'd done it countless times. Guangran stiffened at the sight, her face paling, gripping Chi Mai's arm unconsciously harder. Everyone in this village just felt off. The pain in her hand brought Chi Mai back to his senses slightly, pulling him out of his thoughts. He instinctively looked inside the room. There, Old Wei pulled out the knife. Bright red blood glistened on the blade under the candlelight. He yanked off the red cloth, revealing not a traditional god or deity, but a strange, unidentifiable object. The thing was pitch black all over, curled up like a tiny humanoid figure. 2 eye-like orbs faintly glowed red in the dark. Its entire presence was grotesque, making one physically uncomfortable. More than a statue, it looked like some malformed creature. But Old Wei's expression was feverish, and there was an uncontrollable excitement in his eyes as he looked at the divine statue. He was muttering under his breath, but the distance made it impossible for the others to hear what he was saying. He carefully pressed the condensed heart's blood onto that pitch-black object. Guangran wasn't sure if it was her illusion, but the thing seemed to shimmer faintly, and the aura around it grew even more dangerous and chilling. Before she could take a closer look, Old Wei had already rewrapped the statue in red cloth and put it away with a solemn expression, as if he were handling a treasure of gold. He turned to look at Guangran and the others, a smile creeping up his lips. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes bunched together, and the eerie look on his aged face became more apparent. Of course he can be saved. His soul was just taken by the vengeful ghost, forcibly trapped here and unable to reincarnate. I can bring his soul back and send it off to reincarnate. But if it stays with the ghost, his end will be complete annihilation. It was Guanggran's first time hearing such an explanation. She hadn't experienced many instances, and instinctively looked at Chi Mai. But even Chi Mai's face held a hint of confusion. With no other choice, she turned back to Old Wei and followed the storyline. Then what should we do? They hadn't even unlocked the full plot yet. Right now, all they could do was follow the NPC's lead. The NPC's info shouldn't be wrong, right? A glint flashed in Old Wei's eyes. He took a towel from the side to wipe the blood off his hands and spoke leisurely. What to do? Of course, I have a way, but it depends on whether you're willing to accept it. Seeing his cryptic behavior, Chi Mai frowned on the side. Tell us the method first. Old Wei glanced at him. The deity I serve can deal with you Banksue type ghosts with ease. But if you want them to act, there has to be a price. Under everyone's gaze, he raised 2 fingers and squinted as he slowly spoke. The price is the heart's blood of 2 people. Guanggran's expression changed instantly. What kind of deity is that? How could there be such a price? It sounded nice, calling it heart's blood, but judging by the way Old Wei took Xiaosu's earlier, it basically meant taking 2 lives. Old Wei snorted coldly. Different deities, different methods. If you don't believe me, that's fine. When the ghost shows up, it'll just kill all of you. He bent one knuckle and said slowly. Xiaosu's heart's blood was obtained just in time. Barely counts as 1 person. Now we just need 1 more. Bo Jingmo's was already taken by the ghost, so this one has to come from you all. At those words, Chi Mai quickly pulled Guanggran behind him, his gaze darkening. We won't agree. What kind of BLLSHT deity is this? More like an evil spirit? Old Wei shot him a cold look. I don't need one of you to die. Don't you have a teammate who's perfect for this? Chi Mai froze for a moment. You mean Ji-sun? Old Wei nodded. Right. Guanggran frowned at his words. No way. How is that any different from murder? It's still 1 life for another. He's our friend too. Just then, Yi Xian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke with a smile. 1 life for another. She looked at Old Wei. I think it's fine. Let's use Ji-sun's heart's blood. Yi Xian. Guanggran couldn't hold back and shouted, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could you agree to that? She hadn't been in the same team as Ji-sun, and they'd even had arguments, but as fellow players, they helped each other when needed. But Yi Xian and Ji-sun had been teammates several times, and now she just agreed to the NPC's condition and handed over her teammate's life. Guanggran's understanding of their coldness reached a new level. Yi Xian glanced at her, curled her lips, and let out a scornful snort. Guanggran, I'm just supporting the best solution. She crossed her arms and stepped in front of Guanggran. You said 1 life for another. You mean Ji-sun's life for Bo Jingmo's? But don't forget, if the ghost isn't eliminated, the ones who'll die won't just be Bo Jingmo, me, you, even the whole village could die. So if sacrificing Ji-sun means saving the rest of us, then it's worth it. He's unconscious right now, basically half dead. Rather than wait for the ghost to kill him, better he dies with purpose. Hearing that, Guanggran froze in place. Her pitch-black eyes were filled with shock, her mouth slightly open, her throat choked, she couldn't say a word. This scene felt all too familiar. The last instance was like this too. Back then, they also needed a sacrifice. So they threw out the most useless person, and that person had been on her team. But now things had changed. This time, it was someone from Yi Xian's team that needed to be sacrificed. Guanggran clutched tightly at Chi Mai's sleeve. Was this fate? Or just life messing with her? Yi Xian obviously noticed the irony too. She curled her lips and leaned in close to whisper in Guanggran's ear. Guanggran, didn't you always blame us for selling out your teammate? Well, here's your chance for revenge. I won't stop you. Sacrifice Ji-sun alone or die with him. You choose. She narrowed her eyes, added with a mocking laugh, and FYI, both Ji-sun and I have already used up our skills. If you're still clinging to that player cooperation bullsh**t, it's pointless now. So, what choice would a peace team member, who always championed cooperation, make now? Yi Xian slowly walked out the door, waving lazily. That's it then. I'm going back to check on Ji-sun. She turned and smiled. 1 last look. Seeing this, Old Wei knew the matter was basically settled. He silently curled his lips and signaled to the nearby villagers. Carry the bodies out. He still had things to prepare for what came next. A few people immediately stepped up and carried the 2 corpses out of the house. Guanggran lowered her eyes, her voice dry. Chi-ji, what do you think? What should we do? Was there really no other way? At that moment, Chi Mai suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm. He looked toward the direction the others had gone, his voice unreadable. Guanggran, your skill hasn't been used yet. Guangran slowly lifted her head. My skill. Realization seemed to dawn. She suddenly turned her head sharply and looked toward the direction they'd taken the bodies. Her skill was to see the final memory of the dead.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.